Whoa. Oh. 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 How are we doing, guys? Why does my camera reset like this all the time? Oh, I put Pepe W in YouTube chat, so you guys finally have that. Wait, did that fix it? Oh, we're watching this guy while I eat.
Hey, August, thanks for Pepe W. That was a mistake they'll cause now we want more. They one of asking for a bad W.
Based. Oh, hold on. Let's see if we can throw up a quick 900 beginning of the day. What? Oh, I didn't hit the button. Or I must have mistapped. Fuck. I wonder if this would have been a 900. Nah. The most you can get on a good hit is 50, right? Or probably like an 880.
Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen of Norway, the top-ranked. This chess lawsuit is ass. Or is it? It all started when 31-year-old Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen of Norway, the top-ranked chess player in the world, was dealt a rare tournament defeat by Hans Niemann, a 19-year-old American prodigy ranked 40th in the world, who some have dubbed the bad boy of chess due to his oddly combative demeanor in interviews.
Well, it's completely ridiculous that the laptop is just running out of power. Like, plug the laptop in.
Carlsen then shocked the chess world by accusing Niemann of repeatedly cheating in matches. These voices only grew louder after Chess.com, the world's largest online chess platform, concluded after a weeks-long investigation that Niemann had cheated in more than 100 online games, then banned him from the platform. This wild tale has all the makings of a drama fit for a future Netflix series, especially given the salacious internet rumors that Niemann cheated with the help of an adult entertainment device put in an adult entertainment location. This method of cheating, of course, was pioneered by the famous international grandmaster Benoit. Now, Niemann has vehemently denied the cheating allegations and responded to this controversy the way that almost guarantees that you end up on this channel, by filing a $100 million lawsuit accusing the critics of defamation and colluding to blacklist him from play and destroy his career. So let's take a dive into the Niemann cheating scandal. We'll break down the claims leveled against Niemann, his response, and whether the $100 million lawsuit has any chance of success, or whether he's going to need a silver bullet. Now, all of this drama began on September 4th when Niemann and Carlsen faced off at the Sinkfield Cup in St. Louis. Despite being the lowest ranked player in the tournament, Niemann pulled off a stunning upset against Carlsen in the third round, snapping the world champ's 53-match winning streak. In a post-match interview, Niemann was less than gracious.
I think he's just so demoralized because he's losing to such an idiot like me, you know? It's just, it must be embarrassing for the world champion to lose to me. I feel bad for him.
Niemann attributed his victory to a ridiculous miracle that he happened to study the rare chess opening Carlsen used the morning before the game, allowing Niemann to guess how Carlsen would start.
That's that. That's that. right there.
Carlsen's move the next day was an even more unusual variation, pulling out of the tournament for the first time in his career and only providing context with a veiled tweet. Grandmaster and chess streamer Hikaru Nakamura interpreted Carlsen's tweet as a veiled accusation that Niemann was a cheater, and then this was the reason for Carlsen's withdrawal after the loss to Niemann.
At the end of the day, there's nothing, nothing is proven, but there is a lot of suspicion. There is a lot of suspicion.
Niemann has a history of cheating online on chess.com and was banned there twice, though Niemann has denied cheating since his last ban when he was 16 and has stated that he has never cheated in an in-person game or when prize money was involved.
I've never, ever in my life cheated in an over-the-board game, in an online tournament. They were an unrated games.
Following a game on September 19th in which Carlsen resigned after the first 3 moves in apparent protest, the next day Carlsen implicitly accused Niemann of cheating and declared he was unwilling to play against people that have cheated in the past. Carlsen tweeted that Niemann's over-the-board progress has been unusual, and throughout our game in the Sinkfield Cup, I had the impression that he wasn't tense or even fully concentrating on the game in critical positions, while outplaying me as black in a way I think only a handful of players can do. This game contributed to changing my perspective. On October 4th, Chess.com released a bombshell 72-page report concluding that Niemann has cheated much more than he has publicly admitted to, including in many prize events, at least 25 streamed games, and 100+ rated games on Chess.com, as recently as when he was 17 years old. These findings contradicted Niemann's public claims that he only cheated twice, that he never cheated in prize money events, and that he stopped cheating at the age of 16. In support of their findings, Chess.com used a variety of cheating detection tools, including a comparative analysis of the moves made versus the moves recommended by supercomputers, a player's past performance and known strength profile, the statistical significance of the results,
for Pepe W
and
in
input
YouTube
from
chat.
Grandmaster
A
analysis.
bad W is far superior.
Chess.com concedes that there was no direct evidence that Niemann cheated in his win at the Sinkfield Cup. The report did highlight some suspicious elements. Specifically, the report addressed Niemann's apparent struggle to discuss the rationale of his own chess strategy after beating Carlsen in St. Louis, which top players at the time described as at odds with the level of preparation that Hans claimed was at play in the game and the level of analysis needed to defeat the world chess champion. But one might ask, how does a person even cheat at chess? Before this story broke, you might have been surprised to see the words chess and cheating in the same sentence, but in the words of the Washington Post, chess has long been a game rife with allegations of chicanery and skullduggery.
This chicanery?
As technology has advanced, so too have chess cheating methodologies. These days, people have been caught using chess engines, computer programs that analyze games to recommend the strongest possible moves. Chess engines are so advanced that they can beat even the best grandmasters every single time.
Mate in 143 moves.
No, poo! You win again!
And in a video entitled, "Is This Proof That Hans Niemann Cheated?", Nakamura reacted to a video from French streamer Yosha Iglesias discussing a third-party statistical analysis of 10 games where Niemann's chess play achieved a near 100% correlation to the perfect moves of a chess engine. According to the analysis, no other players...
I don't know if he'll mention this, but apparently that analysis was really, really, really poorly done.
Not even Carlsen boasts so many 100% games. And recently, players have been caught cheating using chess engines on their smartphones, like Georgian Grandmaster Gayuz Nikolidze, who at 25 years old was caught cheating at the 2015 Dubai Open using a chess engine on the smartphone he hid in the bathroom stall. Nikolidze's Grandmaster title was revoked and he was banned from competition for 3 years. But what happens if you can't access your smartphone? Well, one particularly salacious rumor began to circulate on Reddit that Niemann could have cheated using a well-placed Wi-Fi connected vibrating adult entertainment device. Now, to be clear, there is absolutely zero evidence that this happened. It's just a Reddit rumor, though it is technically possible to cheat this way. But for more on this, let's go to one of YouTube's resident chess experts at Gotham Chess to explain more about these cheating allegations.
Hey everyone, I'm Levi Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess, and I've got the largest chess channel here on YouTube. Thanks so much, Legal Eagle, for featuring me in this video. I'll try to answer all the questions as best as I can, even though I'm here in a hotel room, so I'm sorry if the setup isn't as good as yours. There have been players in the past like Borislav Ivanov who was found with a device in his shoe. That device was somehow registering good moves and vibrating to indicate to him something about the chessboard. Maybe it was Morse code, maybe it was something else. There was another case, I believe it was the French Olympic team in 2010. There was a whole elaborate system. Somebody sitting at home was watching the game live broadcasted. That person was then relaying something to a middleman who was then standing in a certain corner of the room itself to relay information to the person that was playing at the board.
Let's think about a very simple representation. I would need 2 squares. The first to designate which piece, and the second where the piece is moving. That's probably the easiest. What's the smallest amount of information you need to help you?
Basically, like a buzz in a critical position. That would be good.
And what would the buzz say?
It would be something like one buzz means the position is great, and two buzzes means the position is completely equal, or there's nothing special in the position.
Now, Neiman vehemently denies the cheating allegations, even colorfully offering to strip naked before games to prove he's not hiding anything.
They could literally tell me the most ridiculous thing. If they want me to strip fully naked, I'll do it. I don't care.
And while so far he's not played in the nude, he, along with the other players, was subject to a full body scan with a metal detector at the U.S. Chess Championship in St. Louis. Which takes us to October 20th, when Neiman made his next move by filing a federal lawsuit against Magnus Carlsen, Carlsen's chess company Play Magnus, Nakamura, Chess.com, and Chess.com executive Danny Rench. The complaint demands at least $100 million in damages from the defendants arising out of causes of action for slander, libel, unlawful group boycott under the Sherman Antitrust Act, tortious interference with Neiman's business, and civil conspiracy. The 44-page complaint is primarily a recounting of public statements made by Carlsen, Rench, and Nakamura, though it notably does not address any salacious or unsubstantiated internet rumors. Neiman asserts that there is no truth to the allegations that he cheated at the Sinkfield Cup, claiming that, quote, unbiased top chess analysts have concluded that his victory resulted more from Carlsen's particularly poor play than Neiman's exceptional play. The complaint also calls Chess.com's cheating report a, quote, false and malicious hatchet job full of slanted analysis, and that the report's statement of Neiman's privately confessing to additional cheating offenses to Danny Rench is false. The complaint is full of effusive praise for the, quote, American chess prodigy, Hans Niemann, and vitriolic insults for the other defendants. For example, the lawsuit claims that a corrupt and cowardly Carlsen chose to viciously and maliciously defame Neiman with false cheating allegations due to his, quote, inability to cope with defeat at the Sinkfield Cup after a man 12 years his junior, quote, dared to disrespect the king of chess. The complaint accuses Nakamura of joining in this defamatory conspiracy because he viewed Neiman as a, quote, threat to Nakamura's dominance on chess streaming platforms. The complaint also accuses Chess.com of colluding with Carlsen because the company plans to purchase Carlsen's Play Magnus app for nearly $83 million in a merger Neiman claims will monopolize the chess world, though this merger was announced in August before the cheating allegations. Neiman also alleges the defendants violated the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890, which outlaws certain monopolistic business practices, by colluding to blacklist Neiman with false and defamatory cheating allegations that, quote, by design, destroyed Neiman's remarkable career in its prime and ruined his life. Neiman also alleges that, quote, defendants acted in concert to improperly refuse to deal with Neiman, including Chess.com banning Neiman from its platform and sponsored events, Carlsen refusing to play Neiman in any tournaments or events, and defendants acting collectively to cause organizers of professional chess tournaments to blacklist Neiman from participating in their events. So the $100 million question, can Neiman win this case? Well, among legal observers, the emerging consensus is that Neiman faces an uphill battle. So let's start with the prayer for relief. Neiman seeks $100 million in damages, and while that's certainly a jaw-dropping number, it has zero basis in reality. He certainly pulled that one out of his ass. Whenever someone files a lawsuit, they can put any number they want, and in a complaint like this that serves potentially to recover damages, but also serves to try and rehabilitate someone's reputation, it's there to grab headlines, which it certainly did. But in a case like this, any prayer for relief, whether it's $1 or $100 million, means absolutely nothing. But let's move on to the rest of this lawsuit and start with jurisdiction, because Neiman has to show why federal courts in St. Louis even have jurisdiction to decide this matter. And the fact that Neiman filed suit in Missouri raises all kinds of questions. To hear a case, a court has to have both personal jurisdiction and subject matter jurisdiction. Now, subject matter jurisdiction is a requirement that a court has the power to hear a specific kind of claim. And for the moment, it seems that the courts having federal jurisdiction might make sense because the complaint...
True. Oh, true. Okay. Do I care about the rest of this?
Why is your face glowing? Because I just emptied 7 nuts into your mom's puss. Yes, I feel glowing. Can somebody try to find me this song on YouTube so that I don't have to fucking have this weird like file on my desktop? Okay, there's this fucking guy called... Okay, this is his name. I don't know if he has an album or what. The picture says My Life. Or something, but this isn't the song. This is the song. Wait, is it the song? Hold on. No, cringe. Somebody find me the YouTube link to this song. Let me get a Red Bull, hold on. Okay, did we find it? $476 views. Good job, guys. Look at you. Oh! Oh no, Roger Waters, don't do it. Oh no.
That we have engaged in giving funding, and there are military ventures afoot, and like, you know, what do you think should be done at this point with respect to aid for Ukraine?
Aid?
Yeah.
For Ukraine?
Yeah.
Well,
military, humanitarian, all of it.
Well, obviously, you should never have made any military contributions to Ukraine at the start. You should have got into the negotiation probably in 2007 and figured it out then, 7 years before the illegal coup that deposed the democratically elected government of Ukraine. And as we know, funded by the United States, organized by the CIA. Victoria Nuland was there.
The Nuland phone call. What a great phone call. I'd prefer if there was one leader to another. Oh, by prefer, you mean orchestrated with the CIA to have a new leader installed?
Her conversations are well known because they were taped and leaked with Jeffrey Pyatt. Pyatt was his name, the American ambassador. And where, interestingly enough, in one of those conversations, he asks about, but what about the EU? And she says, fuck the EU. Yeah. And it's on tape.
It's on tape. Imagine 2 ambassadors literally talking about their Jason Bourne plot to overthrow Ukraine. How stupid to be talking about that. It's almost hard to even believe that somebody could be that dumb, huh?
dummy.
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, you know, the EU.
So it should have been dealt with then. But American foreign policy is we are.
LSD, you claim LSD is hard drug. Roger Waters has proved that psychosis is a long-term side. This is psychosis. This is just standard lefty talking points. That's all of this is. It's like
going to rule the world. We are ruling the world, and we're going to go on ruling the world. We are happy with this unipolar state. We're the only country that has any real power in the world is the United States of America, and we're going to keep it like that. And that is what that's what the expansion of NATO right up to the Russian border was about. Well, guess what, Biden and the rest of you, in the hierarchy of politics in the United States, you're living in the past. The unipolar thing ain't gonna fly. And if you've been reading any of the news from anywhere around the world, you will know that the rest of the world, the other 3/4 of the population of the world, does not agree with you about Ukraine. It's only you and Western Europe.
Good job, Bernie. Okay, this guy says he campaigned for 18 days. All I needed him to do was send me the email in my email, and then I added it instantly. It's that easy. Does it work for GG emotes? It should. I don't know how to add any. When are you doing fentanyl? Oof, spooky drug. Listen, drugs that kill young people, those are the real hard drugs. When you hear about people like under 25 dying from certain drugs, that's some real shit. That's some real shit, okay? Trump announcement at 9 p.m. Yeah, running for president.
What would happen if a star exploded near the Earth? Well, the nearest star to Earth, of course, is the Sun, and it is not going to explode. But if it had 8 times the mass, then it would go supernova at the end of its life. So what would that look like? Well, as noted by XKCD, if you held up a hydrogen bomb right to your eyeball and detonated it...
This is what it's like when I come in your mom's face.
That explosion would still be 1 billion times less bright than watching the sun go supernova from Earth. That's how insanely powerful supernova explosions use the velocity of...
Why am I watching this? People don't want to see this. They want to see me get started on that tier 2 space science. That's what they really want to see. I just need a game where we just like play and focus on Factorial. That's what we really need. We need a day of that, guys. One day. One day. What are you doing? Milkers.
Milker. Where are you? Yeah, I can. What the hell? Doesn't need it.
Should we listen
Fight
to
me,
this?
bro.
Oh my god, I thought my game wiped and I just started in a new world. I almost... lost it.
This video is sponsored by Speakly. If you want to start...
We're gonna do boring politics day today, just for a little bit, okay? A couple hours. Kiev got bombed the shit out of today. I thought the Anna girl was saying it was yesterday. How many fucking Annas are there? Jesus. Anna said if they took Kherson, however the fuck they say it, apparently they started shooting missiles at everything because I got fucking hella mad. Why'd you say yesterday San should have made that stream addressing the allegations? Because I don't know if they would have blown up otherwise if we didn't stream about it, but maybe it's fine, who knows.
Study history. It is a good idea to learn a foreign language.
People are mad in Lex's tweet about his recent interview. Chamath. Wait, what's wrong with this guy?
Hey, buddy, Ike, if you said you were going to play Warzone 2 when it comes out, but it's like 100. 15 GB, so just want to give you a heads up on the download.
Bro, I've got fiber.
Wins.
Download this shit in like 8 seconds, okay? Kraut is unreliable. He just repeats what others say. What? U.S. has intelligence that suggests Russia delayed formally announcing its withdrawal from Kherson in part to avoid giving the Biden administration a political win ahead of the midterms elections. Oh, Biden made a hint about that. That's kind of funny. Chamath is a big proponent of GME. Oh, no.
In terms of your mistakes, society tells you don't make them because we will judge you and we will look down on you. And I think the really successful people realize that actually no, it's the cycle time of mistakes that gets you to success. Because your error rate will diminish the more mistakes that you make, you observe them, you figure.
Dude, I get put on after these like fucking huge people, and now I look like a loser. Ben Shapiro, 2.7 million views. Destiny, 863K. Buck. Wait, did he pull down the Yay one? Am I crazy? Oh no. 4 million. 4 million, dude. I'm a WH Omega lol. Fuck. I'm a quarter of Yay. True. I'm 1/4 as popular as Kanye West. For the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. Why do I have so many chats open? Critique of the crowd Putin video. It's not completely wrong, but overestimates aliens' influence on Putin quite a bit.
You're very welcome to this conversation about the...
Okay, cool. Wow. Thanks. Already posting critiques of a video we haven't even watched yet. Okay. The Ukrainian girl's short name is not Anna, it's Nastya. Dumb fuck.
Love you and hope you have a great stream.
Me too. What is this? God, I need my Twitter account back. Please, Twitter. Okay. fuck it. Let's do. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of politics. The XQC car saga continues. Tom Hanks rages at paparazzi. Wait, isn't this fucking old as fuck? 4 months ago.
What are you doing? Back the fuck off! What are y'all doing? What do you want? People are crazy, bro. Knock it over my wife. Yeah, they're bugging. Sorry, Tom, about that. They're bugging out. Come on, man. Sorry about that, Tom. Tom, sorry about that, Tom. What are they doing? What are they doing out here?
This is like 4 years old? Yeah, I feel like I saw this a long time ago.
Whoa. Stop it. What are you doing? Back the
Okay, I don't understand what this was about. Reacts to his car getting juiced. I watched this and he just like, what actually happened? Oh, I understand now. Okay. This is an XQC's car. Did she get flowers for someone, I guess? Isn't it kind of weird that, like... Why is she doing this? Oh, she's like a crazy person. Oh no. Jesus. Goofy clip.
Oh, my 3090 Ti is turning on. Sorry. You still hear me? Oh, my 3090 Ti is turning on. Sorry. You still hear me?
Nah.
I mean, dude, I froze my credit cards. I did. I don't know what to do. I mean, am I a bad person? Dude, it's nothing to do.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I think of marriage is a certain thing, which is the context for procreation, for the building of the nuclear family.
What about people that get married that don't have kids? Are you opposed to that? What if they get married, they decide, you know what, we don't need kids, I'm going to get fixed. You get your tubes tied, let's travel the world.
Well, what do you mean am I opposed to it? I mean, I think that every married couple should be open to life.
But what if they don't want to? Are you opposed to them being married? If marriage is only for procreation and to bond a family together, what about people that are deeply in love that never want to have children?
I don't think it's not only procreation, but that is one of the fundamental definitional aspects of it. Of course, there's more to marriage just than that.
And what about people that are infertile? They fall in love and they realize that they can have babies. And they don't really necessarily want to adopt. Is that okay for them to be married? Because then by definition, marriage falls into...
Wait, real quick. Does anybody have a 4-reactor nuclear plant? I can't just make 2 of them, right? I want like a special...
Donating to a rich streamer so I can stumble over my words during call-ins. Let's go.
Based. I want a special 4-reactor one because I need all 4 reactors to be together, right? Can I get a 4 nuclear reactor set up? Thank you.
And do a completely different thing because then it's a bond of love. It's a union of love.
Sure. I mean...
sure. Okay.
That doesn't change the nature of marriage, though. It's a little bit like I say that... what's the definition of a woman? Well, a woman is someone who by her nature can conceive children in her womb and bear children. And then the response is always, well, what about women who are infertile? Does that destroy your definition of woman? And it doesn't, because it's still a woman's nature to bear children. Not every woman will, and there will be disease and infertility and old age and all these things that will preclude that. But it's still of her nature to do so. And I would say the same thing for marriage. I mean, it is natural in a marriage for procreation to occur. It's not always going to happen in reality, though. But that's still,
why is it red track?
It's still one of the natural functions of marriage. And married couples who can't conceive children, there are other ways to be parents, like adoption, for example.
If they want to. Right, but if people want to be married and don't want to ever have children, are you opposed to them being married?
Well, I wouldn't advocate a law that would prevent it.
But would it change the definition of what their marriage is to you because they don't want to have a family? They just want to have a loving bond?
I think this would be a couple that is rejecting
you nuclear my reactor
at
family with a name, wink, wink,
marriage, and they should be open to life. I would hope that in the future they would be, but
isn't that just a personal choice? I mean, you can have a very fulfilling life if you just follow your pursuits and your dreams and your interests, and you find someone that shares those interests with you, and you share time together.
Not for this guy.
Fulfilling and loving.
Yeah, it's a personal choice, and that I'm not advocating for like a law that says that you if you're married you have to have X number of kids.
But then why are you opposed to two gay people doing that?
Ooh.
Well, because again, it's
not in their nature.
It's about choice. It's about what this institution, marriage is an institution, and what is it, and what purpose does it serve? And I do not agree with tearing down or changing this definition, especially because the people who have changed the definition haven't come up with a new one. So they say, well, that's not what marriage is. So for thousands of years, we said marriage is the procreative union. And then we had the other side that came along and said, well, it's not that. Okay, well then, like, what is it exactly?
I mean, Rogan just gave you a decent definition.
It's people who love each other. Two people love each other. Well, but then, why two people? Why do they have to love each other? All these kinds of questions. You get into, what if they're in the same family? What if brothers and sisters want to marry? And I know every time that comes up, the advocates for gay marriage will say, well, that's a slippery slope argument. That's a fallacious. But it's actually not. It's like we're trying to get to what do you even think this institution is now, since you've rejected out what we were saying it was. And I've never found a compelling definition. And any definition offered, it's like, well, what's even the point then? Why do we even need this now?
I just don't see how a gay marriage in any way damages a straight marriage. I don't see it at all. It doesn't make any sense to me. It just seems to me that people want to be. Look, if you wanted to.
Lex clipped a segment from your interview on Joe Rogan is doing Iron Man number. Yeah, apparently a lot of people were mad in the comments about this. Apparently Lex has a lot of Joe Rogan fans.
I think they were a good conversation.
Jesus. They were super mad.
Look at logic, especially in our modern society, which is pretty fucked when it comes to relationships. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 50% of all marriages end in divorce anyway. They don't make it. I don't know if anything would damage marriage and damage the institution
more
of
than marriage,
the option of divorce. I don't think gay people and gay people getting married in any way, shape, or form changes a bond that you have with your wife. It's just called marriage. It's a human invented thing. If we decide that gay people can get married too, I just don't see how it damages anything. I don't think it tears down the definition of marriage in any way. It just opens up the possibility that people who are gay won't be discriminated against.
Yeah, I don't think that a gay couple existing directly impacts. There's a gay couple and wherever, and I'm with my wife in our house. Like obviously, there's not. But I'm not talking about on the individual level. I'm talking about on the societal level.
Right.
I would agree that divorce, especially this no-fault divorce, rampant divorce. I don't think it's as high as 50%. I know that's often quoted. I'm not sure where that comes from, but It is high. It's too high. And
Chris Rock has a great joke about that. He said those are just the people with the courage to get out. It's like, how many cowards stay?
But it's also true that the advocates for what we call now traditional marriage, which I just call marriage, but the advocates for traditional marriage put themselves at a disadvantage by especially in the churches, like allowing this rampant divorce to occur. And then you've already sort of given up on some marriage is supposed to be monogamous and permanent, as well as procreative. Well, you've given up monogamy and permanence, and so now it's not. That's two of the three legs gone, and so now this assault was waged on the procreative part of it, and it was difficult to withstand it because the institution had already been weakened. So I agree with you there, but my answer to that is to try to reinforce what marriage is, not to just give up on it entirely. And I still think you're left with this question of, like, if marriage is not what I'm saying it is,
what is it?
And why do we even need it? What's the point? I mean, you're saying it's a man-made institution.
Yes.
But you're also like, the way
Yes.
you're presenting it. It's also a totally meaningless institution.
No.
They don't need it at all.
No, it's not meaningless. Because it means something to the people that get married.
So it's just a subjective, symbolic thing. I mean, what?
Yeah.
So if
it's kind of what it is. Look, there's a massive responsibility when you're married and when you have children to keep your family together and keep everybody happy and healthy. And there's great reward to that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work out.
Yeah.
It's people change. People are fucked up. It doesn't always work. And so I don't think it should be outlawed because 50% of the people fall apart. Just like I don't think it has any effect whatsoever on a straight couple if a gay couple decides that they want to make it official. And that's what it is to them. It gives them a feeling that they're accepted and appreciated and that they're not discriminated against because they happen to be homosexual.
So, well, what you're articulating to me is the damage that's done by gay marriage to the institution of marriage.
But how is it done? How is that in any way damaged straight people?
Because we are making the institution meaningless.
But it's not meaningless.
Well, but
it's very meaningful to the people that have it.
Subjective, symbolic, and it's about your own personal feelings.
Isn't it, though?
Well, no, I would say that it's not.
Well, if it's not subjective and it's not symbolic,
it codifies and protects and gives a name to
what the fuck
a thing that actually exists, which are man, woman couples creating people,
oh, that's
creating babies.
But not always.
Right, but that's still the nature of the union. So,
but what are the percentage of people today that are married that don't have children? I bet it's pretty high amongst heterosexuals.
Probably.
And
is there something wrong with that?
Yes,
I think there is something wrong with that. I think there is something wrong with getting married and saying, oh, we're not gonna have any kids at all.
But why is there something wrong with that if someone's personal choice? Well, why is it wrong that two people are like, I am deeply committed to work and I don't want to.
Why doesn't Matt? I feel like I spend so much time in conservative circles now. I feel like I know all of these answers better than they do. I don't know why Matt can't just answer the fucking question. The question from a religious point of view is that the entire suprastructure of the world rests foundationally on the relationship between a father and mother, right? That the family is the building block of society. If you said that a family, a strong man who is a father and a strong woman who is a mother, create one of the fundamental building blocks that build into your communities, that build into your local political scenes, that build into your state and then federal governments. That's why marriage is important. If from the conservative point of view, when that institution dissolves, when the nuclear family breaks down, then your governments, your communities, all of that, the world will break down as well. I don't know why he won't just say that. That's the answer. I don't understand how it's so hard for him to just say that. I feel like every single time I've seen this Matt guy talk anywhere, he's a clueless, bumbling dipshit. He's so dumb. I don't know, but he has glasses and a beard, and people think he's really smart. It drives me fucking crazy. Oh my God.
Sacrifice any of my career, and I don't want to ruin a kid because I'm constantly at the office, but that's where I get deep satisfaction, and that's what I'm focused on. And the woman says, that's great because I don't want children either. I really am attached to my interests and my career and what I like to do. That's not damaging your relationship with your wife and your family. I certainly don't think of it as a threat to my marriage or my family.
He's the Vosh of the right.
Yeah, it is a personal choice.
Right, but shouldn't people be allowed to make those?
It's not a personal choice. That's the thing. One thing that these conservatives need to contend with that they haven't fully understood yet is you guys are not liberals like in the classical sense where you believe like in liberalism and freedom of individuality and all that shit. Like a lot of the more conservative people have moved away from those ideas. You guys are very much like in these collectives now. So when somebody says, well, isn't it my freedom of choice to do something? I think the problem is you've got like a lot of those older conservative talking points in your head where you're like, oh, like, yeah, I guess I do like freedom and you should have the freedom to choose. But you have to eject that. You don't care about freedom. What you care about is, well, actually, no. It's not that you have the freedom to do whatever you want. That's where trans people come from. That's where immorality comes from. It's that you have an obligation to enact a family structure that's given to us by God and then put on place to ensure like the fine functioning of human civilization and society. If everybody just went off and fucked off and did whatever they want, then we would all like die, right? We have some obligation to ourselves and to society to have healthy families and blah, blah, blah. Like that's the answer. But I don't know if they're like stuck in some world where they think they still believe like in freedom and liberalism and all that shit or what, and they're like having a hard time reconciling that or what, but just like embrace it, bro. Like dump the liberalism. You obviously don't give a fuck about it. That's fine. Dump the liberalism and embrace like the traditional like Christian whatever bullshit, collectivist bullshit you're on. Like just do that. You need the what are they called? Third positionists? Like Jesus.
Personal choices. Like isn't that a fundamental aspect of what it means to be American, to have that freedom?
It is. Joe Rogan is right.
Yeah, but right now we're not talking about what people are allowed to do. I'm not saying
we're talking about marriage, gay marriage.
Okay, we were just discussing straight couples who choose not to have kids.
That's also a personal freedom issue, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that straight couples should be legally required to have kids, but I if you're asking me, do I think it's the right choice to just get married and choose not to have kids ever? I do not think that that's the right choice. It's their choice, but people can make choices that are wrong.
God, and it's so boring too. He's doing the Hassan thing where you're like, do you think this is moral or immoral? And he's like, well, I personally would. No one's asking you. No one's asking what you personally. No one cares what you personally would do. No one cares. Why are you answering like that?
Conservative Protestants hold marriage with unspoken standards, ironically opposed to the idea of freedom of choice and separation of church and state.
And you can disagree.
How is it wrong if they have a fulfilling and wonderful life together with that choice? If their thing is that they just want to have a bond between the two of them to just like take it to the next level, let everybody know like we are married. If I die, my money's going to go to Helen. And if Helen dies, I'm going to mourn her because she was my wife and now I'll be a widower. Like to some people that distinction gives them peace and security and makes them feel better about the relationship, that they're both so committed that they've legally signed documents that say that they're bound by law and under the eyes of God or whatever you believe in.
Yeah. They're able to make that choice, but I think you're still rejecting one of the purposes of marriage. And in the scenario that you just outlined, you're also deciding to live a really self-centered life.
There, he's getting closer. Yeah, that's closer. Self-centered. You're not doing what's best for society. Okay, hold on. He might stumble his way into the right fucking answer.
Your work is very charitable. What if it benefits humanity in a deep way? What if you spend a lot of time doing, healthcare work and, social work, and you're deeply committed to your community? It's not selfish at all. You're just dedicating your time to something other than raising new human
imagine
beings.
getting destroyed by Joe Rogan on this. No offense to Joe Rogan, but
around you.
That's a hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical, but so is yours, right?
Yeah, but I think most of the people that choose like we're not going to have kids, and the rate of those rates are declining, and the age when people first have kids is also going up, and all of that.
Yeah.
And most of the people that are making these choices, I don't think it's because they're involved in charity work. I do think that it is more the scenario you outlined in the first time around, which is just like, well, this is what I'm doing. I have my job. I don't want to give it up.
Yeah. But don't you think that people should have the freedom to live their life in that way? I think human beings vary widely, in a huge way. And I think there's some human beings that find a very fulfilling life just reading books and traveling and experiencing different things and seeing art and doing whatever the fuck they want to do. And they don't necessarily have to have kids to live a fulfilling life that way. And if they choose to do that with someone who they have a loving bond with and who they get married to, I don't think it's a bad thing that they don't want to have kids.
Well, I guess we have to, maybe we're running into a question of you know, now
fundamental
you get to the real
values.
I
fundamental
think
questions.
it's a fundamental freedom thing.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing, I guess, on the freedom aspect of it, because again, I'm not saying that you should be required to have kids.
But you're imposing your sensibilities and what you think is important in life to other people. But everybody has a different idea of what's important in life without hurting anyone. The thing is, like, what I'm saying is these people that are married, that don't have children, they're not harming anyone. They're not harming these unborn children that they never have. They're not harming anyone. And it doesn't affect your relationship with your family and your marriage at all.
Yeah, but I'm not imposing myself on them or harming them by answering a question about how I feel about their choices.
Right, but nor are gay people doing that to you.
I think the harm comes from on a societal level.
There we go, getting closer.
Start breaking down.
There we go. How long did it take him to get here? Holy shit. 14 fucking minutes to finally stumble into the fucking answer. Jesus Christ.
Basic central institutions like the institution of the family and of marriage. That's where the harm comes from. And the more that people believe, the more that we build a society where it's believed that marriage is objectively meaningless, right? It's entirely subjective. It's just about making you feel better. The more that we build a society like that, I think that's where the harm comes in. The worse it is, and people are going to reject marriage, and that means more. Fewer kids are being born. Also, more kids are being born in a context where they don't have that stable family structure. So the harm definitely comes. It may not be this immediate, connect the dots thing, but and we can already see that.
Cringe, bro. Bro, you just posted cringe on the Joe Rogan podcast. Boom. I wonder what Joe's audience thinks about this. They can't be religious. There's no shot. Oh, they're just saying both people had great discussions. Jesus. What the fuck is this? Oh shit, hold on one second. Yeah, I see. Poland got hit with some missiles. Rip. Okay. Are we gonna listen to this video now? Dimitri, you're in. Quick, what do you got?
quick. Are you kidding me? You're going to watch the Kraut's video on Russia?
Maybe. What, are you Russian? What is that name? Ukraine?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, what do you got?
Couple of well, Adam, do you want to go into all the Russian memes or more light topics?
Well, it's your viewer, Colin. You're the one here, so you tell me what you want to discuss.
So I want to restore the image of struggling people in Russia who are trying to fight.
Tiny, have you played the Minecraft mod create? You can build
you're trying to.
Good with you?
Okay, I have not built that. I haven't played that mod, but I played another one. Okay, sorry. Say that last part again.
Right.
You want to restore the image of
Russian people who are struggling under the Putin's regime and trying to fight it.
Okay, go for it. What about it?
The reason is, specifically with Anastasia's talks that you had, it was probably more about the first two talks, where she would give comments about the most of Russian people and basically condense all the hatred and vitriol online that Russians obviously post in public, like Telegram channels and so on, and basically just ascribe it to the rest of Russian population. Which is kind of fair in terms of the numbers. So, like, yeah, the most of the people are probably supportive in some sense, but it's not like 90%. There is the Levada Center that was doing the survey for how do people feel about the war in Ukraine, and the results were like 25% were against ever since the invasion. Right now it's around 30%. But it's also considering that, the free speech is suppressed and so on, so people would not be like going hard against Putin and whatever his decisions are.
Okay. Are you just trying to say that not all Russians support?
Well, not all. It's a very big chunk, like 30% of population that are vocal to the surveyors that they do not support the invasion of Ukraine.
Okay.
I'd say it's a pretty big chunk, especially considering that.
Wait, so what was the takeaway from that? 30% don't support it?
Correct. Do you want a link?
Well, I mean, I believe you, I guess. You wouldn't lie to me, right?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't, but apart from that, there was like this exodus from Russia of mostly like young people, estimated around like 1 million to 2 million people ever since the start of the invasion. That kind of bumped around the mobilization efforts. That also kind of showcases the internal resistance, I would say, that Russian people feel from it. There's the obviously persecution of like political activists and so on. So it's just overall, it's a pretty shitty place to be naturally.
Yeah.
And I would say nobody really speaks about that because, understandably so, Russia is committing far more bigger atrocities than whatever Russian people face. Yeah. Is there anything around that you want to talk about, or not really, because you're just not?
No, I mean, like, I understand the frustration. I mean, I've seen like both sides of this. I could be wrong, but like I think for a while Facebook said it was okay to like make death threats to Russians. I don't know if I'm making that up, but there's like some crazy shit that's happened on social media in response to the war. And I understand it's probably frustrating when there probably are like a decent number of Russians that don't necessarily support the war. So yeah, I can, I mean, I can definitely see I can empathize with the frustration of that, yeah.
All right.
Am I making that up? Does anybody remember that? Was it Russians or was it another group of people where Facebook's like, we're not going to ban people for making like death threats or comments towards Russia?
Specifically that. They said that they would not be blocking the accounts of Ukrainian refugees who fled to Ukraine to European countries and are posting death threats to the oppressors. So kind of true, but
okay. Yeah. Maybe a little more nuanced, but okay, gotcha.
The other notion is that is also kind of all over the place, at least on the internet, that I see, is that Russia is just fundamentally like a dictatorship. It's something to do with the culture of being Russian or whatever. That is also kind of false, because I don't know if it's about the shared responsibility or shared. I guess that would be my question to you. Like, what is your stance on when there is these guilt by association or just shared guilt because of whatever the atrocities that Putin commits in Ukraine. What are the responsibilities of or the blame that is shared by just general Russian citizens?
Yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that question. I've thought about it. There's like an interesting meme where it's like technically like people that are part of a democratic society are more responsible for the atrocities of their governments than like people that are part of like autocratic or authoritarian ones because they're kind of voting for it. I don't know what the obligation is of an ordinary Russian citizen to stand against Putin when your elections are questionable. Yeah,
there are no real elections. But even if there were true elections, Putin would probably still be.
Well, if he would win a true election, then I think that people have quite a bit more responsibility, right? Because now you're choosing that leader.
Right.
Yeah. So.
But in general, would you say that it's okay for people to shit talk every Russian citizen? That basically the people who are leaving Russia right now are in this weird zone where they're not welcomed back, because if you read what Putin and his stooges write, they're basically calling everyone traitors of the nation and we don't want them back and so on. Likewise, they're creating pretty big problems in the countries that they flee to, like Georgia, like the rents are going all like through the roof. Same was in Kazakhstan and other countries that Russians fled to. And at the same time, even online, they're called these traitors, the terrorists, fascists, and so on. How would you solve this conundrum? Like, what would your take be? Like, do you just?
I mean, you probably need to see some number of like protests and demonstrations from Russians, but I mean, obviously, there's a risk of that. But
people did, and you know, the best reaction that I saw, like the most positive reaction in Ukrainian like subreddits and some groups was like, where is your Maidan? Like, where is your big protest? And reality is that like it was pretty much destroyed. Like all of the potential for a big wide protest was destroyed around like 2010, 2012, where they started to crack down on any public gatherings. I don't want to be super wrong on the date, but somewhere between 2014 and 2017, they even passed the law of like, you cannot gather more than 5 people at the same spot or something like that. Like that would be considered at that point the unsanctioned meeting, which is pretty fucky. And I think it's also similar in Belarus where they had like 3 people or something like that. So it's unrealistic, in my opinion, to have this bar so high, ignoring fully the not just ramifications for regular Russians.
Well, I don't think it's a matter that the bar is necessarily high. It's that like Putin seems to actually unironically enjoy like somewhat popular support among Russian citizens. I think that's what people are kind of irked about. Because it's not like Putin is this wildly unpopular leader that's like, fuck, he's just got such an iron grip on the nation and, you know, fuck. But I think he's like reasonably popular among the population, right?
When you say reasonable, what do you mean? Like, would he win popular election? Yes,
like,
but
yeah,
not
like
80% landslide.
No, not 80%, but it'd probably like 60, 65. Like, it seems like he's pretty popular, especially when he's doing like, military actions. Yeah, that's a pretty big, but that's a big margin. 60, 65% of people supporting him is a pretty big.
But what would you recommend to the rest of the like 35% of the electors?
30. I mean, I don't know. All you can do is protest, or you can say it's hard and you don't protest, and then like Russia just like kills other people in other countries. I mean, it's a shitty thing. There's not going to be an easy answer to like resisting a country that is like launching illegal wars against other countries, right? There's not going to be an easy answer there, I don't think.
All right.
But
on a similar note, the representation is also not there even within Russia. So like, yeah, like it's between a rock and a hard place, I guess, where you cannot really change the president or even affect anything that goes on in your like Senate, because nobody will ever let you through. Like the crackdown on the opposition has been there ever since like 2000s or early 2000s, and Russia never really got to develop some liberal / democratic elected officials. That power was always taken from them.
Yeah. I can't. I don't know. I don't know the answer is to solve your political system. I don't have that information. I'm not going to come up with it. Yeah, so, sorry. It's a rough situation to be in. Yeah, it's like when people. It's like when ISIS is rolling through villages in Iraq and people are joining ISIS, and then ISIS gets kicked out, and then Kurdish people are rolling through villages in Iraq, killing everybody in ISIS. I was like, well, fuck. If we didn't join it before, they were going to kill our families. So what are we supposed to do? Like it's a rough one. I don't think there is an easy answer there, right? Like the answer might just be that people have a moral obligation to go out in the streets and protest, and some might just get killed, and that's all you can do. Like yeah, in Iran, there's what, like, wasn't it like, was it 15,000 or was it 1,500 people that are like being sentenced to execution right now for protesting? So I don't know I mean, that might be the answer, but it's a rough one, obviously. 15,000 protesters.
Yeah. Another couple points, like I don't want to go into the Krauts video that you didn't yet watch. There is a big problem with like echo chambers with Putin, where he surrounded himself with these people back in like late 90s, and those people were there ever since. Putin is notorious for not really trusting any tech, so he doesn't really go online, if at all. So he mostly reads like the reports from his inner circle, from like polittechnologists or like I don't know.
Vosh's subreddit, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And the narrative that they create is pretty much what he just takes at face value and never really critically considers it. I guess it's the same problems that were also like in the Lex Fridman CA interview. Like, do you have a person who would push back on your crazy ideas? And Putin's answer will always be, what crazy ideas? Like, I'm always right.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Which is also kind of destroying not only Russia now, but also the neighboring countries. I guess while it was destroying Russia, it was all like fair game. But yeah, now it's not fun at all to be Russian.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Sorry.
Thank you. There were also some things in Kraut's video, and the critique of Kraut's video. If you'll ever get to them, they bring up topics.
Well, hold on, wait. I haven't even watched it yet. I can't. You can't give me critiques and shit. I haven't even watched it.
I don't want to give you a critique. I just wanted like a small caveat that they refer to in both videos, like what Putin reads. Like nobody knows what he reads. The best things that there are like his quotes, but the quotes are fed to him in the same reports. So yeah, it's just a never-ending cycle of like made up narratives.
Okay.
The one last thing about the treating of local populations, the ethnic populations in Russia. It is very strange, given the constitution and given the edits to the constitution that Putin made, that Russia is protecting all of the local ethnic minorities. They do invest in preserving the like ethnic languages and so on. But for some weird reason, now they decided that Ukraine is not one of them. And that Ukraine is actually Russian people who are misguided.
Wait. Is that true? I thought that Russia had a pretty bad track record for...
The track record is bad, but the constitution is good. In constitution, I can find you the link later. And
oh yeah, this is what Scalia called the parchment guarantee. Who cares about the constitution? What matters is what actually happens, right?
Well, I mean, the languages are supported. Nobody is stopping from like the Far Eastern regions from teaching their own languages in the schools. So like those things do happen. The track record is bad, not because of the them trying to erase the like. This was a Soviet meme where they wanted to erase the ethnic cultures and try to create this more ideology-driven Soviet culture. But they weren't even very successful at that. The only people who got fucked the most were the like Slavic people, so Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, where they actually had a lot of brainwashing and they did lose a lot of their cultural identity, and that got replaced with the Soviet identity. But for other regions like the Georgia, Armenia, and like the Eastern regions, that wasn't really the case. The best they did was they wrapped the existing culture and the existing power distribution into the Soviet bureaucracy of It will just change the name, so you will not be like the head of the village. Now you'll be a commissioner of the Communist Party or something like that. So they did that in the Soviet times, but not in Russia. In Russia, they didn't care anymore. There is no Soviet ideology. Like Putin himself hates a lot of Soviet stuff, despite what he is trying to rebuild. Like, he's trying to rebuild the empire, appealing to a non-existent Russian culture, like this made-up Russian world that he has, this made-up concept of Russian culture that really just isn't there. I guess it stems from back when USSR collapsed. All of those regions like Ukraine, Belarus, and all of the other satellites, they always had their local administration. So Ukraine would have their own government body that would deal with things specific to Ukraine. Russia never had that. The only thing Russia had, even though it was just a part of the great USSR.
When you say they had their own bodies, weren't these bodies like highly compromised?
When you say compromised, what do you mean?
As in, like, I would have to go back and read, but I thought, like, for instance, so, like, I might be making all this up. It's been a long time, and I don't know if I can trust you because you're a fucking Russian. But, like, one of the reasons why the Baltics fucking hated the Soviet Union is because, like, a lot of the people in their government were basically ousted, and then a bunch of people that were, like, loyalists to the Soviet Union came in. So they had their own independent governments, but, like, not really. Like, they were basically puppets that were installed by, like, Russia proper in order to maintain like that particular region, whatever state that was part of the Soviet Union. So yeah, they had their own independent governments, but not really. That's my understanding of it. Am I wrong on that? I thought that was one of the reasons why, like, some of these, like the Baltics, for instance, like fucking hated the Soviet Union so much, and that as soon as they could declare independence, they pieced out immediately.
Well, Baltics are a special case just because they were not really ever part of the initial USSR. They were pretty much land grabs pretty late in the game. So Baltics always had their own identity. They had the sense of who is like a Estonian or who is a Latvian. They had those things, but at the same time, like Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia would already not have that at all.
Well, what do you mean? Like, even Ukraine has had a history that was independent from even the initial Russian Empire, no?
But when were the Baltics added? It was post World War II.
Sure, but that was part of the Soviet Union. Wait, how old is
but Ukraine
how old
was
is this?
brainwashed ever since like 1920s. Like in Ukraine, this transformation to the Soviet man was already way underway. Like there was no concept of, well, I mean, probably there was still like some minorities, ethnical minorities of Ukrainian
well, I don't
people.
understand what the point you're making is. I'm just saying that like these places all have like their own distinct like histories and cultures, right? Like
mostly.
Yeah, like
except for the Slavic area, yes. Like all of the states preserved, like Baltics, the Caucasus stuff, like all of the southern Russia, eastern regions, they all preserve their cultural identity, and nobody messed with that really. Yeah, that is true. And they did have local governments that reported back to the Kremlin, but they were not really that. They were not party loyalists. They were just reporting back whatever they needed to report back. So when USSR collapsed, all of those bodies of like local government, there was a major shakeup. There is no question about that. And obviously Russia played a big role in trying to preserve their influence over those regions. Like, I'm not denying that, but they did have them. They did have their own, well, I would even call that elected leaders. Like, there is a meme about how the elections were held in the USSR because you would have a ballot with a single name there, a person who would be pretty much appointed but approved by the people. But the mechanisms were there and the bodies were there. So whenever USSR collapsed, they, like all of those satellite countries, they had the means to get back on track with whatever government they wanted to set up. The corruption was there, and yeah, like people were very dependent on Moscow for the time being, but they had this chance to restore themselves. For Russia, USSR collapse was a major land loss and a failure on all the fronts. So when all the satellites got their independence that they wanted, Russia didn't get shit. And Russian culture was destroyed by the Soviet times. So even the people, like, you know, the Maslow's chain of needs. Yeah, like people dropped on the fundamental level. Like, we just need to provide for our families. Whoever wants to take the power, they can do that. And there was no real pushback, no mechanisms to try and restore the local governments or anything. It was a giant landmass of like 20-something% of habitable Earth, and not one person was really working and trying to create some democracy or anything like that.
Okay.
So
I can't. Okay.
So the
reason I can't speak to any of that. I have no idea, like, if any of this is true or not.
Fuck.
So I don't know if you're just like fucking. You could be doing some hardcore fucking Stalinist apologia right now. I have no idea.
What apologia? No, like all of the leaders that Russia had, except for first term of Yeltsin, were batshit insane. Well, maybe Khrushchev was fine, but like all of them had huge problems with just killing other people. I don't know why. They just love doing that.
I guess my understanding, just the way that you present this, and like I understand that like we all have our slants. Like not that was just like you. The saying like maybe I have like a Western slant, but like my understanding is that like Russia throughout all of its history, even before the Soviet Union, has always tried to exert a lot of influence on surrounding countries to try to make them kind of like part of Russia.
Sure.
That
yeah,
like
definitely.
That I think it's called Russification or whatever. Is the term given to it. And so like when you say like they have like their own governments and stuff, like I don't know how much autonomy or independence those governments actually had.
Not much, but the institutions were there for people to restore them to whatever intents they wanted.
Okay, what did somebody in chat said that in Poland they had to actually have like a revolution in order to get rid of that Russian institution there. Is that true? Do you know?
Of course.
Well, then it seems like, well, how can you say that?
But people had that opportunity given to them.
Well,
I'm
hold
not
on.
saying
Wait. You don't have an opportunity given to you. You have to revolt. That's like the opposite of an opportunity.
No. What I'm trying to say is that there were these institutions that, like your country would already be reporting back to the local government. So like your manufacture, your agriculture, and everything else. They would not be working directly with Moscow. They would be working with the government. So naturally, when USSR collapses, there's going to be a major shakeup, and somebody else would get power. And naturally, in most of the cases, Russia would try to play their own cards and try to set up a puppet leader. Like, I'm not denying that at all. I'm just saying that that was the case for all of the satellites except Russia, because Russia never had anything. So the thing that Russia revolted against was the freaking party that tried to lock up the Gorbachev in his mansion and say that now we command everything and we're the emergency committee or whatever they called themselves. So even Russia had to revolt against that. The problem is that after that, the Russia vested too much power in their president. Well, Yeltsin did it himself. Like, there were 2 Russian coups to try and finally get Russia on any form of democracy track or any form of like real governance, because it was just not there. Commies wanted to keep the power to themselves, so they didn't want to let Yeltsin anywhere near that. So Yeltsin had to, in 1991, there was the first coup where Yeltsin was leading the crowd in sieging the White House in Russia. And the result was that they've arrested all of those emergency committee folks who tried to...
Okay, listen.
Yeah. Too much history. Okay,
well, no, the problem is just that I don't know this part of history, so I have no idea if any of this is right or not. I don't want to just be like, come and tell me about your... It might all be correct. I'm not saying it's not. I just don't... Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know the background here, so...
Okay, then I have one request. If somebody shit-talks Russia, and if Anastasia... she didn't do that the last 2 times she was in, so huge props to her, and I... like adore what how helpful she stays despite everything that is going on in her country. And yeah, like she is like the true hero. Like there is no question about that. Some people in chat were talking like, let him debate her, but that's yeah. If somebody goes into the rant of all the Russians are fascists, can you at least push back on that?
Gotcha. Okay, I'll do my best. Okay, at least 30% or not. Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Jesus. We're gonna do tier 2 today. One me Danny. Hello.
Hello, hello.
What up?
Wait, 1 second, 1 second. No.
Oh, Dylan.
Hey, I'm here to tell you that all Russians are fascist, like all of them.
Joe, oh my god.
Generally, and I hate that you're not standing up for Russophobes everywhere.
Based.
Thank God. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I still wanted to talk to you about the nuke thing, but did you get the news from Poland? Did you see that shit?
Yeah, pretty spooky.
That is pretty spooky, and it kind of aligns with my general idea about this war, which is the biggest threat for the use of these type of like atomic weapons isn't from Russia deliberately doing it, but it's just from their general incompetence, just generally just being incompetent and doing stuff on accident. And
I mean, civilian planes and shit have gotten shot down before, so I mean,
yeah, I think just generally
it is spooky though. Anytime, like, yeah,
100%. Hey, Lycan.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I don't know how to do because this Poland news is so weird. I mean, like, it seems like the looks like Duda, who's like, you know, the leader of Poland, he's calling like a security meeting. I have no clue how they're gonna respond. If 2 people are dead, as the reports are, that like 2 Polish people just got killed by a Russian missile, like this is massive, and there's no precedent for this actually, and I don't know what's gonna happen. And it's, you know, Poland's always like the meme, like, you know, you can mess with anyone, just don't mess with the Polish. They won't hit Article 5 more than anyone. So it's, I really don't, I have no clue what's going to happen because I don't think there's a precedent for what's supposed to happen here. I think it really just depends on like what the Poles are going to do in response to this.
Well, what we don't want is them to escalate in any way or hit
you know that's what they want. You know that's what they want.
It is, but it's really fucking bad if they do. I missed a lot of what the guide that just came on said, but one of the biggest things is that we don't want a damaged Russia with an angry people and with someone like Putin or worse. Like, because one of the hopes is that Putin fucks himself so much he's gone and he's out, and then he's replaced with someone that's a little more Western friendly, and that the Western people don't have this super anti-Russia sentiment, understand that a lot of that shit came from Putin and a lot of the people in the upper echelons of the Russian government, and that we don't escalate tensions and that we work with them when we try to, you know, come in and do the help we should have done earlier in the 90s.
Okay, so I disagree with this framing a little bit, and maybe it's just my Banderite self kicking into action, right? Maybe I like Stefan Bandera too much. But the thing is, I like, you know, when you look at the United States, they're in segregation. Like, somebody as a foreign person could be like, oh, well, you know, I think the majority of Americans, you know, they don't like segregation. They don't like racism. They don't like these things. And it's actually the government that's doing it, right? And you could say that, and it's like a pretty story, but it's also not true. A lot of Americans liked racism. That stuff was like cocaine to them, right? A lot of Americans love segregation. There were protests for segregation. And while I will say I don't think the majority of Russians are like Alexander Dugin, right? Or Igor Girkin and are like these psychopaths. But I do think that there is a pro-war base in Russia that has stayed by Putin, a Muscovite middle class that has stayed by the war enough. And I think that's something we need to address because it's something we need to deal with once the war is over.
Yeah, but when we say address, like, address how?
Like, I think, I don't think we need to, like, do, like, denazification in Nazi Germany, but if we don't acknowledge the problem, like, I'm not giving, like, a prescriptive, like, oh, this is how we have to deal with it, but if we're going to deal with it, we have to at least acknowledge it, right? Like, we're going to acknowledge American racism. We can't just ignore it and pretend it's not there. We need to acknowledge it to deal with it. Like, I don't know how to deal with all racism. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, sure, I understand. But I mean, like, it's understandable that Russia, and Russians in particular, probably have a pretty adversarial stance towards the West. Like, there's no love lost there, right? Like, that shouldn't be too surprising to anybody, I would imagine.
Yeah, but I guess for me, when we look at the type of Russian state propaganda that's being pumped out, I think this idea that Ukraine is a satanic nation, it is a fascist nation. We have Dmitry Medvedev saying that Ukrainian identity is a disease of the mind. We have the denial of the Ukrainian state or the right to exist, the denial of the Ukrainian language as a distinct language that is just some dumb break-off that doesn't really deserve to exist. After knowing, like, historically, the Russian Empire has banned the Russian language. We see, like, all this crazy-ass propaganda being pumped out. And, like, an open admission to, like, participation in war crimes and I mean, like, we saw this one video come out from the Wagner Group recently, where a Wagner Group soldier's head was, like, placed on a brick and was smashed in by a hammer by another Wagner Group soldier because he dared to surrender to the Ukrainian army. And then the leader of the Wagner Group bragged about it after being asked about it in a Q&A. He bragged about it 24 hours later when they started getting too much heat. They then just blamed it on the CIA. This is, if you give them the opportunity to endorse war crimes, to endorse these horrific acts, they will 100% do it. And they wouldn't be doing it if there wasn't people in Russia who are receptive to the message. And there are. There absolutely are.
There absolutely are. It's a twofold problem. One, you need a replacement for Putin that's going to be popular enough to help quell those sentiments within that country. And you need a West that's not going to be antagonistic and give a reason for those sentiments to continue to be stoked. Granted, one of our biggest fucking issues is having Russia with this warped sense of what's antagonism when they continue to do things that justify NATO expansion, for instance, right? Like, there's a good reason that a lot of countries want to get involved in that. So it's a quagmire. It's a very difficult situation with issues both outside and internal to Russia. But I'm hugely against, like, capitulating to Russia just because they have nukes. Like, at the end of the day, we've let them get away with that for far too long, and that thought alone drove too many bad policies when it came to, you know, the reform of the Soviet Union and the different, you know, civil rights and human rights violations Russia has committed in the last 30 years.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we don't, like, get this idea that it's just like, if we get rid of Putin and these oligarchs and, like, this sickness that is this, like, hardcore Russian nationalism is just gonna, like, magically go away because it was just the mean leaders leading Russia into this, and there wasn't like a base of support for it. Because
absolutely,
there really absolutely is.
There is, but I feel like Putin, the more authoritarian the regime, the more the leader can dictate the thoughts of the people too. Though, no, like.
Bro, I mean, like, the leaders can manipulate the people into those thoughts, but like his position, like, when he writes these essays, and this is something I get in arguments with people about. A lot of people think, like, oh, Putin's not like an ideological man. He's just an oligarch. He's just like a thug. No, he believes, he has an ideology, and fundamental to the things he believes is that Ukraine isn't really a real state. You know, these are people who have kind of strayed away from Russia. These are Russians. They speak this funny language that isn't really real, and it was one of the mistakes made by the Soviets to create the Ukrainian state, and that the handing over of Crimea was a mistake under Khrushchev. Like, all of these things were mistakes that need to be remedied in some way. And I think he could ignore his historical viewpoint on this as long as the leaders of Ukraine were beneficial to him, as long as they were largely subservient to him. The same way he ignores the fact that he believes Belarus should be Russian territory, but Lukashenko is pro-Russian enough that he was able to ignore it. That's why Lukashenko has done his historical balancing act. And so once this break has been made, like, that violated his ideology and his what he considers his national security interests. And so then he was like, you know, he invaded Crimea, he started supporting rebels in the Donbass to shut down civilian airliners, and eventually we have today's invasion. But that ideology that he was talking about, that he wrote about in his essays, that he made speeches about, that is a real thing amongst not only Russia's elite, but is also a real thing amongst a lot of hardcore nationalist Russians. I mean, there's a reason why they've been able to continue supporting these rebels for years. It's because a lot of hardcore nationalist Russians have picked up arms and went to Ukraine and fought. Whether you talk about
well, this is I agree with you to some extent that all of these are problems, but it seems like the mobilization of Russians was not that popular. So I feel like there's not like this like, you're going to have some percentage of the population that's always going to fervently support whatever your country does. But I don't know if there's like this huge widespread support in Russia.
I don't think there is. But we have to acknowledge that there's enough support that's why the war is going and continue to going on.
To some extent, yeah. If it was a deeply unpopular thing, Putin wouldn't do it, right?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Like
I think it's going to get more and more unpopular as time goes on because they're realizing exactly what the cost is of this struggle to try to, I don't know, unite the Russian peoples or whatever. But I just want to like push back on the idea that like this is like Putin's war, because I think if we define this historically as Putin's war, then we're not going to deal with the problems that led to it.
Sure. What are you guys up to?
Can I talk?
Sure, you're in here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the viewer. You. This is your time to shine. One me, Danny.
Yeah, Medani, but it's cool. Anyways, I've been listening to. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Anyways, sorry about that. Yeah, I've been listening to you since 2017. I've been active on your YouTube. I've been watching a couple things, and I just wanted to say, I'm a black viewer, and ever since the N-word arc, I never really thought that you would be able to bring on so many black people and have black viewers now. Honestly, it's quite admirable how you made that 180. That was pretty cool. But I think it's.
I could be totally wrong, but I feel like when it comes to talking about the N-word online, I feel like white people care about it way more than black people do. But you know, I could be wrong on that, but that's just the impression I get.
I would say that. So let me give you some background on me because I actually kind of wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, go for it.
I really like your I guess criticisms about colleges and how there's sort of this social limitation or social coercion that limits certain types of speech. I actually just finished an essay on it about I was analyzing some John Stuart Mill writing. Sure. Are you familiar with his talks about the tyranny of the majority?
A little bit. I mean, like John Stuart Mill is like one of the most like fucking cited like English political philosophers of all time. But so I mean, I know quotes from his, but I haven't read any of his like books or anything now. But what about it specifically?
I was writing an essay on it, and I did a lot of reflecting. I go to a liberal arts college. Whoa, I know, right? So compare that to the colleges that you go and have debates on, the, I guess, state colleges. Speech is socially limited and nudged in a direction where even any anything that strays from like popular opinion sort of is just casted out.
Sure.
And it really does suck. So I wanted to give you some perspective, especially on liberal arts colleges, really small colleges. That's one that I go to. I will not be saying the name of the college. Hell no.
Probably good.
But yeah, exactly. But I do think that it's even worse in these smaller colleges.
Yeah, I would say so. The smaller the college, the more crazy the administration, everything can get. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can give you an example actually. So like have you heard of that app Yik Yak? Have you heard of that social media app?
Yik Yak, I have not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a app that people use on college campuses, and basically what it does is these super anonymous texts and posts, where you just scroll through, looks similar to Twitter. It's very anonymous. It's just OP. Original posters, an icon, and then people have icons which are emojis. And what you see on there almost every damn day are people kind of saying, well, if someone doesn't necessarily believe in my right as a human being to, for example, an abortion, why should I talk to them? And every time I read stuff like that, it's really frustrating because all you're doing is limiting speech and possibly growing the amount of people who might absolutely hate your side, while also villainizing and demonizing the other side at the same time. And villainizing and demonizing. You mentioned this before, and I 100% agree, how if you villainize one side too much, it's harder for you to analyze why or what they do. And I feel like liberal arts colleges are a perfect case study for that.
Okay.
the black people you're bringing on. I think it's really great. I think it's really great that now your community is probably not going to be as misogynistic. I think they're going to be super racist now. So
Base. That's what we go for here, you know? One problem at a time.
yeah, one problem at a time. I also really like ABBA. I come from similar backgrounds as him.
Yeah? Are you going to shout out every single person that's come on the stream? Is that what we're doing now?
No. I actually wanted to criticize some people. And, well, actually, I'm done. I have a philosophy course anyways, so never mind.
Okay.
So as a longtime black viewer, thank you for bringing it around and making your community more racist. And peace. I really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful, buddy. Jesus. Well, do you think we're going to war?
I think we're going to war. Probably not. No. I think
it's going to be water under the bridge. It's going to be awkward, but they'll pay some reparation bullshit, but there's no way. Although it is funny, I wonder how many lefties are now blaming the United States sending military equipment to Ukraine. Like, that's the reason why
they're going to
Russia...
blame this.
Yep.
They're going to blame this, yeah. Of course. Because Russia can do no wrong. Everything is the fault of the United States.
Yeah. Zero agency treated like an absolute fucking child, yeah.
We're all children. I honestly don't know what he's gonna do in response. I mean, he obviously can't do nothing. That would make him look weak. He has to do something. I don't know if it's gonna be like a larger aid package. I think they still have some stuff. Like Poland, I think Poland has really like largely emptied their stockpiles for Ukraine. I don't know what else they could really send them. I don't know what else they would do. I mean, I doubt they would send their own missile back. Actually, you know what? If it was any other country, I would say they wouldn't do that. But considering it's Poland, who knows? But I really don't know what they're gonna do.
Pretty wacky world out there, huh?
Pretty wacky world.
What was the other question you had for me?
I have two. One's like a can of worms though, and I don't know if I should ask you.
Yeah, go for it. We're at the start of our stream. Nothing's going on yet.
What do you think of this loaner box situation?
Is he having trans fights now, or?
So the trans fights. He had a debate with somebody by the name of like Polly.
Okay.
About whether a trans genocide is currently going on in the United States.
I heard that, and then I heard that because you disagree that like a whole bunch of trans YouTubers are getting together to try to like cancel him because he's not acknowledging like the trans genocide.
He said no, and he gave his reason as to why it's not.
Big mistake.
And then he had like another, and like there's a lot of like questions about it. Was he too disrespectful towards Polly in that debate? They then had like a second conversation where he was a lot more polite, but he still like held by his position. Then President Sunday wanted to debate him, right? And President Sunday, in an effort to debate him, got like a research team behind him, and like of like 5 or 6 people or something to like build up like a good case as to why like a trans genocide is going on and why he was disrespectful towards creators. And Lonabox just like basically dropped out of it. It was like, I'm not interested in this anymore. I don't think people are being good faith to me. I don't want to do this anymore. So there's a lot of people like calling him like, oh, like you're a coward, like you dropped out last second, and you throw your trans community under the bus is the thing I'm seeing most consistently by the way you're conducting yourself. You're too much of a coward to confront people. That's the, I think, most nonpartisan way I could put the situation.
Gotcha. Well, what's he doing? What's the next stage of his plan?
As far as I know, he's doing nothing. He's just completely dropped it. He doesn't want to talk about it at all. I think conversations about it actually is banned in his Twitch chat server.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's complete. He's pulled up the city gates during the siege.
Well, damn.
Damn indeed. The other thing I wanted to ask you was about what I tried to bring up yesterday, but you were like, Abba, sorry, you cannot have political conversation. This is banned. And so it's about like this idea of like nuclear Armageddon, right? This idea that like Russia's on the...
Before we move to this topic, can I just read this? Apparently there's a Doe tweet and then a Lonerbox clip or something.
Sure.
Doe says, I came to Lonerbox privately more than once, frustrated after watching him publicly try to bait a trans woman talking about her oppression into a TOS violation, asking which Republicans you want to kill because she felt genocidal was accurate to describe Republican policy. Hold on.
Fucking...
I can explain that if you want me
Fuck,
to.
no, hold on, give me 39 seconds. Let me watch. 1 sec.
Okay. Fucking President Cum Day with his like endless meltdown over every fucking like Destiny associate, and then like stalking the guy and shit, and like doing his like 5-person research takedown stream, and like, oh god. Yeah. I think that the thing is like, and this is such a simple lesson, I don't know why the fuck I keep forgetting it, is watch the way people who are nice to you are with other people. Don't do this whole, oh, they're nice to me, you know? Like, I think that's what you need to, like, bear in mind a bit more.
Okay. And then...
The amount of fuck...
I'm not gonna talk to you more, but as long as you don't f me over, we're cool. But usually
do you not see how that's kind of stupid?
It's what's kind of stupid?
If you don't observe the way that they treat other people, especially people who have less power than them, how would you not take that into consideration very
It's not a
strongly?
matter of me observing other people. If I can observe somebody, I'll use that. It's that usually when we're in the public sphere, we're not directly observing, we're relying on other people's observations. And the reality is that like, I hope, and I could be wrong, but I hope that from our personal interactions, off-stream, on-stream, you think I'm like a D, like I'm not gonna fuck you over or do anything weird like that. But depending on the YouTube compilations you watch with me, I'm like an unhinged sociopathic lunatic that will throw you under the bus as soon as I can make a penny, and I'm also racist and sexist and maybe a rapist.
Yes,
and maybe a pedophile,
based. All right, cool. Well done, Destiny. Personal growth. You know what? I think I might be learning the same thing. The amount of fucking times I watched fucking Demon Mama behave like a total fucking clown, like an absolute walloper. The amount of times I watched her just like complain the fuck about like harassment and shit, and then just engage in like the most fucking aggressive, toxic behavior possible. And then as soon as she got any pushback, just fucking cry about it for like days on end and just didn't say anything. Like, oh, you know, she's a streamer. You know, I'm only seeing one side of her. I've heard she's really nice in private conversations. She's a, there's a complex human being behind all that. Fuck that. Like, nah. I think I might do the same thing. You know, actually, yeah. I think I may be learning to just be a bit more, a little bit less fucking. Making all this space for, because I never comment. Like, in all these like ridiculous fucking debates where she tried to call fucking like vegan gains a child porn possessor, the time when she fucking spread that like almost definitely defamatory bullshit about RGR's group because she had a fucking online spat with her a couple of times. I don't know. Maybe we'll just
based.
Yeah. I don't know.
He also called like President Sunday, I believe, President Cum Day, which
yeah, I heard that.
Also
fucking President Cum Day with his like endless meltdown over every fucking like Destiny associate, and then like stalking the guy and shit, and like doing his like 5-person research takedown stream, and like, oh god. Yeah. I think that the thing is like, and this is such a simple lesson, I don't know why the fuck I keep
this is
forgetting
like a repeat
it,
of
is watch the way people who are nice to you are with other people. Don't do this whole, oh, they're nice to me, you know?
Interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I'm here now.
Okay. Is it weird knowing that let's say you like commented on it? There's like, I don't know if there's anything you could say, Destiny, personally, that would like help in any way. Do you agree with that?
That would help what?
Like help like let's say like if you were like, let's give Loaderbox a charitable interpretation because people are like, I think people would be being a little uncharitable towards him. There's no way that could help with the crowd that is possibly being uncharitable towards him.
Well, no, because people being uncharitable towards him are the same people that think that I'm a Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, if anything, if I comment on it.
How about you denounce Loaderbox?
Yeah, that actually, that might help. Yeah. True. Okay, go. What do you want to talk about? Or what was
it was. I largely believe that Russia using a weapon of mass destruction is like not only extremely unlikely, but is so unbeneficial to their like grander strategy that they would probably, if they ever did it, it would only be on accident.
Yeah, I feel like that would be like a maximum unhinged moment because it obviously doesn't serve them well, right?
And so I think that a lot of the things that the Biden administration is holding back on, particularly longer range weapons, because they're fearful that like, what if Ukraine uses this in a way that would be provocative? I think we should do our best to like make them not do anything like super provocative. But I think the best thing we can do to get rid of the situation is give them the tools necessary to end the conflict as soon as possible. To not drag it out so we have like insane situations where the Russians accidentally bomb Poland and kill people happen. And so we should like give them the weapons that the Biden administration has been like holding back on.
I don't know about that. Rumini, did you have something particular about this you wanted to say, or what's up?
Well, yeah, I had a question because we're 1 seat away from the Republicans controlling the House of Representatives. They're at 217. The votes are still counting.
Could be wrong, but I think that like, isn't that almost foregone at this point?
It's basically a statistical improbability that Democrats can make a way to a House majority. But I guess my question was for Dylan and for you. So, you know, we know that there's enormous bipartisan support domestically for the United States to financially support Ukraine and provide, you know, assets. But Republicans seem to be more reluctant to have like unconditional aid, and I don't know if that's a if that's because they genuinely don't care, or because Biden's the sitting president, and so they want to put a little asterisk and, you know, conditions on the support that they would offer Ukraine. But if Republicans take the House, you know, they don't have the Senate. But I wonder how this calculus like will change, you know, their ongoing support for Ukraine and for Biden's agenda for Ukraine, if they think that, you know, this will trigger some sort of military conflict with Russia. Do you think House Republicans are basically going to tell Biden, no, we're done, we're tapping out, or do you think they're going to push him to be much more aggressive in response now that, you know, 2 Poles have been killed?
I don't, especially with Polish people getting killed. Like, I personally don't see Republicans like pulling their support from Ukraine as long as it's still broadly popular in the U.S. But I don't know if Dylan thinks differently.
I think I've seen a lot of people really scared that the Republican House majority could pull support for Ukraine, and a lot of this is based off of like comments of like Marjorie Taylor Greene and like hardcore radicals that don't have a lot of support and aren't even that well liked within the Republican Party. There's like a few senators, I think like Tom Cotton, but the vast majority of support is still for Ukraine. I think the one statement that did scare me a little bit was when Kevin McCarthy said, in a Republican House majority, we're not going to be writing blank checks for Ukraine. But the problem is, when you have a 2 Republican House majority, even if he attempted to whip that majority into order to stop the Biden administration from doing something, there's no way he could achieve that on Ukraine, which has so much like bipartisan support. And it doesn't seem to be a winning issue. If there's anything running out of those midterms, like being against aid to Ukraine isn't something that got you a lot of support in the United States.
I wholeheartly agree, but consider the timing, right? So we get this news today. They are having preliminary votes on speakership, right? So like the Freedom Caucus announced today that they plan on making an objection to McCarthy's speakership, just to show that they have the leverage over him. He doesn't have a margin for error in terms of whipping votes. He's not very good at it compared to Pelosi. But if he wants to be speaker, that leverage goes both ways, doesn't it? Like, even though the majority of the Republican caucus supports providing, you know, ongoing support to Ukraine, there is a vocal minority that is not interested in doing that. And he'll have to, if he wants the votes to be speaker, I wonder if people will like play that leverage over him and be like, look, you want us to back you for speaker? We just get this, you know, news report that there might be an Article 5 triggering because of 2 stray Russian missiles. So if you want our vote, you're going to have to commit to, I don't know, truncating the support to Ukraine. I don't know if that's possible, but that's kind of why I posed the question, because the timing is so bad. You know what I mean? For McCarthy and for Biden and for everybody else.
McCarthy is in a bad position right now because he's just in a weak political position. He's vulnerable. He might still end up being House Majority Leader because, like, who's the other option, really? I don't think anybody that has like enough support behind him to become House Majority Leader and is like instead of him. But I really don't think that this strike in Poland is going to send the message to Republicans, let's be weaker on Russia. If anything, it would, I think, send the message like we have to be stronger on them because now they've crossed like a line, right? And now we need to make sure that the message is sent that you can't kill citizens of NATO in NATO territory and then be rewarded with less aid to their military opponents. Like, the message here is, oh, they killed NATO citizens, let's be chiller, let's reel it in and make sure we give Ukraine the least amount of tools possible to fight back against it. I think you would need to see a massive dovish change in the Republican Party, which might be true amongst certain figures in the party, but I don't think it's true amongst the majority of them. Like I can still think of people like Adam Kinzinger and like people like that who would very much fight against that.
Yeah, the Kinzinger's, you know, he's on his way out, to your point. You know, then the other question becomes, though, so like 20 years ago, you know, after 9/11, we saw in a international crisis, I think President Bush's approval rating was in like the 80s or 90s, right? I don't think that's possible now. I think like the domestic politics are so divisive. I cannot imagine, even if the Republican Party collectively chooses to continue supporting Ukraine, part of me feels that they will be inclined to do so in a way that doesn't look particularly supportive of Biden. I feel like they're going to try to split the difference, right? and maybe you agree or disagree, but if they choose to continue to support Biden's agenda with Ukraine, they're going to do it in a way that, you know, they're not going to rally. Oh, Mr. President, you're so great. We're rallying behind President Biden's leadership. Like, I feel like those platitudes and that rhetoric.
You know what would be a smart idea? If they wanted to virtue signal, which is what this would end up being, but if they wanted to, they could just be like, "Wow, Biden's leadership got us 2 dead Polish people. Can you believe this? Can you? I can't. Wow, we need to be stronger on this issue. We need to show strength." And then they could do it from like an even more pro-Ukraine position. But I think that's more likely than them saying, "Wow, they killed, they broke NATO's borders. They broke Poland's borders. They killed NATO citizens. They obviously violated. This is a situation where Article 5 could unironically be called. We need to stand strong." I think is going to be more of the message sent.
Do you think they will do it in a way that that recognizes Biden as the leader of NATO and, you know, encouraging conservative
I don't
and voters?
I don't think they're going to be nice to Biden. I don't think they're going to be like, Biden is the greatest leader ever. He's going to lead Poland into the glory age of reclaiming its rightful borders.
Right now, it feels like in American politics, the most important possible thing to ever keep in mind is to never give your political opponents wins ever.
Right.
Like, I think that's just like, even if there's like a common sense bill, like Democrats could pass a bill called like the guarantee babies aren't being raped at 2 years old bill, and Republicans would be like, okay, well, if you want to do that, you have to give us guns back. Like, it would be like
the burn pit.
They would, the burn pit stuff. Yeah.
Or they'd bitch that conservative or that Democrats didn't do it, you know, 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah,
like,
but they'd always want something in exchange for like whatever it is that's being negotiated. Like, it always wants something in exchange, even for stuff that kind of has bipartisan support. That's what it feels like. But
I don't remember that, and like I think that's relatively new. I mean, I was 10 when 9/11 happened. I don't even know if Dylan was born yet, but I mean, like, this was, you know,
It was 3 months old.
Well, there you go. So you should have an eidetic memory on this. But I seem to recall that Democrats were fairly, like, they were embracing that patriotic rhetoric. Like, it was, you were not in a good place to criticize President Bush after those planes hit the
I mean,
towers.
9/11 is always just going to be so special because, like, the United States and the most United States got attacked, right? Like, New York is like the most United States thing about the United States, right?
Yeah.
And New York got hit, so of course, like, almost no matter what, like, people are gonna...
If baseball were a city, it would be New York. That's how American it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it would be... I know Biden will probably try to court, you know, like he always does, bipartisan support, but I guess it's just interesting. I predict that Republicans will be infinitely less likely to really try to rally behind him and do anything, like you said, to give him that could be interpreted as a political victory.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I feel like 20 years ago, the calculus was different. But maybe because it was an actual domestic attack, you know, 9/11, we were attacked, it wasn't an ally. Maybe that was also something that made it different. But anyway, I just wanted to pick your brain about that. So I'm going to dip, but nice to talk to you, lads, and hopefully we'll have a conversation again if we're not destroyed in nuclear hellfire.
Be careful, babe.
Awesome.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
But Dylan, real quick, I just saw a tweet saying that Article 4 will be triggered, likely, not Article 5.
So they're just gonna like consult with people about like the territorial integrity and stuff like that. Then.
Yeah, you know what I do think this might get them though? That fucking Western-controlled Air Force. F-16s.
I think it's. I don't know if it's gonna get them that. I think this is gonna get them a lot of anti-air because they're gonna see us like taking down these missiles as a priority moving forward. And I think it might get them like some of the more big ticket questions they've been asking about. Like, if the idea was, and this is what we were just talking about earlier, that we're withholding these long range missiles because they might hit Russian territory, and that would be such a provocation. But then Russia is launching missiles, and even if by accident, hitting Polish territory, breaking years of precedent that we haven't seen since since NATO was established. Like what's the argument now to stop from giving these
exactly
to Ukraine? So I think
it would be really shitty though, because like what happens if something happens to where like a
That's why I'm more
like what if a Russian civilian airliner or some shit like in Iran or whatever? What if a Russian civilian airliner gets hit by like a U.S. like supplied like missile or something, right?
That is the main fear of the Biden administration, is the idea that if we give them these longer range missiles, that gives them more ability to strike deeper into Russia. And what if they use it to do something like that? I guess I would say it's not in their best interest, so I don't understand why they would do such a thing.
Yeah, of course it's not. But like, why even should they even have the capability to?
Well, the capability, it's not necessarily to give them the capability to do that. It's to give them the capability to strike deeper into Russian logistics down south in places in Crimea and Zaporozhye and Donetsk and Luhansk. It means that we can basically force their ammo depots to be further and further back behind enemy lines, which makes it harder for the Russians to supply their soldiers, which ended up being a disaster for them in places like Kherson. That was one of the main reasons they lost Kherson, was because of their piss-poor logistics.
I'd feel more comfortable with us having Western-controlled, like, third-party air support providing air protection than I would with them having the long-range missiles.
I doubt we're going to put our planes.
We're not. That's like the last. That's like nuclear levels of shit, right? If we are doing like no-fly zones, or if we have planes in areas, I think, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're doing that anytime soon. I think we wouldn't do that outside of like maybe something like that could happen once like the nuclear taboo has been broken, but that's kind of like uncharted territory.
Not true. We have charted it because we are the nukers.
Yes, we are the true nukers. Dude, I hate when every time somebody brings that up, though, because the problem is people are bringing that up as, see, it can happen. But the problem is the situation in 1945 and 2022 when it comes to the capability of nuclear weapons and who has them is so different. It's impossible to compare them.
No,
it's
yeah,
like
of course,
fighting with sticks to machine guns.
Yeah.
We were the true nukers. You know these people who don't believe those weapons exist? They're just fake.
Wouldn't surprise me. I've heard dumber things that people actually believe, so. There's still a lot of people that believe the earth is flat, believe it or not.
So people support ye?
True.
Are you going to DebateCon?
Yeah, on the 18th. Are you going to be there?
Nope. What are you doing there? What you debating?
I don't know. Matt Dillahunty on the abortion argument for bodily autonomy. Nuance Bro on something, and I don't know, somebody else. I need to do research for that. I'll probably do it all tomorrow or the day after.
Got you.
Is Trump is supposed to announce he's running today, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to announce. You're right. I completely forgot. I was like, what am I going to do today? And all that question's answered. Oh, thank God. Jesus. Thank you, President Trump. Patriot. Patriots are in control.
God, the poor.
He was right, man.
Never mind.
Dude, have you seen the polling data that came out after
for the swing towards DeSantis?
Yeah, fucking 23 points. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I heard the polling data is down 2 points.
My goodness. I think people are jumping the gun on the DeSantis thing. I mean, there was a lot of people that Trump, went head to head with in the Republican primary that he knocked down. Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, Chris Christie, so many people. Jeb Bush, who used to be the governor of Florida, moderately popular governor from Florida, who had a political legacy, dynasty, and all the donors behind him, fell flat. Now, like Ron DeSantis obviously has different mannerisms and a different skill set than Jeb Bush. It's a different political environment compared to 2015 to 2022, 2024. But I think a lot of people are jumping the gun a little bit on Ron DeSantis. This is the weakest Trump has been, but I think some people are kind of treating this like it's done and over.
I think the problem is DeSantis is getting stronger and stronger. He's proving himself. He's relevant. He's been doing well. He just proved himself in a recent election. And what has Trump done? Complain every single fucking day about his fucking election. That's all he fucking does.
That is his biggest hold.
He's become such a fucking loser. He has been for years. He just can't think of anything else besides crying about his precious election.
Here's a question: If somebody put a gun to your head and said, "Who's going to be the Republican nominee in 2024?" Who would you say?
I don't know. I mean, the nominee. At this point, the nominee probably maybe DeSantis. But I still feel like Trump is gonna run independent. If DeSantis wins, I think Trump would just run independent. I think he'd be like, "Yeah, fuck you, I'm running anyway."
That'd be so glorious.
I'm Donald Trump.
I still don't know if DeSantis can really put up with like a broadcasted live on TV Trump just constantly hammering him the way Trump did in 2016. Like, I do think the 2020 election and him being a denier and continuing this stuff is sad, it's pathetic, and it doesn't win over independents. I think that's a big reason why Carrie Lake, Dr. Oz, Doug Mastriano, a lot of these candidates that Donald Trump basically handpicked in the primary to win over moderates, a big reason why they lost was because they were concentrating on that issue when people wanted to hear about, you know, like, tax relief, or wanted to hear about, like, how are they gonna, like fix inflation. You heard a lot of complaining about inflation, but not a lot of like alternatives and how to fix it. And so I do think that's the thing really holding Trump back. And the worse he does in the polling number against DeSantis, these scandals that are hitting him, I don't know if you saw recently, but it was revealed it was revealed that the reason he was storing those documents at his home was not to sell them, not to like sell out the country. He just wanted it because it was cool. He
You
just
know
thought it
what?
would be
Honest
cool.
to God, dude, that's just not even really that surprising to me. I'm like, that's not at all surprising to me.
Isn't that fantastic though? He just
Yeah.
wanted to basically like have Sean Hannity over and be like, "Hey, you want to see some launch codes?"
Yeah.
Which I gotta say, it is a flex. It is a flex. I understand it, but holy shit, is that dangerous? I think it's gonna be harder for him to like survive these political scandals when there's not gonna be as many people coming out to defend him because they've been given another option. And I think that's gonna be interesting, seeing if he can deal with the nuclear with these types of scandals like he did in 2015 with the grab him by the pussy. But that was already after he was chosen the nominee too. So I wonder if like in a heated primary he can survive deal with all those scandals as well.
Yeah.
Trump is definitely in the weakest political position he's been since he was elected the nominee in 2015.
Yeah. And he's just getting weaker and weaker.
I mean, would it be nice though is if, you know, DeSantis does hold up, he does get the nomination, Trump's ego kicks in like we think it will, and then he just splits the hell out of the vote. There's going to be, I don't think it.
There's no
if
way
they
he would
both
accept
ran-
a VP pick, would he?
Trump?
No way.
No.
VP?
No way.
Absolutely not.
So if he does run, it's almost guaranteed Republicans lose, right? Like
Yes.
there's no way
It would
the vote doesn't
I mean, the
split.
Republican Party's already fucked, but yeah, it would be catastrophic. For sure.
Do you think DeSantis? How do you think DeSantis would do against Trump in a debate, or do against Trump's onslaught of attacks? Like, I don't know if you heard the stories, like the reports, but apparently there's one report coming out that Donald Trump prepared a dossier of information against Ron DeSantis. Some of it included a story, and I don't know if this is true. A story of Ron DeSantis hiring a prostitute to spank him with a magazine with his own face on it. Right?
Jesus.
Like, if that's the type of stuff Trump's willing to go down in the dirt on, like, do you think DeSantis can cope with that well?
I mean, it depends on how true it is, right? I have no idea. I don't know, yeah. Who knows? But, yeah. Trump, yeah, the Republican Party earned it. This is their problem now.
True. This is, they did kind of swallow the poison, and now they're complaining about it. This is great if you're a Democrat, though. This is fantastic.
True.
You're saying something like him?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, to be fair to them, they probably thought this was the golden ticket. Like, there was no one like Trump. Trump was going to lead them into the promised land.
Someone in YouTube chat called Voluntarist Girl said, I debated... Wait, I lost the message. They said they debated you on whether or not tax was theft, and you lost the debate, Dylan. Is that true?
Wow. I can't believe it. She's called me out again. Dude, I don't know what... Every once in a while, she'll pop up in my chat, and then she'll spaz out, and then she'll leave. I don't know what's up with her.
Did you have a debate over it?
I think we did, like, 2 years ago. I don't really remember.
Damn.
But I probably lost. Sure, why not?
Just you're man enough to admit it.
Yep.
Based.
I believe in strong women, and so I believe in her ability to beat me, a man. A white man, at that.
Okay, in Canada, are you really allowed to just be any random mentally ill person and then you can just kill yourself? I can't tell how much of this is just like conservative derangement versus like...
Dude, Twitter's gonna lose like half their user
True!
base in Canada.
But... Is it? Do either of you know? Do any of you know? No.
I have no idea. I mean, like, I've been thinking about this, and I can't... Okay, so if somebody had such mental anguish that it was difficult to live day to day.
Well, no, I think the things I've seen, I'm gonna be honest, half of these are coming from like Lauren's stories on Instagram. It's her saying shit like, "Oh, now if you're like just a little bit depressed, you can go and get fucking suicided by the."
Like obviously that would be stupid if they could do that.
Yeah,
But if
obviously it'd be stupid.
let
So the
me,
question
let me
is,
ask you a
actually
question.
happening? Yeah.
You know, I'm asking for. I wanted to get like your idea around this. Like number one, I believe in the idea of being able to kill yourself if you have like terrible cancer and it hurts every day. Like you don't know, like it's completely understandable for somebody who wants to end their own life. I was raised by my grandparents. I could like imagine the type of pain they could be in, and if they caught cancer or something like that. And I want them to have that option on the table, and having those discussions with them is like very difficult. And I think that's like up to everybody to decide. But like, there's a difference between like a mental health problem and like a physical health problem.
Yeah, of course.
But I think there's no reason for me to believe that the mental anguish couldn't be so bad in certain circumstances that it might make more sense to just give them that option on the table. Like, but I'm trying to think of like what circumstances that would be.
I imagine that there are people that the depression is so insane that it is physical pain at that point, or extreme mental anguish to where you're just living a miserable existence. You can't find anything to supplant the that sense of just dread, doom, and wanting to fall asleep and not wake up.
I guess the thing that I guess kills me on it is like we and the Canadians, I think, would be included in this, haven't really provided people with enough mental health resources, like veterans and people who are like going through these struggles. And so I just think it's kind of weird that they're giving them the option to blow their brains out before they're giving them like all of the healthcare options to properly address their problem. Or maybe they would have to go through those things first before they have to do it. Like maybe they would. I really don't know.
Not that I would ever praise the Canucks up there, but don't they have free mental health care? Like, isn't it super accessible? I don't know. Like, maybe it's not. Maybe that's not something that's really like.
Is there depression in Canada?
I mean, it's dark a lot longer. It's colder a lot longer, and you're Canadian.
I would want. Look, if I was Canadian, I'd want to kill myself. I can understand it. Well, you know.
But someone's chat said no, so yeah, maybe it's not covered. In which case. In which case, yeah, then that's fucked up. And you ought to be fucking investing. If you already have such a socialized healthcare program, you should make mental health more accessible before you're like, yeah, go ahead and kill yourself. Especially if that bill was probably passed off of statistics about depression, mental health, and suffering and suicide. Canada has had a very historically high suicide rate, especially amongst young people.
What I'm worried about is that they just basically give people like the gun before they give them like actual help. And,
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is a sign of a society like not wanting to deal with the problems. They'd rather just literally have them just go away than actually give them the proper care because it would cost more money. And that's what I'm worried about.
I think that's what everybody is complaining about right now.
Yeah.
Dude, like, how did they get did they pass this through like Parliament or whatever? Whatever they have over there, a king. I think they have a king.
They have
he,
the
looks
king.
at all the laws. Yeah, he proves them.
Yes. I'm sorry, Dylan. So I derailed that. Do you have other things you wanted to ask, Stephen?
No, not really. I think I've covered all my bases. And Volturance Girl has called me out. Has called me out on taxation. What do you think, Destiny? What do you think about taxation? Do you think taxation is theft?
Taxation is fucking based.
Awesome.
Why does she want to debate?
I think she probably, if you give her the opportunity, I think she'd take it.
Drag her in. Let's do a 2-minute tax. I'm just curious if there are any new arguments.
Because, like, it can be theft. I just don't care, I guess.
$96.48.
I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Loser. Just kidding. Love you.
Yep.
1800 when this is over.
Have you ever fucked a fan's mom?
No, I've come close a couple times, but no. Be pretty memey though.
I went to a diner. I was in the Marine Corps. I was home on leave, and I went to a diner with one of my high school best friends and her mom. And the chick went away, and her mom said, "If you ever want to know what it's like to have sex with a real woman,
Jesus.
And she's like, if you tell her, I will deny it to the end of my days. And one of the most awkward fucking conversations I've ever had. No, I didn't do it.
You didn't do it.
I did not.
I feel like I'm getting old enough to start fucking people's moms. Damn, maybe it's good that I'm like living away from Nathan. What if I was just fucking all the moms in his class? How base would that be?
So my friend's brother was temporarily divorced, and during that time, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Hooked up with a few of his kids' teachers.
Okay, never mind. That would be not good.
Awkward PTA meetings and teachers talk.
Where the fuck is this stuff even coming from? Oh. Interesting. The UK secretary started a Discord server. Lex Friedman defends Joe Rogan. How mad are they at me? Or how mad at me are they in this subreddit?
Oh man, did I miss it? I listened up until just before Melina came on. Did you guys talk about Joe and like issues you have with his podcast?
On Lex, not on the show, no.
Oh, okay.
I saw your back and forth with Lex over Hassan. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Wait, is the Joe Rogan subreddit an anti-fan sub? No, it's not.
It's not an anti-fan sub, but they're very critical of him. They have been since COVID shit started.
Oh, and yeah, because I see that COVID shit here. I didn't expect that, but I don't know if maybe it's turned into an anti-fan subreddit. I'm not sure. Oh, so these people actually support me here. Jeez.
Yeah, a lot of people call it an anti-fan sub, but that's just because they're critical of Daddy Joe. It's how every community works on here.
Weird. What is... Okay, boom, boom. Wait, where's that volunteers person? Are they in a room? Can I drag them in?
I have no clue.
What do you mean you have no clue?
Well, they might have, they might have lost the cause. They might have thought that they were the warrior for an anarchist state or whatever the fuck they believe in. Voluntarist state, I think it is. But they failed.
Volunteerists, join Discord. Join General Lobby. I'll drag you up. Short Fat Otaku want to talk? He's got roles to join the room, I think.
Means they're going to get dragged twice today.
Good one. Lycan.
What I bring.
Wait, were you like a really big fan of like werewolves and shit growing up?
No.
Why the fuck is your name Lycan though?
Because I just needed a name. I've never had like a consistent handle in games. Like my gaming handle in Modern Warfare was Krauthammer. And that just didn't seem like something I wanted to be associated with in StarCraft. Which was actually named after Charles Krauthammer, but I also thought it was funny because it sounds like you're beating the shit out of Nazis.
Okay. Fuck. Is there a way to turn off the nuclear reactor? The nuclear shit is always running as long as this power is draining, huh? So there's no point in cycling these on or off, right? I'm imagining. You probably just always want them on. Oh fuck, Cedric's in the general lobby. Hello, my baby.
Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I teared forward just to get your attention, and then you done it all, man.
I'm not doing well. I just need to set aside a meeting for this. I got a lot of shit going on right now. Okay.
Hold on, let me mute the stream.
Nice. Way to go.
All right, there we go. All right. Are we doing this or not?
I don't know, man.
What do you have to lose by not doing it except a weekend and some coom? Hell, you can.
It's not just a weekend. It's a matter of how much money I want to spend on it, how much time I want to spend coordinating everything. And it's so soon. And
Wouldn't
then
you
any
like
of the
to
potential
save-
like drama fallout or whatever is just like it's fucking annoying.
What would the drama be?
This literally happened last time too.
What literally?
Same
happened last time?
timing, same scenario.
No, it didn't. We had 2 months to plan last time, not 3 weeks.
But you did it once already. You already have the plans in place.
Well, I pulled everything together at the very end, so it actually was 3 weeks.
Oh, was
and the Bob 7 stuff was happening in the background.
Based. What is the
It's
weekend?
As parallels as you can. The weekend. So elections on the 6th. You said, right? December special election.
So it would be third and fourth.
Yep. Let's see. Special election, Georgia.
What how far out is Savannah?
Savannah's on the coast.
Like the East Coast? What, you said it's easier to get there?
No, Columbus is easier to get to. So like, it would be easiest to replicate in Columbus probably.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I threw out Savannah is just because it's a new city and it's beautiful. Personally, I'm just a big fan of Savannah, but
Okay.
no reason to do it over Georgia unless you wanted to go to a different city.
Savannah has amazing soul food.
It's absolutely gorgeous. It's such an old city too, and like all the buildings are like historic.
We would canvas for 2 days, right?
Yeah, we would do Saturday, Sunday.
And we need a fuck, we need shit, huh?
Lit. Yeah, we would need lit and access to data, but we have to decide where we're going first.
Where are we going? Good question. Probably. Well, let's think. We're probably not Atlanta, right?
Atlanta's too big. It would be way too much trouble trying to coordinate with other people. Would be like overlapping territory. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Savannah and Columbus are similar in size. Like population, I think. I just looked it up.
Yeah, Columbus is like 50,000 more, but they're also on the edge of Alabama, so I don't know how much of that they're counting. But I guess Savannah's right next to South Carolina as well, so it doesn't really matter.
So it's either Savannah or Columbus. Did you mention Birmingham before or no?
I said Columbus is really good for people traveling from the west because it's got Birmingham and Montgomery right there, and then people can come down from Atlanta. Savannah's a little bit more out of the way. You'd only get people from like maybe Jacksonville, Charleston, Augusta.
Well, there'd probably be some people that would fly in, maybe, right?
Yeah, but it's gonna keep getting more expensive for those people the closer we get. So you have to make a decision.
Birmingham would be good just so we could go be at the place where the white moderate saying came from, you know? Damn. What's the easy... How many people would fly in versus drive in?
Most of our people drove in.
Most of them?
Yep. Overwhelming majority drove in last time.
So it'd probably be... So Birmingham would be easier for most people to drive into, right? Versus
Birmingham
versus yeah, or Montgomery.
And it's easier to fly into Atlanta too than Savannah, probably.
Do you think your audience is still like you have a very active audience that you can mobilize easily for a lot of things, but do you think they're still as politically mobilizable as they were before? Because you were doing a lot of politics coverage back then.
Probably. I got more people too, so.
I can probably do that.
Oh wait, Birmingham is in Alabama. Yeah, wait, what the fuck are we talking about?
I was telling you that it's more Columbus is more central, so people would be driving from Birmingham.
Yeah, fuck. I'm not even thinking of the. I'm just looking at cities. I'm being fucking retarded. Okay, so it would be Columbus then. It's either Columbus or Savannah. Those are the only two choices.
We could do like Augusta, and then we'd get more of the Carolina people. But
what is the population? Augusta population. Oh, that's a big city too. Fuck. I feel like it should be Columbus. What do you think? Talk to me.
Do you want to bring people? If you want to bring people, I'd say go Savannah because there's more to do there. It's a beautiful city.
I want to bring. This isn't about partying. This is about
all right
political advocacy. Look, yeah.
Then we'll go Columbus again.
What? Okay.
But to be fair, I think a huge draw of it was the social aspect for most people.
Okay, fine. Savannah then. But if people are driving, how long the drive? I'm just looking at this. I'm eyeballing it. It feels like from Columbus to Savannah, that's like a fucking 6 or 7 hour drive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 4.
Wait, what are you asking me right now?
Well, will that discourage anybody? It's like, oh, I drive to Columbus, but there's no way I'm driving all the way to Savannah.
Yeah, so I said Columbus is more central.
Okay.
There are pros and cons for each. I'm just trying to lay them out for you. But you have to make a decision.
Hold on. Okay. These two things. Make a Discord room. We probably want to get Matt roped in again, right? Or no? Do you not like Matt?
Why do you? Okay.
What?
Me and Matt are fine.
Why? Well, because you guys always are fighting in the back. I'm just making sure. So you like him. So
we fight, but we have a really good working relationship.
Then all you have to do is say like, yeah, me and Matt are cool. Yeah. Boom. Easy as that, right? Yeah. I just don't want to say like, I don't want to say like, oh, let's bring in Matt, and then you message me. It's like, oh, actually, like in the background, like we had huge disagreements, and he's a Vosh fan now or something. Okay, Jesus. Okay, so let's make a Discord group chat with him, you, and anybody else. Fire off an email to the Warnock campaign if you can. They should have some kind of comms director or somebody on Twitter or something, and then ask them where they would want canvassers to. We're bringing more canvassers than anybody else in the fucking state, so hopefully you get a response from somebody. And maybe they'll have an answer for like, oh, you know, this city would be good. Maybe they'd have like a suggestion. We need lit and software. How are we doing that?
We'd have to talk to the local party and get access from them.
Okay.
I think Jay was involved in an election recently, if you remember him, so he might still have access because he lives in Georgia. Might not. Well, he probably knows someone that knows someone at least. Wouldn't be crazy difficult.
Okay, is that good?
Which one do you want? I mean, if we wait for an email, it's gonna take like a week for them to respond.
A week,
probably.
Really? Can't we do like a couple days?
For a campaign to answer an email?
Shouldn't they be active right now? Shouldn't they be doing shit?
That's what I thought last time.
You have any people that you never
said
call
anything
directly?
Well, if you're listening, if anybody here has any direct links to the Warnock campaign, shoot me an email at my email address, and I will we'll help your candidate win. Losers. Otherwise, I mean, like, here's what I would do. I think we should plan for Savannah. Shoot that email off to them, though. Maybe they have a strong preference for another place. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay, so look at Savannah. Got it. And then
How much do you think hotels are here? Are we providing hotels for people?
I mean that it helps a lot. So, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Did we room people with each other last time, or were there people getting raped and shit? How did that work out?
We were all Gucci.
Okay, cool.
We roomed people. It was like 2 people per room, right?
Okay.
Let me check.
This would be December 2nd to the 5th?
It'd be...
Oh, yeah. $79 a night rooms. That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
How much?
I see $80. I don't know how
we
big
get
it is.
We would get it like cheaper than that because we'd have a bulk room discount.
Do you think we can do it? So looking at reasonable rooms that could accommodate us, do you think 120 a night is reasonable? Or do you think we can get cheaper than that?
We can get cheaper than 120.
Okay. Let's say that we can get 100 per night for how many rooms do you think we'd want? 50 rooms?
Probably a little less because we'll have people just driving in for a day, and we're not gonna use all the rooms every single day.
Okay, 40 rooms.
40 rooms, but we have to do an intake first.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to ballpark just so I know how much money I need to set aside. It's 3. So
Yeah,
okay, so this would be it would be well under like $20,000 for everything, right? If I bought all this shit.
Oh yeah, easy.
Okay. Yeah, we'll probably provide hotel rooms then if you fucking losers need them. Okay, hold on. Do we want to do phone banking stuff again or no? The lady that organized it last time, was her name Laura? I think she emailed me and offered, but I don't know if you want to do that or not.
We can totally do. I mean, that helps. Just calling the DGGers that sign up and then forget about it. It's good to remind them and then get them to commit verbally to someone that's actually talking to them. As much like you really need to like get people to commit to it as hardcore as possible.
Wait, commit to what?
Actually coming out if they say they're interested. So like calling
Oh,
them.
those phone bankers. We weren't calling voters. We were just calling our own people to make sure they fucking showed up, right?
Yeah, that's what we did.
Do you want me to?
We did actual phone banking in Omaha, but it was useless.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have.
Who is this Chiefkin guy? What? Hold on. Would you want a COS contact for Warnock? I work with the campaign. I mean, if it's somebody that like is responsive, sure.
Okay.
I don't even know what COS stands for, but.
Do you want me to do? We can do this. I can make an intake form and have people select whether they want to go to Columbus or Savannah, and then we can go to whichever city's the highest, and then we'll close that by, let's say, end of the week, and then we would have a definitive where we would get more people at. You want to do that?
Yep. Hold on. Okay. That's what I have so far. Anything else?
So you want me to ask people where they want to go, or do you want to decide right now?
Action item 4 is create intake form for people to sign up, get preference for Columbus versus Savannah. Don't poll in fucking chat because I don't care, because half these fucking morons will say they're coming and they're not. It's better to just like get an actual intake form and get preferences there, I think.
Oh, I see that now. Okay. We'll get that. That'll give us all the information, and then do you want to focus on trying getting the access to lit and voter data, or do you want me to try to sort something out there?
Okay, why not get Matt to do this?
Well, people are going to be emailing you.
Oh yeah,
right?
If they email me, I pass it off to you. I could just make you a email address, right? Like campaign@destiny.gg or like canvassing@destiny.gg or something if you want.
Yeah, if you can do that, that'd be a lot easier. than people like randomly DMing me all the time.
Wait, hold on. Ooh. Oh God, what the fuck is the name of my... Oh, it's this shit. No, wrong email, hold on. Oh. What would you prefer the email address to be?
Do you want to reuse it for other people? Or do you want it to be me?
Okay, I can do whatever. It's my shit. What do you mean? I can reuse it if I want, or I cannot, or what are you asking?
I'm saying, do you want it to be generic for campaigning in general, or do you want it to be me as like Sejin at Destiny.gg, or do you want it to be campaign at Destiny.gg?
It can be whatever you want it to be. What do you think is more effective? I feel like Sejin looks weird and doesn't say anything, but like campaign or canvassing is like, oh, like this is for this. But it's up to you. If you think the Sejin is better, it's whatever you want. But if I make yeah.
Do Destiny canvassing then at Destiny.gg?
Destiny, why not just canvassing?
Because it's weird. It's not like a entity. Canvassing is a verb.
What?
That's fine. Lots of places have emails like that where it's the verb.
Wait, can you type your name for me again? In things, I don't...
What do you want? Oh, okay.
Well, just the username for the account.
Dates are going to be 12, 3, and 4. So Saturday, Sunday, right before the special election. People can come in on Friday night. I guess we're doing 2 nights of hotel rooms.
Well, it'd probably be 3, right? If we want to canvassing Saturday, Sunday, we probably should have them there Friday night.
That'd be 2 nights. Or unless you want to do Sunday night as well. That's fine. We can do that.
Wait, am I crazy?
So people can fly out Monday.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because I feel like if they're canvassing Sunday, they're not going to drive back that night, right? Friday, Saturday. We're balling. We're balling now. We got the YouTube views. We can make them not sleep on the street for Sunday. That's okay.
I was trying to save you money, but that's okay.
There you go, dude. This is your username, password. You should be able to log in. Canvassing at Destiny.gg. See if it works. Everything work?
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, boom, boom, boom. You have that email on my domain. We've got 4 action items. Do you, okay. Anything else?
Are you going to invite people?
Oh my God. Am I going to invite people? Like streamers?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll make that for me.
Okay, and then Friday night's gonna be chill. Saturday night we're gonna do like a community night event again. We're gonna make it like bigger this time. I'm gonna make sure the hotel's like okay with it this time. And we're gonna make sure the hotel's good with food too. and then Sunday we'll do Destiny Awards at the end again, and then we'll leave Monday.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, we're gonna do 2 shifts with lunch between. Again, it's gonna be December. I don't know what the weather likes. I imagine it's the south, so it's not gonna be too bad. But pray God, no blizzard again.
Oh God. I think one of my viewers, he didn't tell me, thank God, I don't know why, but I think one of my viewers actually broke their arm last time in Omaha.
Yeah, he told
me.
me
About that?
Yeah, he told me. I was like, oh my God, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just going to go to the hospital and get cast. I was like, oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
But he was based. He kept going.
Guess, yeah.
He finished his shift.
What an absolute fucking warrior.
Okay. Let's see. Am I missing anything? Okay, let's assume the worst. Let's assume we don't get like lit or data. You wanna?
What are we doing? Just blind running through neighborhoods, knocking on doors? This is Trump County, son. It sucks not having a Twitter, eh? Remember when that guy fell down the stairs? Oh yeah, who was that?
That was me.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Because we were in a blizzard for both weekends. We were out there.
That was pretty shit.
Oh, Omaha. Well, gotta love it. All right. Trying to make sure I have everything I need before I let you go.
Sure. Yeah, think about anything else. When you make this group, you can copy this list of action items into the new group so that we have that at the top. We know what we're working on.
How many, like, all right.
What?
How many volunteers do you want? Because too many is bad.
Is it really?
Yeah.
If we could bring like 200 people, you don't think that'd be cool?
No. I'm saying like people that like want to help out.
Oh, volunteers. It's going to be up to if we partner with a group or not. That's going to be involved in training or not. That's going to be a big influence. Otherwise, I mean, I'll leave it to you. You know better than me, right?
We definitely have enough people interested that have experience that can train. I'm not worried about training. But I don't know how involved you want the community. I think there's a lot of community value to having people that want to volunteer help out, but it's going to be a lot more work managing more people, and it's going to be less efficient.
Well, I mean, I don't want like 50 volunteers and 50 canvassers, right?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
I also want to... I'll go full Nazi mode. Oh, no, you're actually a really good Nazi too, actually. We have to go double Nazi mode and crack down. I don't want volunteer slackers, okay? None of this shit where like, oh, I'm volunteering because I just want to like show up and like jerk off while everybody else goes out and works. Fuck that shit, okay? So,
there's clips of me being a Nazi about this one.
Yep, good. That's good. Yeah, we need no people like, oh, I want to come. I want to be a volunteer so that I can just go chat with my friends and hang around and do nothing, okay? Sejin, plane tickets where people can't drive in? Fuck you. No, I'm not buying you plane tickets.
Maybe if we like flew them in on Spirit and then they pay for their own hotel room, we could do that.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'll get to work. Sounds good.
Okay.
Do you how do you plan on promoting it?
How do I probably just on stream, I guess. Once we have the intake list, I can start posting my sub. My subreddit is really, really, really active now. So,
okay. If you're listening to this and you have connections that might get us access to Minivan, go ahead and email canvassing@destiny.gg. If you want to volunteer as like kind of like staff, if you have experience, that'd be preferred. Obviously, we have our old people from Omaha. I know a lot of them want to help out again. Go ahead and DM me. I know other people have been reaching out, and I'll contact you guys as needed. Just shoot me a DM. Sejin, do you care about the early voting days at all? We aren't going to get people to vote on that Saturday or Sunday at all. We're going to focus on the actual election day. So we're going to Like it's just a reminder to vote. It's get out the vote. Unlike Omaha, this is not like a persuading people to vote. It's just reminding them to vote. Yes, we will do carpooling again. I gotta figure out if I'm gonna handle that, or I'll. You know what? I'll figure it out. Halal food option. What?
Yeah,
Is pizza halal?
it's gonna be pizza or barbecue, guys. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Only haram meals.
Lycan, are you coming?
Yeah.
Okay,
Most
sounds
likely.
good. Do you think Max is gonna try to fuck with us?
No. What?
He's a pretty big anti-fan, man.
No, I don't think so. Oh, that'd be cute if he released his thing though right around that time. That's what I want.
Classic canvassing drama. I love it.
Based.
No, we're not driving people to polling stations.
We are actually. We're going to be ballot harvesting as well. So if you know like a group of homeless people or people that wouldn't normally vote, we'll go have them fill out Democratic ballot. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All illegal voting things are on the table in a video game.
All right. I'll get Matt and we'll get to it. Good luck.
Okay. Good luck.
Have fun. Stay safe.
Yep.
Don't get into big drama again.
Okay.
Got 3 weeks to calm it down.
Well, listen, I'll use the drama to strap viewers so I can get more canvassers. Okay, we can do it.
Do you want to reuse the old Discord or do you want to use a new one?
Probably new. Old one is probably nice because it might reactivate some old members, but I don't want like a bunch of like dead weight of people who are just like kind of there memeing and shit, you know?
Just advertising there, but start a new one.
We did them out pretty effectively last time. And I can have someone volunteer to do it again.
Yeah, if you want to. Or I actually like Lycan's idea, create a new one and then advertise it in the old one, and then anybody active like will come to the new one, right?
True. Okay. I'll do that. All right. News media. I don't know how. Actually, I do know how it got messed up the first time. But do you want to draw attention to this? It could be risky.
No, don't bring it up publicly.
Well, the question is whether or not it's going to get attention. If it's going to get attention anyways, then we probably want to be the ones to do it, right? So the question is going to be like if 150 canvassing people show up in Savannah, if media shows up, it's probably good if we invited them rather than somebody else did, right?
Flying under the radar just might be better.
Are we? But the question is, are we going to be able to? Because if media shows up, we want to have been the ones to invite them, not somebody else. That's the thing, right?
I agree.
So two things. One, you've said this publicly, and now anyone that is listening that's an anti-fan could tip off media. But two,
wait, hold on. We were always going to say it publicly because we have to fucking invite people.
Well, no, that part. The just bringing up the media thing and having to bring it yourself. So now someone's got the idea in your head. But the other thing is, this is such a huge election. I don't think that negative attention on you is at all going to stop it. At the end of the day, your people are going to get out there and vote, and most of them aren't going to know they're affiliated with you when they're knocking on doors or when people answer their doors.
Probably.
So I don't think it's an issue. Invite media. If media shows up, oh well. I don't think you have as much to worry about as you did in Omaha.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, yeah, we could reach out. Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
a good idea. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, I want some credit. Yeah, we're not letting any other movement steal any credit either. Okay, hell yeah.
Make sure you tell them that you ran the biggest one last time.
Yeah.
Did that Vosh project ever actually get off the ground?
There was no Vosh project ever. It was. I think it was just they made like a big site where like you could sign up, and then maybe other people can go to that site to try to find canvassers for their projects. I think. I don't know. I don't think it. Yeah. I don't know. If
I think
any of it
our
ever came
old
of it.
Discord is more active in terms of canvassing than that probably ever panned out to be.
Maybe. Well.
All right. I'll get to work.
Okay.
I'll DM you if anything comes up.
All right. I love you, baby. Careful. Oh, wait. We could use that, couldn't we?
Use what?
The Vosh thing. The whole point of that was that so that people could sign up, so that people could see where canvassers were. Couldn't we theoretically, like, contact them and say, like, hey, we want to use your canvassers?
Well, someone linked it, so I'm looking at it.
What?
Someone linked it in chat, so I'm looking at the website.
Yeah, but I just noticed it's a White Nervosa project. I actually don't think that. I don't actually, you know what? I don't want to involve it. Never mind. I don't want to. I don't even want there to be risk of stupid fucking drama with dumb shit like that. Fuck that.
All right.
Okay. All good?
Build your factory, and then I'll do the real life logistics.
Good one, dude.
Haha. Bye.
Bye. Jesus. Hold on, give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
Like, and you still there?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Yawning close, lock your tent, 'cause all we need is candlelight, you and me, and follow. I'm gonna hold you tonight. All right. Well, we know I'm going away, and how I wish we weren't so used to take this wine and drink with me. I don't know why it's cutting out, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, I have that fucking clip shit on. Hold on. There's a setting. I don't remember what the setting is, though. Just so you know, guitar has been played on stream if you bought the stock. But there's some setting on Discord about like keeping out background noise. Echo cancellation. That's it. Noise suppression. Standard. Let's try this. All right, hold on. Is that better? See, I only play guitar when I play it for you nowadays, so I don't really play much. I forget how to play all these songs. All right, chat. For those who have been around for guitar streams for a hot minute, we know what happens here, right? We know what happens. I'm going to play a song. And if you know the song, you know the song. And as soon as I get to the good part, Steven walks in. So I'm going to sing. We'll see how it goes. Oh, all right. Oh, we got donations going?
Yo, did you see fucking Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau wearing the fucking Mao fit?
No.
At the ASEAN conference. They
No.
dressed up as Mao. They put on the Mao outfit. It's great.
Oh, yeah. All right. Somebody's honey is crowding my icebox. Somebody's cold one is giving me chills. Guess I'll just close my eyes. Oh yeah. All right. Feels good inside. Flip on the telly, wrestle with Jimmy. Something is bubbling behind my back. The bottle is ready to blow. Say it ain't so. Your drug is a heartbreaker. Say it so. My love is a life taker. I can't confront you. I never could do that which might hurt you. So try and be cool when I say this wave is a water sign away from me that takes you further every day. So be cool. Say it ain't so. Your drug is a heartbreaker. Say it ain't so. My love is a life taker. Dear Daddy. Oh, yeah, he's back.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I was just meeting an obligation.
What do you mean by that?
There was a stock that said whether or not I'd play guitar by the 17th.
Oh, so you're like rigging the markets.
Well, no, rigging the market would have been me investing in that stock.
Really? Can you
then
show,
announcing
can you
to people that I'm
right
not going
now
to do it?
that you haven't rigged the market?
I haven't even created an account on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dylan.
Yep.
You have the floor.
What for?
I don't know.
The floor.
I don't know either. Did you see the jacket that Biden and Justin Trudeau was wearing, Destiny, at the ASEAN conference?
No, why did it trigger people?
A little bit, yeah.
What was it?
He was wearing the same jacket Mao wore during his rule.
Mao? Oh, Mao.
Mao Zedong?
Uh-huh. Yeah, the Chinese dude, right?
Yeah, let me send it to you. It's kind of funny. Kind of drippy, to be honest.
Was he dripping?
A little bit. Probably his best look the whole presidency.
Melly Mo.
So I had an idea for back
based. You got an idea for what?
Back when I was wanting to do like some sort of game show podcast shit during like the height of the Raws stuff, where I had someone actually program a thing that people would like vote in chat, and those votes would like up the counter. And I wanted to create an overlay for the stream that like if someone was getting like a sudden surge of votes, like their portrait would start glowing blue and then like get on fire, just depending on like a few other different factors. I think someone created an add-on for your stock thing that integrates with it, and you can like mark stocks like the meme video where you see like the ups and downs in real time and all that.
Yeah, I saw the site, but it doesn't. I feel like the can you link it?
Shit. Hold on, I have it bookmarked. 1 second.
It wasn't playing well on stream.
Yeah, it needs some updates, I think, but I thought overall though the idea was kind of similar. It could be really cool. Little window box that shows that. If you can just make it a little clearer who's what.
Okay, real quick, Dylan is spreading fake news. That was not a Mao outfit. There you go.
What is it then? What is it?
Probably some traditional Chinese outfit.
Okay, but who wore it best? Who really strutted their stuff in it? Mao. It's a Mao outfit. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you guys trade some like and stock so I can see what this looks like? Like and say something on stream so we can see what people really think about you.
I think that circumcision is a complicated topic in the Western world. Fuck you guys.
Did you see what Jack Posobiec said about the Poland strike?
No, what do you say?
If this was a deliberate attack on the sovereign territory of Poland, it must be repaid in blood.
Nice.
Jesus.
Okay, here's an issue that I have for like overlaying this type of thing on stream. Okay, if you want, I'm not a designer at all, so get ready to get mad that I'm giving design advice. Number one, I think that I don't know how you're drawing these lines, but I think from point to point it should be slanted. It shouldn't be this like step function looking thing. I think this looks really weird. I don't think I've ever seen like a stock chart unless we're like trading candlesticks or whatever. Usually these are going to be smoother. Find a way to do that instead of it being like up and down, number one. Number two, for a new value that's better, I think it should probably be colored green rather than red, I would say. Make it green, yeah. Number two. Number three, get rid of all these lines in the background. I don't need to feel like I'm looking at an Excel spreadsheet. It's really weird. 3 or 4, I don't remember which critique I'm on. These lines need to be way thicker. Like on stream, especially if it's a smaller, it's going to be hard to tell if there's not enough like thickness to the line, like when I used this as an overlay before. But I think that's all I had for that. But right now I don't think this is enough to stick it on stream. It's multiple colors. Click on another stock, see why it's red. Okay. I still think no data points, Destiny, no data points. What do you mean no data points? There are data points. It's the price that it was currently trading for. The graph is drawn in real time. That's why it's a line. You don't have, okay. First of all, The graph might be drawn in real time, but it's obviously only pulling from the API every, 5 seconds or something? I don't think it's updating on every single trade, number one. Number two, it doesn't have to draw in real time. It could draw every 5 to 10 seconds, right? If it draws every 5 seconds, then you can smooth your line out based on what I don't know how often this API allows you to make calls from it without rate limiting you, right? So you don't have to draw it in real time. You could draw it every 5 or 10 seconds. You could, if you wanted to, also use some sophisticated, you could use more sophisticated program to still draw it in real time and have it go up and down as well, but that might get harder, but we don't have to worry about that. But not enough data points to make it smooth. Dog, you can make any 2 data points smooth, okay? Use a diagonal line, okay? What do you mean? You don't know what you're talking about, Destiny. Okay, never mind. You're right. My bad. I'm a dumb fuck. Never mind. Forget everything I said.
You know what would have been a really good... Hold on. Check your DMs.
I don't know.
Okay, I won't do it.
Yeah, do it. Fucking go for it. No, don't do it.
Okay.
Well, is it a really mean one or is it a kind of mean one?
No, it's not. I don't even think it's mean.
Oh, well, then make it.
Okay, so I think that Lav could have gone with the stock system a little harder, and could have said that like you have invoked this thing to create a real-time negative feedback loop for the people involved.
Well, that's what she did in her post. She said like my stock is down, right?
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is kind of funny that there's like this. There is that way to, fuck the Reddit posts, fuck, Twitter replies and all that stuff. You've got a line that you can watch as the tide turns against you.
Sure.
You ever see that Onion?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm getting so triggered right now. Hold on. Destiny, there are 2 general ways to do real-time updates on a web page, long polling and WebSockets. I'm guessing that Manifold doesn't support WebSockets for the API, so the solution of updating on a fixed interval is probably the best / correct solution. Even if you update on a fixed interval, I'm not a programmer, but I imagine there are probably solutions to still make it look like it's a real-time updating graph with a smooth curve. So for instance, let's say that I'm updating on a fixed interval, right? Maybe, even though it's updating every 5 seconds, maybe the graph could be drawn on a 10-second delay. So it's updated here, then it's updated here, then it's updated here, and even though the actual fixed update is coming here, the program itself is only displaying up to here, which would allow you to draw the curves in almost real time. It'd be lagged by 5 to 10 seconds. It's called interpolation. No, you don't even have to interpolate. Or maybe, well, technically this would be interpolation because you're not sampling every single value in between. But I'm just saying that, like, you could technically pull on fixed intervals and still draw a line that is accurately going up and down because you could be pulling the data from 5 seconds in advance and drawing the data, like, at a 5-second delay or something. Okay? There are things, I'm sure you could do this, okay? Okay. Sorry. What were you saying?
I was just saying they had an Onion skit where they did exactly this. They had all the news broadcasters attached to like a graph where people could either approve of what they're saying or disapprove. And it was a really funny Onion skit.
Oh, I know. We watched it a few days ago. That's the only reason we're doing it. I think that's where the inspiration for this came from. Because I was
really.
Yeah, we watched it. Yeah.
Damn.
A smooth curve requires more transactions unless you want to lie in the graph. Hey, Roxer. Well, hey, hello? Welcome to computer science. You want me to break your fucking mind? There's literally no such thing in all of digital data as a smooth fucking curve, okay? That's the whole point of sampling something. There is no smooth curve. It's literally 44,000 fucking discrete points that are drawn in a graph, and then there's straight lines that connect every single fucking thing. Stop! There is no such thing as a smooth curve, okay? You can sample more data if you want, but every curve you see in digital data is technically a lie, okay? I don't care. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I don't know why I'm arguing about this. I don't care. Stop. Hello. Okay. I'm done. Destiny, it's not that simple. How would it not... How is it not... Okay, here's a question. Let's say that I was writing a program for this, and let's say that I could query every 5 seconds, okay? So I'm querying every 5 seconds. Let's say hypothetically on stream, okay? Let's say that I'm getting, I pull it and I get this data point, Then I get this data point. Then I get this data point. And then I get this data point. Then I get this data point. Then I get this data point. Okay? Let's say that I do this, okay? Theoretically, couldn't I say that when I've queried my first data point, I'm not drawing anything. The graph is empty on stream. But then when I draw the second data point, once I've hit this one, on stream, I can start showing the journey between here and here. I can do it like this, okay? I don't have to arrive here. Then by the time, when I query this third data point, this has just appeared on screen, the second data point, and then the line begins to go like this. Then I query, and then I hit the fourth data point, and then the line begins to go up here. But as the line is going, as soon as it hits, then I've queried this one, right? What I'm saying is that you don't have to display the data that you've queried in real time. You could have like however many seconds the thing is, the calls are. It could be delayed by 2 or 3 or 4 calls in order to smooth out a curve. Right? Or in order to draw lines. If you wanted to, I bet you could probably do a little bit of math, and you could actually make this trail by like 4 or 5 calls. And then with 4 or 5 calls, I bet you could start doing math to actually draw curves in here to make it look cute, but that would probably require more math. But I know you can do this. I know you can do this. You can't do that? I know you can do this. I don't know why you're saying you can't do this. I know you can do this. I don't even think this is calculus. I think this would just be fucking algebra. Stop. Stop. I'm not arguing about this. Okay. I'm getting trolled. I know I'm getting trolled in chat. I know I'm getting trolled. I know I'm getting trolled. False, because small cap stocks... Dude, we're DGG. We don't have any small cap stocks. They're all blue chips. Okay, I don't know why I'm not talking. Okay, hello, fanatic off to perk. Please let me be racist. This is one of those rants that you know who going to call racist. When we can't talk about white privilege, we've let them win.
Are so privileged that even when we're using accurate phrase that generally tell exactly what the freak is going on, people actually coddle them and will protect them from it. So for instance, in this situation, what the word privilege actually means is an unearned advantage. They didn't earn the advantage that they have of not having like their sentences being harsh, or not having their neighborhoods policed even more hard, or like or having their loans denied just because of the color of their skin, or not having their houses appraised at the proper choices, or having their resumes thrown out for literally no reason. They didn't earn any of those things. They got all of those benefits because they're white. Therefore, by definition, it's a privilege. But they're so privileged that we're literally having a conversation right now where the whole goal is, let's coddle these niggas and tell them that they're not privileged, so that way they don't feel bad, so we can protect their feelings. So then let's not call it a white privilege. Let's frame it as a form of black oppression and saying black disadvantage. That's how privileged these niggas are. And the fact that they've actually commanded the narrative such that we're even entertaining it is disgusting to me. White college-age kids literally did a poll in 2008 saying that they believe that they were the most oppressed demographic in the United States of America. If that's not privilege, I don't know what the freak is. They don't have to be worried about their interaction with the police officers. They don't have to consider in any of these situations if the race is actually playing a role in there. In fact, they start injecting race as part of the thing that's oppressing them all the time, unfairly and unsoundly, because they're so used to being privileged. If at any time things start actually catching up in any capacity, anytime we get...
Oh, she's like a crazy person.
Oh no!
Okay.
What the fuck?
Doing this. Oh, she's like a crazy person.
Am I not allowed to comment on XQC's personal life?
Okay. Doing this. Oh, she's like a crazy person.
Why is he? What was the point of this?
Destiny comments on XQC card. I don't even know what the card drama is. Just from what I was described, it does sound pretty crazy. Watch further. I just watched it. Oh wait.
I feel like the action was reactive. Something else of drastic disproportions. Who am I talking? Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? What am I even saying? She's just fucking absolutely unhingedly, fucking stupidly crazy and dumb as fuck. Who am I talking to, boy?
Okay.
What am I talking about? That's a massive cope. Okay, it was absolutely unhinged. I was dumb. I feel like.
Okay. If any streamer says they hate drama, just know they're lying to you. That is not true. However, it's very easy to see who likes drama and who hates drama. It's so easy, right? If you really hate drama, it's pretty easy to stay out of it. Just don't talk to fucking weird-ass, creepy fucking streamers, right? Like, if Cone Carnage came out and said, I hate drama, okay, I'd believe you. I don't even know if there's ever been drama involving Cone Carnage, right? Or like Criparian or whatever, right? Like, yeah, these guys probably hate drama, right? You're involved in it all the time. What do you think about it? I fucking love drama. Ugh! Gets the juices flowing. It gets me going. Fuck yes. Yeah, like if Forsen was like, I hate drama. Like, yeah, I believe you. Spill the tea? I don't have any tea on this shit. I'm pretty sure most of the XQC and Adept stuff have like leaked to the public at this point, right? I'm still surprised that like shit didn't go crazy after the fucking abortion shit that happened. Jesus. For that, that's public. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't even joke. I'm just kidding. I rescind that comment. I shouldn't even joke. I shouldn't joke because people are gonna clip it and people are gonna think it's real. I'm joking. I'm memeing. That was a meme. I'm sorry.
Isn't that stuff already like done though? Aren't they on good terms, or is that still going?
No, it's like an ongoing drama that's happening. Jesus. You should hit up Adept and see what her side of the story is. It could be interesting to see her grow and develop as a person on stream. True!
No, L Super Glide. What should we do with this guy, chat? Just keep him on his toes. Pick one of these up.
Jesus.
I mean, what can I say? I mean, sometimes toes. Pick one of these up. I mean, what can I say? I mean, sometimes you just have to go for it, bro. The Apex champion. Sometimes you just have Oh, no, L Super.
That was sick. Nasty. Bomb, 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 bomb. Get ready for tonight. What is tonight?
Who do you think would be the tougher competitor, Ron DeSantis or former President Trump? And how is that factoring into your decision?
It'll be fun watching them take on each other.
Who do you think would be the tougher competitor, Ron DeSantis or former President Trump? And how is that factoring into your decision?
It'll be
me fucking looking like I'm gonna be honest with you.
You didn't see my screen?
You guys are fucking trash. You guys are fucking trash, dog.
Yeah,
You've already seen this, right?
Straight out.
You guys are fucking.
Jesus.
What does that look like? Is it bad or what?
I want to see what it looks like.
Holy.
Oh my god, bro.
What's up, Abba?
Who? Oh, what's up?
I think it's working now. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. How you doing?
Now it's working. Now I should be able to hear you.
You're very, very, very quiet.
All right, I'll turn myself up. Is this better?
A little louder and you're good.
This right here?
Yeah, sure.
I'll turn it up just a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, that'd be good.
Okay. All right. Hopefully this is good enough. I was just gonna jump in real quick. I don't know what happened. Every time I join your server, I keep getting notifications, people tagging me and like constantly adding me. Is there any way to turn that shit off?
On desktop, right-click on the server.
Yeah.
On notification settings, yeah, turn it to nothing, and then suppress everyone in here, suppress all role mentions, suppress everything.
I do, and every time I look to the left, I still get these numbers. I got 90, like I got 20 notifications of people like mentioning me. You know, now it's at.
And you've set notification settings to nothing. You click the circle that says nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, there's all messages, only at messages, and then nothing. And then I said suppress everyone, suppress all roles.
Oh, do right click the server and click mark as red, and then hopefully no more show up. Those might have been old ones, maybe.
No, the people can still do it. I mean, now people are just spamming it. All right. You know, that shit actually triggers the fuck out of me. I've been like fucking with the notifications. I wish I could block. Is there any way to just block like the at me? Like make it a bannable word, not bannable, like just a blocked thing that people can't write.
I don't know. It might just be that the
maybe that's just not a feature.
Mute server, maybe people are saying mute server. Tell them to right click and mute the server.
No, I've already muted. I swear to God, I look through every spot. That's why I felt like, am I a retard? I can unmute the server, but I haven't muted already. You don't have this issue, like if you're in a server and people can just at you. You don't have the issue of like the number on the left.
I have
side
all the mutes and notifications turned off, and then every night I just right click a folder that I have all my servers in, and I click mark all as red, and it doesn't use.
That's beast. Let me just do that so I don't have to see this shit.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. All right. Because I was that really was triggering for some time. For some reason, I think people think because I talk to you, I want to hear from everybody at me like, yo, what do you think about this? I'm like, bro, why am I seeing all these mentions? All right. How is regular life without all the insanity? Has that been dull for you? You ready for some?
It's a little dull, but you know, I'm chilling. I'm just working on my factory. You know how it goes.
You excited for the next arc?
I guess we're going to Georgia to do political canvassing, so that'll be fun.
Is that something you actually find enjoyable, or do you just think it's an important thing you do it? And so for you, it's like, this is something that's part of my ethos.
Both. It's enjoyable, the challenge, the logistics, the coordination, the team leading, and everything. And then and then it's obviously important to my political mission. And then I get to dig wave in the future. Oh, I did this for political shit, blah blah blah. So yeah, I think it's probably good.
True. Do you have any higher aspirations in terms of politics? In terms of actual on the ground involvement at any point?
Like on the ground involvement.
So like this is some tangible. It's not just discussion, political discourse. Like this is some tangible, like getting votes in or whatever. Or do you ever see yourself doing
like running for office or
running a campaign, whatever it might be?
No, probably not. Fuck that shit.
That doesn't interest you whatsoever?
Nah, not much.
Okay, that's fair.
So. Are you familiar with what happened down in Omaha, Abba?
Yeah, he got in trouble because somebody said some people messaged some guy he was endorsing, and that guy kind of disavowed Destiny a little bit.
Based.
that a hit piece came out, it was a shit show. It'd be very hard for him to run.
Yeah. I remember watching him have that conversation with one of the people who did the part of the hit piece or something like the
some of the
stitching.
Omaha cringe.
He was really weird. He's like, no, you're a fucking ass. You don't even live in this city.
And this kid's like 23 years old or whatever. It's like, bro, I lived until I was 30. Like, it's gonna take you 7 years to even catch up to my experience in that city, you fucking loser.
So you live in LA now.
Oh
Fuck
my
you.
god.
And I have a son that lives there. I'm more invested in that city than him too. Like, Jesus.
That's one of the few conversations you had that really upset me.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, like, you were making a force for political change. It was a positive one, the candidate you really believed in, and to spite you, they mostly to spite you, they did all that to fuck over, the candidate as well. And I just thought it was so lame.
Yeah, I would say.
And the way they were justifying it was the fucking worst.
True.
Why'd you bring that up? Lycan? Was it Lycan who brought that up?
Yeah, Lycan. Why'd you bring that up? Why'd you bring up the
You asked if
negativity?
he ever wants to run his own campaign.
Oh, so you just wanted to shit on me to put me in my place to show me that I can never run my own campaign.
Are you trying to say basically because of something like that he wouldn't be able to ever run?
Yeah, I've been around a while. I'm getting a little bold, ready to start talking all the shit I've been holding in.
You know what though?
He needs a new villain.
I don't think that's untrue. I feel like just looking at Herschel Walker and him and his 2 abortions, I feel like if Destiny ever ran, they'd be pulling up clips and clips and clips, and they'd be like, "You want to let this white male run your place?" And then they just got a compilation of you saying the N-word. Like, that shit's over, bro.
I don't actually know anymore, dude. I don't know. I mean,
no, there's no way.
You talk about the Herschel Walker stuff. That guy's got a fucking wild history. And it seems like nobody gives a fuck. It's actually unbelievable what some of these people fucking get. I would just have to run as a Republican. That's the way to do it.
Okay. Let's play a hypothetical. As a liberal, okay, as somebody
as a liberal, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to do it.
No, as liberal leans left. What is a state you think you got a shot in? Okay, you Destiny with your past. What state? We will run your campaign.
As a liberal, I wouldn't go anywhere. I would never be able to do it.
You don't think there's a single state you could win?
As maybe like a West Virginia or like a Nevada or Arizona or whatever the fuck, like some of those like really weird mixed states, maybe. But
I feel like if we ever get to this point where we get past a lot of this like political correctness stuff, there might be a way for you to make a U-turn and actually win a specific state. I don't know. I agree as a liberal, there's nowhere right now, but I think in the future it could be a thing.
I'll keep that in mind, Chief. Okay.
Because I say this because someone like Herschel Walker, I don't think would have been able to win anywhere 20 years ago with like multiple abortions.
Yeah, among other things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that
I don't know the other stuff. What's the other stuff? I know he's got abortions. What's the other stuff?
Jesus.
He allegedly like held a gun to his wife's head or something.
He's told more than one woman in his life that he was going to show up at their house and blow their brains out.
Not in a sexual manner.
No,
that's blow your back out, and no, it was brains.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
That dude is wild. Yeah, that dude is wild.
But he's a handsome dude, and Trump endorsed him, and he's black, and he's based.
And he played football.
Yeah, we love football.
I feel like Trump. That's the thing. I think Trump changed things a little bit, maybe, but who knows?
Yes, you just need to play football.
I really do think when it comes to the Republican side of things, I think he's kind of removed the need for respectability and consistency in any values. And if it's expedient enough, the voter base will still vote in like huge numbers. So I would argue that that's a change that happened over 20 years. Something similar could happen in regards to reforming a human being in 10, 15 years for like the liberal side of the aisle.
Yeah, maybe.
You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. What about this interesting hypothetical? Instead of Herschel Walker, we do a sub for another controversial football player. Could O.J. Simpson, would he have stood a better chance of beating Raphael Warnock in the midterms than Herschel Walker? What do you think?
Good question. Is he in jail right now? Prison?
I think he's been back a couple of times, but I think he was released like 2 years ago or something like that.
Damn.
Okay, let's say...
Oh, God.
Let's say...
Oh, damn. Who's an opponent that if Destiny ran against, like, Dems would have to... Like, let's say he was a Democratic nominee. Okay, Destiny goes, and he's a Democratic nominee for Senate in one of these states. Who could he run against that you guys feel like he could beat?
I'm not up to date on the lore, so I don't have an informed opinion, unfortunately.
It would have to be like a very purpley state, I think.
You mean like West Virginia?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just curious. Can't think of it. Because I feel like when these people have scandals and I see what they are, like, those are not really that big of a deal. And like I think the public doesn't care. But I think when it comes to like cultural stuff, I think the public goes nuts. So, for example, if you stole or embezzled money, it's bad. But I think most people don't see blue collar crimes or not, maybe white collar crimes as like.
No,
as
you're just a sharp businessman if you do that.
Exactly.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if they even saw one clip of somebody saying the N-word in some kind of ways, I feel like for some voter bases that would be like a death sentence, which is interesting.
You know, that would win him the Republican primary. That would win him the Republican.
What
if he wanted to run as a Republican, that would be the way to do it.
What I'm so curious about is, and I wish this would have happened and never did, I wish a clip would have leaked of Trump saying the N-word. It would have changed N-word discourse in the U.S. forever, because I bet Republicans still would have defended it.
Probably.
Yeah,
They would have just said
it would have
he's
been
changed, or he doesn't do it anymore. I think if it was a recent clip, I think it would fuck him over.
You think?
If
I don't
it's
know.
an
I
old-
thought that about the grab him by the pussy clip. That was insane. People.
No, because you could justify that one.
You are. Hold on.
Absolutely, you can. Easy.
Absolutely not. I know that we hindsight justify it now, but to hear Trump say as like a 70-year-old man, you sometimes you just gotta grab him by the pussy. That was unfucking believable.
That would have been a silver bullet for any non-Trump political operative, and certainly a Democrat. Yeah, I don't buy that personally. But
I understand
also
now
think-
it seems normalized, but I feel like at the time it was insane. I think even the Hillary campaign had that saved as like, we're just gonna launch this, and then he's like done. He's done so. But
she lost more public support by publicly referring to a subsection of Trump voters as
Deplorables.
a basket of deplorables,
Yeah.
right? She lost more stock with people than he did for that particular comment.
So I'm going to defend the grabbing them by the pussy. I'll make the case for it. I think most people in their day-to-day life say off the handle stuff that's kind of vulgar in that regards. And I think for most people, when they heard that, I think for the average person, they weren't that shocked by that statement. They could imagine ways in which like dudes in a closed setting would say stuff like that, or things that are far worse. And so that comment, actually the outrage surrounding it by the media, I think actually helped him in a way, because people are like, I talk like that. And so it made him more relatable.
You can say that, but if it would have leaked of Obama saying it, it would have been like the Civil War. They would have been fucking over.
Yeah, because you
There's
think
no
about,
shot.
or even President Clinton. I mean, you know, the Monica Lewinsky scandal. I mean, like affairs are statistically extremely common, and for a lot of like the so-called locker room talk, a lot of people, you know, if somebody said, "Hey, I got a blowjob from a staffer where I work," whatever, a lot of people would probably clap him on the back. But because it was a sitting president, he lost a lot of support, not only from Democrats. I mean, a lot of Democrats were pissed, but certainly from independents and the evangelical demographic, because they held him to a higher standard. So, I mean, I agree that, you know, people say off-the-wall things and have an irreverent sense of humor, but we tend to have, you know, obviously a very high expectation of public figures, especially presidential candidates. So, but Trump is bulletproof. I mean, he even said
He
on
could
the
kill
campaign
somebody
trail-
on 6th Street with a gun or whatever.
Yep.
I disagree. I disagree, because you guys are saying there's certain reverence and like decorum that they have to have. But what made Trump perfectly appealing is the fact that he kind of removed a lot of that. People found it really relatable and understandable that for once someone was speaking to the way that they find relatable and normal to them. That's how I feel like he got a lot of his voter base. It's not about what you guys feel like a president should be like. It's what the people would want their president to be like. And I think the way Trump behaved in public appealed to a large majority of the population, if not the majority, at least a large section of it.
Oh, there's no question about that. But I think Destiny's point was, and I know my point is, that is relatively unique to Trump. Hillary, I don't think, could have been talking about, you know, grabbing men by the dick or
any establishment person.
Right.
I think it's more difficult for Democratic officials
Yes.
just because of the angle that they're coming in from, which is like respectability and sensitivity and all this other bullshit, right? And so for them, it's off-brand. For the Republicans, I think there's a lot of other candidates who can do that. And I actually are seeing, ever since Trump came along, that there's a lot more Republican candidates who do this whole like more candid like speak or start cursing in public or on the job. And it's become more normalized. And so I would say for Republicans, that is definitely a change that's happened. It's not just a Trump thing anymore.
Well,
yeah, the only thing.
Do you disagree?
I don't know. I feel like I've said this for the past like 2 years, but I think that's the question that is on everybody's mind in U.S. politics: is, are U.S. politics changed forever, or are we going to go back to having some level of decorum post-Trump? I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that. There haven't really been any big Republican leaders that have been successful in the party that have emulated Trump's style. Have there been?
Oh, I feel like DeSantis emulates it often.
Has DeSantis ever engaged
absolutely.
in like...
I feel like his hand gestures have changed. I remember watching a clip and somebody's doing like comparisons, if I remember this correctly. But DeSantis has 100% changed his way of doing stuff without doing some of the more extreme shit.
No. I'm not talking about hand gestures. I'm talking about like political nicknames for people. The like just going off on like mannerisms are just one thing. I'm talking about like the speech, the decorum. Like, would DeSantis be on Twitter tweeting out like, you know, like sleepy Joe Biden not getting anything done in Congress and then attacking all of his political rivals and everything? Like, I don't know.
He does it somewhat. So Ab is right that not only do you have some of the affectations like the hand gestures, and he does adopt some of the Trump newspeak, like he'll say shit like fake news.
Sure.
But even like the more combative memes, like he's referred to President Biden as Brandon and, you know, stuff like that. Let's go, Brandon, you know, the coded fuck you, Joe Biden. But I will say, to your point, Destiny, he's nowhere near as crass about it as Trump is. Like Trump just... There's no filter between mouth and brain, so he says whatever stupid shit comes to mind. Whereas DeSantis, you can tell, polishes it, you know, keeps some things in reserve. So he doesn't come off nearly as crude, and he's just a much better speaker in general. But yeah, he has definitely diminished some of his civility politics compared to, like, you know, 4 years ago.
I will say that I feel like also Trump has normalized being combative with the press, because nowadays I constantly see clips going viral of like politicians going at it with like press people, and it's interesting to watch because I feel like maybe that's just a personal perception thing, but I feel like that's a change that's happened where like the audience is salivating for politicians to be combative with press people. Am I incorrect about that, or do you guys get the same impression?
Republicans definitely love it because in their mind, like all of the press is like corrupt and evil and maybe Jewish, and
yeah. I think I've seen like 3 clips of DeSantis just like turning the media upside down, or like just going at a reporter and like correcting them.
Is DeSantis an election denier?
Was that?
Is DeSantis an election denier? Do you know?
Not overtly, not from what I remember. He's like paid somewhat, like he's tried to straddle that line of ambiguity. He's not the one saying that, you know, it was stolen, there was theft involved, but he's kind of paid lip service to it at times, or like his press secretary like retweeting shit, but he's never come out and said that the election was stolen.
Gotcha.
Which was surprising because I thought he would have been. And so the other day I was having a conversation with somebody, so I went back and checked it, but no, he's stayed strategically ambiguous about the election denial.
Do you feel like Trump has changed the Republican Party forever? Maybe since I don't know if you guys can think of another Republican president that's had just as much influence on the Republican identity. Do you guys feel like there's an influence that he's really had in terms of changing it?
I mean, it seems like it, but who knows? We have to see what the next batch of presidential candidates look like. If they're all going to try to be like Trump Juniors or what.
A lot of the post-midterm discussion, like even people at Fox News were saying, you know, the Republican Party has to evolve, but there's no way it's going back to the age of, you know, John McCain, Mitt Romney,
President Bush.
Yeah, that they're like that era is dead and that's not coming back, and maybe it needs to move on from Trump, or, you know, evolve from Trump and, you know, take Trump's best qualities from the perspective of a Republican and refine them and make them more sophisticated. But yeah, the Dick Cheney, George W. Bush, Mitt Romney, John McCain GOP is dead.
Yeah, they've definitely lost that war. At least it seems so on the outside. What do you guys think about this new concept? It's like the New Republicans, which is what they call them. I don't know where I saw it. I think it's on this a news article. They call them the Barstool Republicans. You guys know what that is?
I know who the Barstool Sports guy is, but
I guess it's basically this idea that Barstool's CEO and like a lot of the people who kind of think like him represent like the new wave of Republicans that are like pro-life. Sorry, they're pro-choice. But then in terms of like their financial ideas in regards to the economy, they're more so conservative. And so that's like, they're, I guess, basically socially liberal and then more so financially conservative from an economy standpoint. Conservative. Are you guys familiar with that concept or no?
No. What about you, Remnant?
No, I've never heard of it. Just reading an article about it now.
Okay.
You guys were talking.
Oh, so you're Googling the answer like a fucking...
Good. Yeah, I didn't know.
I've never heard of it before. I'd only ever heard of, like you said, like the Barstool Sports like phenomenon, and I'd never heard of a Barstool Republican.
I honestly think that if they really do go through that change in the future, and it does become more mainstream in the Republican Party for folks to think like that, I could definitely see the Republican base really changing. Because I don't know, what do you guys think causes the biggest losing factor for this election cycle when it came to the Republicans?
What causes the?
Yeah, like was it the pro-choice, pro-life stance that they took? Trying to undo Roe v. Wade and that kind of like galvanized the base. What do you guys think led to them?
Probably Roe, probably pissing off the younger generation, probably the anti-democratic, semi-fascist line, and then the fact that Republicans didn't promote an actual agenda. I think it was like a combination of things.
What's this anti-democratic line? What is that people are pissed about?
They fielded 300 election deniers, so like 300 Republican candidates denied or seriously questioned President Biden's victory in 2020 without any evidence. And many of them suggested that if they were elected, they would not certify a Democratic presidential candidate in 2024. Like some of them just flat out, the guy Mark Fincham, who was running for the Arizona State Secretary of State position, alongside Kerry Lake, who was running for governor, he flat out said that that he would not have certified Biden's win, and that a Democratic presidential candidate would never be able to win Arizona. Like they would say shit like that out loud. So President Biden and other Democrats are saying they're being fascistic because they're not looking to promote democracy. They're looking to weaponize it to get into power, and then they're going to fascistically stay in power as much as they can.
What about from your perspective, Destiny? What do you think caused them to take the big L with the midterms?
Jesus, who's
You're blaming Jesus? Really?
Yeah. Oh my
God. What a dick.
It feels like it's hard to tell. No, I need more conservative friends. I need more conservative friends. I don't have any anymore. I feel like Trump comes off as a loser, and that like the energy and the excitement that he had before, because I feel like every single time I listen to him talk, he's just crying about the election. So like the Trump candidates were kind of like delusional and deranged. Trump himself is a little bit delusional and deranged. Like it felt like before Trump had like this "Make America Great Again" message. He wanted to move forward. He wanted to drain the swamp. He wanted to do all these things. But I think like two huge things, my feeling in the background at least, and these might be influencing other things, that one, he sucked as a leader. He really didn't get anything done. And at some point, Republican leadership has already come to terms with that, but the Republican constituents have to come to terms with that. Trump didn't get shit done in office, number one. And then number two, he's just very uninspiring right now. Like Trump is literally like a social media president, and that's it.
Oh shit, wasn't he supposed to announce today? I forgot all about that.
I thought it was tonight, right? Am I crazy?
Okay, maybe it was later on tonight. I know it was supposed to be today. For some reason, I thought he was supposed to do it already.
But do you think he sounds like a loser? Partially because I feel like oftentimes when he felt like a winner, it's because he was constantly on television, or he was constantly on social media taking like dubs or like cultural wins. He would make like a tweet that would go viral and people would love him for it. Or he'd do an interview and he'd shut somebody up or at a rally. I feel like that's when he kind of shined. And so maybe the reason why he sounds like a loser more now is like he has less access to that. Or
I mean, like I could be wrong, but it's so hard to tell. The problem is that Republicans are so stupid. It's hard to tell what they're thinking at any point in time. Like I have to start chugging cough syrup to get inside their minds to figure out like what the fuck are you possibly thinking right now. My feeling is that when Trump came into office, I had a political dude email me a long time ago. I've repeated this on stream before. I had a poli-sci guy email me a long time ago, and he said that there is a predictable trajectory that all populists take, and that Trump wasn't going to be unique to this. I think he emailed me back in 2017. He said what happens is populists are really good at getting everybody riled up about how horrible the system is. Then they're really good at getting everybody to believe in them, that they're going to make big changes to the system. And then all of them get in office and they do absolutely nothing because they're not effective leaders, because they don't engage with the system and they don't know how it works. And if I believe that, and if I look at what happened with Trump's presidency, that is the exact story of Trump's presidency. He became a leader and everything sucked. It feels like he went from a guy on the campaign trail who was like, I'm the only guy that can get this done. I can bring everybody together. I can fix corporate inversions and all these things that we all agree on problems. I can do all this, to just an infinite excuse machine. And for a little while, you know, at least the pundits on Twitter and shit will, you know, suck you off. Like, oh yeah, it's true. It's the whole swamp. But I mean, like, when the swamp is also every single person in his cabinet, every single person he surrounds himself with, all of his personal friends, like people like Cohen and stuff, it feels like at some point it's like, okay, well, fuck. And now, at least done for the past 2 years, his cry about election fraud. It's just, that's very uninspiring. That's not like the Make America Great, we're moving forward, we're building the wall, we're locking up Hillary. It's not like the very forward momentum, like enthusiastic stuff that I was used to hearing from him. It's all just like crying about the past.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, at least. Like, I feel like even a Republican, Destiny, he had no control over the House or Senate. What are you saying? He had majorities in the House and Senate. What the fuck are you talking about?
The first 2 years.
Yeah, bro, you're fucking delusional.
Give him a ban, bro. Just ban the guy.
No, he's just delusional. But yeah, I don't know. That's the feeling of it, but I could be wrong. But yeah, go on.
Actually, I think that's a pretty good summary of it. I was going to say, when I heard that he was going to announce his running shortly after the midterms, I saw like every political pundit basically said, "What a genius move! If they win in the midterms the way we expect them to, and they probably will, then him setting up his campaign announcement right after such a big win just makes him sound like he's the one taking credit for everything." So on one hand, I thought like, okay, I guess I can kind of see how that's a genius political move. But then obviously the midterms didn't go as planned, and it turned out to be a big failure, so it makes him look stupid. Yeah. Do you think he's kind of misplaying his hand to some degree, or does he just not have a good read on how much influence he has?
If I can just interject for a second, it's so funny to hear that, because when it comes to like certain right-wing daddies, particularly Trump, Musk, and Peterson, but I think Trump is the least deserving of all.
Yeah,
it's kind of like when religious people will like see the face of Jesus in bread or tea leaves, right? That just like confirmation bias determines what they see, and so anything Trump does, Trump sycophants will call an act of genius. You know what I mean? If he gave the announcement the day before the midterms, the day after, in the middle of it, if he walked onto the Fox News set and hijacked one of the cameras, it would all be an act of genius. Even now, you have some people saying, you know, this was Trump's way of like cutting out the
it's always of draining the swamp from his own
right.
Yep. People say that. Yep, they said it a lot in his own campaign when people were slowly starting to get cut out and like shit was falling apart. Like, this is good. Like, Trump's getting rid of all the weak blah blah blah. Trump is not politically minded. He's not politically intelligent. He very much lucked into every part of his candidacy. I said that on day one, and I stand by it now on day whatever the fuck. I don't think Trump has a mind for politics, and he's not very good, or he is good at it, but he's like a natural. He's only like he stumbled into it. None of this is planned or anything.
But you don't think that he may have people around him who are actually any good?
No. He's bad at, he's a bad leader when it comes to surrounding himself with smart people, and he's not a sycophant. Who's a guy that only surrounds himself with people that agrees with him and gets rid of everybody that disagrees with him? Whatever that is.
He wants yes men. He wants
yes men. He only wants yes men. Yeah, he is. Because, like, look at the election fraud stuff. Look at how many people around him, competent people around him, are like, bro, this ain't it, chief. Like, this ain't it. He ignored everybody. He's not a good leader. He doesn't pick good people around him. Look at people like Cohen. Look at people like Manafort. Look at people like Giuliani, Flynn, Stone. All these people these aren't the best people. Like, and half of these guys, or most of them, are in fucking prison, right?
But
yeah, he's just
honestly, if you look at if I'm pushing back on that.
Yeah, go for it.
You say he's not a good leader because he's chosen some bad people. We can all agree it doesn't matter the cabinet, how many of them are going to jail or whatever.
Yep.
There's a strong case to be made there. But you don't think his ability to choose whoever's organizing his campaign, and the fact that he was able to come up against the Republican nominees, even when the Republican Party didn't want him there and they were kind of just forced to accept him, you don't feel as though he must have had some competence in terms of choosing the right people to get him to overcome all that?
Nope.
Because basically no? Okay, go ahead.
No, I think he lucked into all of it. He happened to be in the right place at the right time with the right kind of rhetoric, and people liked it, and that's it. But he wasn't intelligent at all with how he managed anything. That's why he was so ineffective as a leader. Like, Trump could have, and I actually got taken in by this a few times. There were a couple speeches that Trump did after losing certain states on the campaign trail where I was like, oh shit, I think Trump is actually really smart. And I think that when he gets into office, I think he's going to turn up and he's going to be like an incredibly effective leader. I thought that a couple times because he gave some really good speeches towards the end of some of the races that he lost. But he didn't. He never did, actually. He's just a giant fucking man-child he's just an idiot. He's just not very smart. That's the problem. Maybe he knew real estate at one point in time. Maybe, I don't know. Or he had people around him that knew real estate. But he was just he had so much political capital. He had so much going for him in government, and he squandered all of it.
Tapper in your chat says, "Oh, shut up, Ruminate. No matter if you are Republican or Democrat, you always say your number one hitter is the greatest. Both sides do it. The problem is that the guy that they're saying is their number one hitter, like, strikes out more often than not. Like, at least with even Biden at his worst, Biden has actually a pretty formidable record, all things considered, especially when you consider the razor-thin margins he has in both chambers, right? So even though he's a gaffe machine, even though he does awkward old granddaddy things and falls off his bike, he also has, like, for every L, he has a W, and that's not the case with Trump. You know, Trump was like Destiny said, a shitty president. He had both chambers of Congress for 2 years. He failed to repeal and replace Obamacare like he swore he would. He failed to build a wall. He failed to to get the infrastructure deal. All the way around, it was L after L after L after L. The only thing that he did was the 2017 tax cuts and the judge appointments, and that was all McConnell. McConnell said, "Here, sir, nominate this guy."
Yeah, and you don't get credit. You don't get credit for judge appointments. Like it's guaranteed. Well, I guess it's not because it wasn't under Obama, but like you have the Senate, like it's guaranteed, right?
Yeah. So saying it's a both sides issue. I mean, obviously both sides will try to gloss over their leaders' deficits. There's no doubt about it. But Trump the number of personal, intellectual, and character flaws that this man has, we've not seen his like, you know, in mainstream politics. There's not a like Nixon was a fraction of the man in terms of like corruption and incompetence. Nixon was infinitely more mainstream than Donald Trump is. So that's why it's cool to call the Republicans out on this.
Okay. So I got.
I'm sorry. That was for a guy in chat, Dabba. That wasn't me yelling at you.
Oh, so I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm not taking. I have no stakes in this. I don't live in America. I'm just watching on the outside. I'm not that invested, but I have questions. So with the, I believe he's still going to trial, right? They're still charging Trump with whatever.
I don't know if there's a trial or an indictment. Is there? It's not an indictment yet, right?
No, not yet. I mean, he's under investigation from the DOJ, and he was subpoenaed by the January 6th committee, but he's disregarded it, and now he's suing the January 6th committee, saying basically that sitting presidents and former presidents should not be compelled to testify under subpoena.
Word. That's based. If you're the Democratic Party and you have any influence over how the DOJ takes on this case, would you want them to maybe not pursue this, as it probably is bad for the Republican base if Trump is around, either running as an independent or being the nominee? Because let's say hypothetically they do pursue this and they do put him in jail. Wouldn't that just mean that DeSantis, whatever his name is going to be the nominee? Most likely.
I feel like the problem is, as cringe as it is, I think you have to actually think about like your principled positions at some point where it's like, the problem is that like Trump, like flagrantly like violated the law and was given multiple opportunities to make things right, and consistently like rebuked the whatever the National Archive, whatever. Like, if somebody's going to go to those lengths to do that over and over and over again, I don't know if it's ever right to be like, maybe this guy's above the law. Like, maybe we just kind of let him go. Maybe it's not good for whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like
if it guaranteed the Democrats win the presidential election, would you not consider it worth it or no?
I don't think so. I think I think that weaponizing your investigative bodies is not good like that, I would say.
Okay. So I'll ask you this next question then. Irrespective of how you feel, like what is the right moral virtuous, given the option and the parameters are as we stated, what do you think the Democratic leadership would do? Do you think they would look at it from your perspective, or would they think about you want to win?
I don't know what leadership will do, but I think at the end of the day, it's literally just Garland's decision, right? Ruminate? I think it's just whatever Merrick Garland wants to do.
Yeah. So he had, it'll ultimately be up to him. Mm-hmm. I mean, technically, like legally, under the unitary executive theory, which basically says that the president effectively has all the powers of the sub-executives who work under him. Theoretically, President Biden could order Attorney General Garland to investigate Trump or to press charges, but that would be seen as a tremendous conflict of interest, and a violation of the norms. So really it is up to Garland. But I do think Garland's indicating that he will do it. And I was skeptical at first, but if you look at Garland's history, so I don't know if you guys know this, but like he prosecuted the Unabomber. He prosecuted like the Olympic, like the 1996 Olympic bombings or whatever. He was the prosecutor there too. This dude is like, somebody on Twitter called him a fart. He was like silent but deadly, because even though he's not like very bombastic or anything like that, like he quietly does his homework, and then when he prosecutes, he does so ruthlessly, and he's got a pretty formidable win-loss record. So
just to remember, isn't he the dude who Obama tried to put into the Supreme
Yes.
Court? And the Republicans said hell no.
Which makes it even better. Republicans, dude.
Yeah.
They're like, we should have put his ass on the Supreme Court.
I mean, I remember that the time being such a big win. You know what was the funniest quotes from that time that I remember? I think it was who's the guy who looks like the guy from the Tales of the Crypt Keeper, the one who's in the Republican Party.
Is it McConnell?
Mitch McConnell?
Oh yeah, him. Okay, yeah, the Crypt Keeper. He, because I think
that's hilarious.
I think somebody said something like, "Wait, you guys won't allow them to rush Merrick Garland in, but then you allowed Trump to do whatever he wants to rush in his Supreme Court?" He's like, "Yeah, because we're trying to win." Because I think they pretty much engaged in the very same behavior that they thought was unacceptable by Obama, right?
Yeah, of course.
And when they asked him about it, he literally just said it. He said, "Yeah, we're trying to win." And when he said that, I'm not gonna lie, I laughed pretty hard, even though I thought it was a crazy thing to say out loud. He just said, "Yeah, it is what it is." Like, I don't know. It's just a weird thing to hear from an elected official.
Yeah, well, they don't give a fuck. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's a
Hey, Dylan, are you still in here?
Yeah, I'm still in here.
Hey, I got a question for you with the with what's going on with the missile strikes. I watched, and it actually kind of ties into some of Destiny's current arcs as well, because Lex Friedman, I'm now on a Lex Friedman kick. I'd never heard of this guy. He did a great interview with Destiny and Ben Shapiro, and then he did one before both of them with Fiona Hill, and I know you're pretty familiar with her. And she's in that interview. I
saw some of it. I saw some clips of it actually.
It's really, really good. Really good. You should check it out in its entirety. But she still refers to, and Fiona Hill for chat, she was a Russian and like Ukrainian European expert for the National Security Council, right, Dylan?
Mm-hmm.
And then she testified against President Trump in 2019 over that Ukrainian quid pro quo thing. That's how she came to the forefront of American politics or whatever. But anyway, so she's out of office now, and she's working at the Brookings Institution, but she's still an expert on all this stuff. In the interview with Friedman, she referred to Putin still as a rational actor. She says, a lot of people say he's not. I still think he is. And I know you had that conversation with the Vanguard, Dylan, not too long ago. I listened to it on a car ride. Do you still consider Putin a rational actor, or are you on the fence?
Absolutely. He's put himself in a irrational position. So the reason I believe Putin's a rational actor, because I think he's politically intelligent. I think that everything that he's done makes sense if you understand where he's getting his information from. I don't think the decision to invade Ukraine was smart. But I think this was because he was working with incomplete information. If you listen to how people talked about the Ukrainian invasion at the start of it on February 24th, the whole world thought Ukraine would collapse in like a microsecond.
Yep, 2 weeks.
It'd be a week and it would be over, and then Russia, and then there would be strong sanctions in response, but the West would once again let Putin do whatever he really wanted to do, outside of maybe a few economic repercussions. The reason they thought that, in my opinion, is I think they really underestimated, and I think this is a failure of the FSB, I think this is a failure of Putin's administration, and the people handing Putin intelligence. I think they really failed to estimate exactly how strong the will to fight was in Ukraine, that Zelensky's government would stay there and they wouldn't flee. They did try to assassinate him multiple times, though. And I think they extremely overestimated how competent their military was and underestimated how much corruption had whittled them down. But this was also the same mistake made by like Western intelligence agencies. And I think that largely when it comes to the Western, when the West made that mistake, I think it was largely due to a lack of human intelligence. We have a lot of technical intelligence when it comes to satellites and like hacking equipment.
The over-the-horizon capability to people.
Shit didn't go crazy after the fucking abortion shit that happened. Jesus.
What?
That's public.
Okay, he's just fucking trolling. Why did people even fucking this motherfucker, man? Why is he fucking doing this shit? What a dumb fucker. Ain't those people crazy? Ain't this dumb shit? Big ass motherfucker, man. Fucking meth Andy. What do you think of this light, man? Is he banned? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go fucking
1.5 million winter uniforms just disappearing from Russian stockpiles. This is the type of stuff that I don't think the Russians prepared for or understood how much corruption had whittled down the military. And the West didn't understand it either. And I think that's why he made such an irrational decision, is because he was working with incorrect information.
I think it's a little bit sad because, like, my Western bias about the show a lot here. But, like, when you look at movies about anything having to do with America, it's always like, the only reason why our troops got captured is because Senator Randall had a deal with the enemy country and some corporation was rigging everything, and these brave soldiers are fighting against the military-industrial complex. Or like, that's like every single plot line. But the reality is, for the United States, like the way our military, our State Department, everybody, the way the interactions are really complicated. Foreign affairs are really complicated. But then when you look at movies about like Eastern issues, namely like Russia, it's always like, oh, the party members lied so that they wouldn't get in trouble, and oh yes, everybody lied because they want to keep getting their paychecks and they don't want to bring any issues up and rustle any feathers. But it seems like that's actually the case. Like, it's a pretty accurate accounting for. Like, did you ever see the Chernobyl miniseries?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, there was a lot of that in there, and it almost felt like propaganda. But like, oh my god, like looking at the Russian military, I'm like, damn, like how many people are just afraid to say that, bro, shit is fucked. Like, Jesus.
Well, the thing is, it's a culture.
Yeah,
Russia,
yeah, exactly.
Right? The problem is that people think that, like, and I remember listening to Dave Rubin and Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro talk about the Russian military leading up into this. They didn't really, not about this war, but just about them generally, when they were talking about, the military ads Russia would put out, and they're like super strong, they're manly, and then they would intersplice that with an American military ad oh, we love trans soldiers and we want a diverse military. People will talk about like, wow, we're gonna get our clocked clean in a war. We're gonna get smashed because Russians fight for patriotism and the love of country. But the truth is, in Russia, there's a culture of corruption in the military. Because let's say that you're one of the guys who sells like equipment out of the back of your truck, which a lot of these people who work at the supply hubs do. They basically just fill up the back of their truck, go to a local like gang or whatever, whoever wants to buy it, and they'll just sell it out of it. That's how they like lost 1.5 million winter uniforms, where they're gonna have soldiers all across Ukraine in the middle of the winter freezing to death. That's ultimately gonna happen because of that mistake. But the reason why that happens is because these people are paid terribly and they don't have a lot of opportunities for career advancement once you're like the commander of like one of these small little supply hubs. And so for them, they kind of see it as kind of like a perk of the job. And so let's say you're a Russian who really cares about Russia. You got in the military because you believe in Russia. You believe in the historical legacy of the Kievan Rus. And you don't want to engage in corruption because you love your country and you don't want to steal from it. Other people are going to look at you as suspect. Not because you're going to rat them out. Even if you don't rat them out, that doesn't matter. By you not participating in the system of corruption, they see you as suspect and a threat to their bottom dollar, and they'll make sure to get rid of you. Not kill you, but make you lose your position or be kicked out of like this specific oblast, kick you out into another one, try to move you to a different place in the chain of command. They want to protect their bottom dollar, and a lot of people underestimated how corrupt the Russian military was, and it still is insanely corrupt. A lot of the equipment, honestly, that got stolen, that soldiers were supposed to be given at the start of the war or now during mobilization, is being sold on like the Russian internet for like 10 to 20 times its original price, with like 20,000% increases.
That was one of the reasons in that. Did you see that? It's kind of gory, but did you see, or no, you know about that sledgehammer video, right?
Yep. Yeah, I
part
saw
of the messaging
video.
of that was basically had to do with that like these soldiers are retreating and they're leaving our equipment and selling it online and shit. I think that's part of the messaging for that thing.
It was very, very bad video. But I mean, like, the thing is, the people who are paying the most for this is the average Russian soldier. I don't know if you've seen these videos. Did you see the video about the tampons by chance?
I think so. Just like the general like state of disarray for their supplies and shit. Yeah.
So the it's so bad for the Russian, the average Russian mobilized soldier at this point, that you don't get all of your equipment. You have to go out and buy your own equipment. This is a massive issue that even the Russian government has had to admit to some degree. And so there's this video of this local Russian commander talking to soldiers saying, you need to go out to stores and buy your own medical bags because we don't have one to provide it to you. And then the soldier responds, but ma'am, there's no medical bags anymore. There's no medical equipment. We can't get gauze. We can't get tourniquets. They're just all sold out in the local markets. And she says, well, what you can do is go to your local, like the Russian equivalent of Rite Aid, and buy tampons. And if you get shot, you can take the tampon and plug it into the bullet wound, and it'll fill up with blood and stop the bleeding. That is completely not true, but this is what the Russian military has the results. It's no, Destiny.
As memey
it's not
as it
true.
is, I think for emergency situations, I think you can use women products. I've heard of first aid responders sometimes in like dire situations. I'm not saying you literally stick a whole fucking tampon in your arm, but I think those products can actually like stop bleeding in emergency situations. No.
I mean, they call it KIA. Yeah, they call it KIA.
There is
in action.
The amount of damage that is those things are not going to save a lot of lives. They might save one or two, but their effectiveness compared to like a tourniquet and the other type of medical equipment is like almost incomparable. They're not. I think because the thing is, if it sucked up enough blood to stop the bleeding, which is the intention of the tampon, it would kill women if they put it in their bodies.
Wait, what?
If it sucked up that much blood, yeah, it wouldn't be safe for women to put it in their bodies.
Wait, why not?
If they'd sucked up that much liquid, yes. Like the point of these it's to suck up liquid. It's to stop.
He's saying
the
it would turn them into a withered husk.
Wait,
just to hydrate them.
Like enough to stop the bleeding. Yeah, it would mummify these women from their vagina.
What? Oh God. Yeah, but you didn't think about that, Destiny.
Yeah, you didn't think about it. Either way, the main problem is that the Russian military just doesn't have the equipment to make up for these shortfalls. And so now the Russian people have to go out and buy the equipment that was meant for them anyway out of scalpers.
Wait, hold on.
And it's had a massive impact on morale.
Please don't let this be the beginning of a tampon arc.
No. Hey. He's saying that because they would suck up so much liquid, it would... Wait,
it would not actually kill them. You can't take you cannot take medical equipment and shove it up into. Look.
Wait, no,
okay?
I agree. I'm just saying like vaginas aren't always bleeding, right?
No, they're not always bleeding, but I would assume it would suck up other liquids as well, right?
Okay, true. It could. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for Chuck.
Dylan's vagina theory has been affirmed.
All right. So, speaking of crazy conspiracy theories, what about this idea? What about the idea that it? Some people in the Russian higher ups, maybe in the military or the oligarchs, that they're trying to destabilize Putin, by taking advantage domestically of this crisis. Do you think there's any possibility that that's the case, Dylan? That given that he's the one who's effectively spearheading this invasion, it's not going well. Now there's a potential risk of Article 5. Do you think that anybody domestically would be interested, like any prominent Russians, some of the millionaires, billionaires, oligarchs, that they'd be interested in overthrowing him and replacing him with perhaps themselves or somebody else?
I think there's conversations happening, but there's none of it's happening in public. There's if somebody came out publicly and said we need to overthrow Putin, like obviously that person would immediately be dealt with. A lot of these oligarchs are like falling.
You mean they would have one of those suspicious food poisoning states?
One of those food poisonings, or they just collapsed during a run, or they just fell out of a 20-story window with 20 stab wounds. They accidentally stabbed themselves 20 times. But I think like
they live in a first floor building. It's really remarkable.
The big thing I see people pointing to right now is Alexander Dugin's statement that kind of seemed like he was hinting at assassinating Putin, but Alexander Dugin has often like overemphasized the amount of influence he has.
I do think his daughter died, right?
Yeah, Alexander Dugina. The last thing that went through her mind was her steering wheel when the car bomb exploded. Yeah, her.
Jesus.
But the thing is, he doesn't have that much influence really in Russian politics outside of like extremely Russian far right circles. He's mostly a huckster, if I'm being completely honest. So
Dugin is.
The question, Dugan. The question is, in private, what type of conversations are going on? I'm sure there are conversations going on in private about what do we do in a post-Putin Russia? What do we do if this doesn't go right? But I doubt, even now, there's enough enough discontent for them to make a public challenge. And so this type of thing would, I think, happen very quickly, and most of this talking would go on behind closed doors, so it's very hard to say. I'm almost positive, though, these conversations are going on, because these oligarchs don't they're self-interested at the end of the day.
I'm almost terrified to Google this, because I'm sure I'll get a visit from the FBI if that's the case. But do you know anything about the Russian nuclear chain of command? I know it came up during the conversation with the Vanguard, because the prevailing, complaint from a lot of people, especially on the left, is that, we're risking nuclear war to whatever extent. And couldn't Putin just issue a single directive and, nukes be fired? And you tried to make the case that there's a chain of command and multiple officers would have to be involved. And he would hesitate to give the order because you don't want to give an order that would be disobeyed. And that one has a good chance of being disobeyed. Is the chain of command to access the Russian nuclear arsenal, do we know if it's anything like what we supposedly know of the American chain of command, where the president's the ultimate authority, Congress can't get involved and whatnot, but there are multiple officers involved down to the tactical level?
Yeah, I read a really good article about this. It's actually what convinced me. I'd have to go find you the article, and I could send you the specifics. I don't remember the name of every single person in the chain of command.
Cringe.
But it's not, I think some people believe that it's like a cartoon, that he like presses a button,
right,
and then like the missile gets launched. Like it's like connected to like the command structure. Like
it's like Destiny playing Factorio.
It's like a cartoon, but that's not how it works. He gives the command, and then it goes to one person, who then gives the order to another person, gives the order to another person, who eventually gives the order to a person who is actually going to deliver the nuclear weapon. It's probably not going to be from like some global thermonuclear warhead. It's going to most likely be from like an artillery piece, or it's going to be from like a trunk-launched missile from within Ukraine. Probably would not be from a plane because they don't have complete air superiority over Ukraine, so it wouldn't make sense for them to try to use a plane that could go very, very poorly for them. So if any single one of those people along the chain of command like basically stops it, then obviously like Putin's either going to have to deal with that person and give the order again. But at that point, you've already like reached a crisis where people are basically saying no to your orders, and that you're going to have to like make an example of them, or you're going to have to go through it with it again. And what if somebody says no again? Then it's even worse for you. And so there's a decent chance that the order won't even be followed. And it's not like this hasn't happened before in history. This has happened before.
I think once on the U.S. side and once on the Russian side, right? Am I making that up?
Yeah. There's like a very famous example during the Cuban Missile Crisis in a Russian submarine that people talk about all the time.
Well, Putin may pull an Elon Musk and fire everybody and then do everything himself.
True.
That Fiona Hill episode of Friedman, one of the other things that she talks up, and it was kind of unprompted, was this idea that she didn't phrase it this way, but basically she was making the case that when discussing Trump's impeachment hearing the first time, the Ukraine quid pro quo, she believes that you could, I think her exact words were, you can draw a straight line from that to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And she made the case that and I'm going to ask you both about it, see what you have to say. Because...
just on that, just real quick, there's a story that I have up called The Untold Story of Russiagate and the Road to War in Ukraine. She might have read this exact article. It's an hour read, but I have this up that I want to listen to by Jim Rutenberg on the New York Times. She might be referring to this article, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, so that's interesting. So I want to ask you both about that because, the conservative refrain is that, man, if Donald Trump had been reelected to a second term, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine because, Putin was intimidated by Trump or whatever. Right, I understand, but they're pointing to the absence of an invasion during his presidency. They're like, look, he invaded Crimea during Obama's presidency. Now he's invading Ukraine during Biden, and Trump was the gap year, so to speak. And she was making the case that Trump's treatment of Ukraine, denying them, trying to like withhold the congressionally approved foreign aid and trying to use them as basically a surveillance tool for a political opponent, showed the world that he didn't take Ukraine or their safety seriously, and that might have inspired Putin. Like that might have entered into his calculus, like, oh, the United States doesn't give a shit about Ukraine, even though they might say that they do, and this can be another Crimea. What do you guys think about that?
This is the main criticism I hear from a lot of people trying to analyze how we could have actually stopped this. Because a lot of people say, how could we stop this? And they're like, well, just give up all the Donbass. It's like ridiculous proposals. But this is the one that I think actually does have weight. I think, like, if you look at the Korean War, when the North Koreans, like, crossed the line into South Korea, a lot of that was caused by, like, a speech made by the Secretary of State at the time. At least this is my belief. People can disagree with me. Where he basically didn't include Korea in his big speech about, like, American interests in the regions. And it sent the message that America didn't really care that much about Korea. It wasn't a strategic priority. They cared more about Japan and possibly Taiwan and some other country. And so, therefore, they didn't care about Korea. So if we go across the line and we cross this red line here in the sand, they're probably not going to do anything. Then America obviously did do something, and we fought the whole Korean War. And I think Putin could have had it in his mind that this was somewhat like that. That, you know, America has sent some aid to Ukraine, but during the Obama administration, they didn't send lethal aid. And during the Trump administration, they actually kind of slow-walked aid, even if lethal aid was kind of sent during the Trump administration. And so I think Putin might have thought that America would not be as supportive of Ukraine as they are right now. And I also think I could see it as he didn't even think this would come into calculation because Ukraine was going to collapse in 2 weeks anyway. So it doesn't matter if the West was going to send them HIMARS. Their government wouldn't even be there anyway to accept them.
Yeah. Gotcha. Destiny, what do you think? Especially since you had that article queued up.
I wanna read the article first. I'm not sure. I don't know how much that factored into everything.
Now who's Googling the answer? Giving me shit about Barstool Republicans.
Yeah, I did. True. Stay mad.
Oh, fair. All right. I interrupted Abba's Q&A for my own Q&A, so
good.
Sorry about that. And he's gone now, isn't he? Oh shit,
yeah,
my bad,
left.
dude. Way to go, Dylan and Lycan. Lycan, by the way, that was I didn't know you were a guitarist. That was really good during.
How do you not know that about Lycan?
Well, I got to be honest with you guys. Again, I'm not really up to date on like lore stuff. I think I've seen Lycan yell at a conservative a time or two. I think I've seen that, but he never pulled out the guitar.
Wow.
Lycan does political debates, right? I'm not making that up. That's a thing. Guess not. Well,
does he?
I thought he
used to a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. All right. See, I know what I'm talking about, kind of.
Good job.
Yeah, it sounded really good when he played the guitar during your bowel movement.
Nice.
Yeah. Dylan, I also thought one of the best conversations that you've had recently was with a conservative named Christian Walker, who I've been sparring with on Twitter.
Wait, you had a talk with him?
I did.
Dylan did.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. On stream. Good job. That guy was on Hassan's stream. You're 1 degree away from Hassan now. Nice.
No. You're thinking of...
Wrong one. You're mixing up your black people.
Christian Walker? Isn't that... Who am I thinking of? Oh, am I thinking of Christian Herschel?
Oh, my God.
No, wait. Fuck. Who am I thinking of? Wait, what's the
Oh,
guy's
no.
name?
I fucked it up. No, I fucked it up. It was
Okay, you mixed up your black people.
It's Christian Watson.
Wow.
It's Christian Watson.
Oh.
Christian Walker is Herschel Walker's son.
Good.
Yeah.
True. There. Get fucked. Okay.
Okay,
Christian
my
Herschel.
bad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah. Fuck you. Okay. Don't gaslight me, motherfucker.
Okay, that conversation with Christian Watson, that was really, really good. That was while you were in Ukraine, right?
Probably. I don't remember, but yeah, I think it was.
Okay, so that conversation was interesting to me because it was definitely a different type of conservative. I'd seen him before on your hippy dippy panel, and he's very different in my opinion from like Lecture Fan and Rob Noor and some of the others. Were you surprised at the
God,
level...
I love Lecture Fan. I love him. I love Lecture Fan.
Do you?
Yeah, I think he's great. He's my favorite panel guest.
He's trolling.
Every time I have him on, he's fantastic.
I thought that was CCTV.
Yeah, they're both great. They're both great for different reasons. Lecture Fan is like a talking point machine, and he genuinely believes everything he says, and he says it with such fury and such conviction. And if you like respond to him, he'll just almost like repeat the talking point back to you. It's fantastic. I love it.
And CTV.
And CTV. He's a hippy dippy champion.
Well, they are definitely interesting characters to be sure. But Watson was, I'd seen him a couple of times on your panel, and then that conversation that you two had, and much of it was about defending, President Biden's record and discussing election interference, because I think it was about a month ago or 6 weeks ago. It wasn't too long ago.
Yep.
And are you surprised to see so many people who are not what you would consider traditionally Trumpers? Because Watson never gave me that vibe, like as being a MAGA guy, and certainly he's more thoughtful than a lot of other conservatives. But I was surprised at the degree to which he was engaging in apologia for the election denialism and Trump's attempts to overthrow the election, and we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And yeah, were you surprised at that? Because I was.
I think it was just complacency. I think that Trump represents ideologically something he more agrees with. He agrees with the right-wing positions that Trump have, whether it be on trans issues or lower taxes or gun control and stuff like that. And so I think he, in his mind, he has to find a way to like work around the election interference. I don't think the election denial. I don't think he endorses it. I don't think he's happy with the call he made to Georgia, which is I think I was like a heated part of the conversation.
It was.
But I think he's willing to kind of at least be complacent about it. And bring up, like, you know, people will bring up Stacey Abrams, which, can I just say, Stacey Abrams immediately conceding made me very happy, because every single time I would bring up Trump's election denial, every single time Stacey Abrams would come up, and they would ask me, who am I supporting in the Georgia's governor's race?
Mhm.
So I'm happy that she immediately conceded, because it just makes it a lot easier to have these conversations.
It's still
good.
bullshit, though,
Good.
that people cannot recognize meaningful distinctions between two things, and conservatives do this all the time with Hillary and
nope, she said illegitimate president before, and that's the same thing as what Trump is doing, actually.
Yes. Writing up executive orders to seize voting machines is just about the same.
Yep.
Yeah, never mind. So, and the other thing that I thought about with respect to these two recently was the idea that, you know, Republicans especially used to pay lip service to the idea that power and responsibility are correlated, you know, like the great Uncle Ben expression from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. So even if you grant that Hillary and Stacey Abrams misbehaved, which I guess if you want to be technical, you know, Abrams didn't concede the 2018 gubernatorial race, and Hillary did say some somewhat defensible but arguably reckless things in 2019. Neither of them were a sitting public officer. Stacey Abrams wasn't a sitting governor. She wasn't, you know, Hillary wasn't a state secretary or a secretary of state or, you know, a state senator anymore. Trump was the sitting president of the United States. There is no single person in this country with more power and therefore more responsibility. It's just, it blows my mind. And it goes back to that common theme that I constantly bitch about, which is the double standard. So even with Abrams as kind of like, you know, a lead weight around you, Dylan, like, it's really still like, so what? It's nothing in comparison, you know?
That Brian Kemp call, unironically, is the worst, I think is the worst thing that he did. And I think it's the most clear example of him legitimately trying to rig the election. He's just calling the Secretary of State of Georgia, just telling him to.
What do you mean? No, he was just looking. He was just looking for the exact number of votes. Like, he was just curious if they were there, dude.
The exact number of votes.
Yeah, he was just curious.
Panel. Didn't they say that to you, Destiny? They said, well, he didn't say.
Yeah,
he didn't say make them.
Sometimes I think people try really hard to not sound partisan, and they end up just being a little bit wonky.
Like, that's a disqualifying thing that he did.
Dude, there were so many things that Trump did that were disqualifying.
If he announces tonight, you have to cover it live. That's gonna have to be a thing that you do.
It's gonna be fantastic. I'm covering it live if he announces tonight. I mean, he's gonna have an event. I don't know, but it better be when I'm streaming in an hour.
You're just gonna be streaming for the next 12 hours.
I'm just gonna be streaming Trump, just saying whatever he says. And the thing is, with streaming a Trump rally, it's the easiest content where you just kind of sit there and just let him do his performance.
Based.
It's actually a lot like Hippy Dippy.
Well, while you're talking, I'm gonna check and see what the House race is, because last I checked, Republicans were still one away.
The House is over.
We shall get victory, inshallah.
Stop it.
You're a defeatist.
Yeah. IRI was the one who kept the faith, and he turned.
Biden needs to make calls to all these Secretary of States across the country where we have races and say, find the votes. He needs to do it. He needs to do it. We need to fight fire with fire immediately.
Or demand audits for every election that Republicans won. Like, you know,
double check the voting machines. We need our own election ninjas.
That was, somebody asked that question, and I don't think anybody gave a serious answer, and I should have pushed for one. So it was okay, so you guys are all saying the election is going to be rigged. What if you guys win?
Well, that doesn't count. Those are one of the non-rigged elections.
And it's like, yeah, come on.
You want to know what was the most clear? It's like, if you check all the lawsuits and where they're being filed, they're not being filed in Kansas. They're not being filed in fucking Iowa or any of these states where the Republicans won. It's every single state they lost, and it's specifically in the states that are necessary to win in order for Trump to win. And Trump is calling the specific Secretary of State, asking for the specific amount of numbers to be voted for him, votes to be found. That's exactly the amount needed for him to win.
Yeah.
Like, it's so fucking clear. He was basically trying to strong-arm these people into just giving him the victory.
He didn't say the words, Dylan, and conservatives pointed that out to Destiny and got the W. Destiny had to take the L because nowhere did they say, hey, create fake votes but add one more than what Biden got.
Can we do this for everyone else? Can we
No.
just can we do for Benghazi? Could we have just solved it by just saying
No, that
Hillary
doesn't count.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. No, and the standard is wildly different. I don't know if you saw this, but the Supreme Court gave the January 6th committee a good W lately. I think it was today or yesterday. They said that the Select Committee in the House can access text messages from Arizona Republicans to see who from the White House was trying to pressure the Arizona Republican Party into changing the electoral votes for Trump.
That's awesome. Isn't the committee going to be shut down now that the Republicans have it back?
Oh yeah, it's done. It's done in January.
So basically they've got like 2 months.
Yeah, and I think somebody said that
Dude, are you ready for Are you ready for the Republican investigations? I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped for 2 years of Hunter Biden. 2 years of Hunter Biden.
3 weeks in because he's gonna get so fucking angry.
I don't think they'll do it. I think that it would look so bad to draw it out. I think that, especially with Trump already losing steam, I don't think they can do that over and over and over again. They're gonna look unhinged, unironically.
Mitt Romney wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal during the midterms, and it was basically a plea to Republicans, like, "Hey, look, if we win the House, the what do you say? Like the conventional wisdom would be to open investigations and make legislation all about messaging and not about solving problems. Basically, like, hey, Republicans, make sure you do not Republican. Please stop Republican.
Or whatever new path you're on, you need to fucking pump the brakes because it's going to be a bad look. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know, man. I'm with Dylan. I think they will. I mean, that will be a condition for Kevin McCarthy to get votes. They campaigned
on it, for God's sakes.
Well, yeah, and to get, because he won't have the margin to ignore the Freedom Caucus like Matt Gaetz, and who already pledged to vote against him, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's actually Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if you saw this, Dylan. She publicly said that she would vote to make McCarthy speaker. And
and then Matt Gaetz like said, "Oh yeah, you think it's gonna be nice to you when you talk about your Jewish space lasers again,
right.
Marjorie?" It's like real Republican infighting. The lines are being drawn.
Right, but think of how good. I mean, think of how if Marjorie Taylor Greene of all people is publicly supporting you, there's no way in hell he didn't have to grant her concessions. She reportedly wants to be on the House Oversight Committee, and she wants to investigate,
I mean, she's being uncensored then, right? She's being uncensored then.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. So, that's where I disagree with Destiny, that I feel like in order for McCarthy to get the votes he needs to become speaker, I mean, I guess he could lie to her. I mean, that'd be cool. That'd be funny. Like, yeah, sure, we'll do the investigations into Hunter Biden's laptop in January 6th, collects the vote, becomes speaker, gives her the finger, and never puts her on a committee. That would be awesome. But I guarantee you that he's had to make those concessions. And I mean, if you look at polling, most Republican voters want investigations into Hunter Biden's laptop and COVID and all this stuff.
I mean, the question is, are the radicals going to have more of a hold and say, hey, we will not vote for you as speaker, we will not do this with the caucus if you do not have these investigations?
Right.
Or will the moderates come out, like Susan Collins walks out and says, actually, I will not vote for you as speaker if you promise to do investigations. I feel much more confident in Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, and all these crazies' dedication to making a fool of themselves and doing a public performance about Hunter Biden than I do about Susan Collins' dedication to seeing the Republican Party taking a moral or respectable path towards
that would be ideal
victory in 2024.
That would be ideal. Collins is a senator, so she wouldn't have much say in that regard. But somebody like her.
You get what I was saying. You get what I was saying.
I don't know, man. I mean, you'd have to get somebody like John Katko, and Katko's hilarious because he's a moderate Republican, and he was McCarthy's point man for the initial negotiations about January 6th. So I don't know if you guys remember, but that was supposed to be a bipartisan 9/11 style commission, equal number of Republicans, equal number of Democrats. A Democrat chair, a Republican vice chair, equal subpoena power. And in order for Democrats to subpoena anybody, Republicans would have to sign off on it and vice versa. And Katko negotiated in good faith because that's what he wanted, and he thought that McCarthy wanted it too. Pelosi called McCarthy's bluff and said, yeah, Katko, we'll give you all of that. And so Katko took it back to McCarthy and said, yeah, Speaker Pelosi will give us everything. Equal number of members, subpoena power, everything. Subpoena vetoes, everything. And McCarthy was like, no, we're not doing that. And so he pulled the rug out from Katko, and Katko was reportedly furious and is still holding a grudge to this day. and that's why the January 6th Select Committee, only included Kinzinger and Cheney. But you'd have to get somebody like that to basically stick it to McCarthy, and he's got a good reason to. So that's a good point. Maybe the moderates will say, look, if you give into the Freedom Caucus here and just use this as a referendum on Biden's personal life, then fuck you. We'll vote for Pelosi to be speaker again. That'd be cool.
We need Biden to put Hunter Biden in some administrative position. Okay,
Kushner
we need to fight
2.0.
fire with fire. Exactly. He can look. If Hunter Biden went to the Middle East, I think he could bring peace. Okay. Look, if there's anything, I can't say that.
If the challenge was to do it sober, could he do it then? Like everybody?
That's his superpower. The thing is, people are they're sick of Sleepy Joe. We need hyperactive Biden. We need, dude. Do you think? Look, if there's anything I know about terrorists, right? And I know a lot about terrorists. If there's anything I know about them, they love drugs. Okay. If there's somebody he can actually get to stand down, get these terror groups to stand down.
Can't wait for this to be clipped and sent to the DOJ.
It's gonna be crack cocaine. Okay. It's gonna be crack cocaine.
So Dylan, wait a minute. I just want to make sure I've got this right. You spent quite a bit of time in Europe, Eastern Europe. Yes. Over the past several months, getting to know the locals and whatnot. Now you come back to the United States and say that you know quite a bit about terrorists.
Look, I have not, dude. When I came back, federal agents took me off the plane and sat me down for a 2-hour interview on a steel cold table.
Damn.
With my contacts in Ukraine and stuff.
Are you being facetious or is that?
No, this is real. This is real.
Oh,
this really happened. I made a video about it. Yeah, it was pretty weird. They were asking me for my contacts in Ukraine and to give them contacts, and I didn't know. I was like, what do you mean? I'm not gonna give you. I can give you a reporter that you can talk to ask if my story's true, but I'm not gonna give you a bunch of military. No, I didn't know what they want. And they couldn't do anything, so they just let me go. But I mean, they were mostly nice. But I mean, I'm
cool,
from
dude.
DC. I'm from the DC area. I'm a Fed. They're Feds. We got that Fed spirit about us.
Well, that's the thing. My understanding was that you're CIA, so you should be fast tracked through all that.
I'm the CIA's favorite intern. Is the idea?
Yeah, it'd be TSA's pre-check or whatever. So chat real quick said, I thought I saw a thing that McCarthy already won. No. So there was a preliminary vote within the House Republican caucus, and McCarthy was up against Andy Biggs. And I think Biggs got 38 votes and McCarthy got the majority. But that's just the preliminary vote. They still have to win the House, and then the formal vote will come. And if he doesn't get those 38 votes or 38 Democratic votes, which he probably will not get, then he can't be Speaker. So he knows he has a 38 vote margin.
Who would be the opponent? Who would be the other person they would put up against him? Because this conversation comes up every single time about Nancy. Everybody's very upset about Nancy Pelosi being Speaker. But then when we talk about the other options, the only other option would be Steny Hoyer and then everybody's like, well, we don't want Steny instead of Nancy, and then boom, you're back to Nancy. So who would be the other option besides Kevin?
That's the thing. I don't know. So certainly in terms of who would get Democratic votes, I have no idea. I don't know why any Democrat would vote for any Republican speaker because they're all fucking crazy. They would have to write a contract in blood and have it notarized saying that they would not use their speakership to pursue bullshit, culture war, Hunter Biden, laptop nonsense, in order before I think Nancy Pelosi would whip votes for a Republican speaker. But I don't know. That's the scary thing about people in the Freedom Caucus. It should be scary. McCarthy should be scared of people in the Freedom Caucus because I don't think they care about political solutions, right? Or administration. They don't care. They'll just hold. It's like Destiny says about Trump, right? If Trump doesn't get the Republican nomination, he will very likely run himself, right? Because he doesn't give a shit about the Republican Party or as anything other than a means of self-aggrandizement. And I feel like the Freedom Caucus, the Matt Gaetzes, the Jim Jordans, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Lauren Boeberts are very much the same way. So I could see them playing chicken with McCarthy. Now, the question is whether or not Democrats could somehow exploit it to their advantage, because you might be able to get some Republicans to vote for a Democratic speaker. Pelosi could whip every Democrat in the minority to vote for her or somebody else to be speaker. But she'd have to get enough Republican votes to the contrary. So maybe people like John Katko and others will see this shit going on and you know what? Nah, we had more stability under the Democrats.
Did you see that Kevin McCarthy approached Henry Culler to ask him to switch parties? Oh,
what'd you say, buddy?
What's his face? Fucking Henry Culler. Kevin McCarthy approached him. He's like a conservative Democrat and actually tried to get him to switch parties. Mitch McConnell did the same thing to Joe Manchin when the Democrats won big in 2020 or 2018. He tried to get him to switch parties. So Kevin McCarthy's trying to find wiggle room. He's trying to get Democrats to flip. It's just not succeeding.
If it's the guy I think you're talking about, I read an article about it today. He was the one that, above the objections of the Progressive Caucus, Nancy Pelosi fundraised for, and like funded. If it's the guy that McCarthy's trying to court, I don't know, man. I mean, like, you say what you want about Nancy Pelosi, but there is absolutely no question that she is an incredibly effective political operator. Like, her rhetoric pisses me off because she's too gentle with, like, when she says things, we need a strong Republican Party. That's so infuriating. And I hope she doesn't believe it, because that party is corrupt beyond retrieval. But in terms of getting the job done, in terms of whipping votes, in terms of getting pieces of Biden's agenda passed through the House, she's been amazing. And the fact that she's been able to get the votes of the Progressive Caucus more often than not, that's also, I mean, that's incredible, because you want to talk about, a young, savvy group of Democrats who are not, they're not shy about rocking the boat if need be. The fact that they more often than not go along with Pelosi, it's incredible, man. McCarthy doesn't have that talent. He does not have that talent. I cannot imagine.
He just doesn't have the same level of experience either. He doesn't. I mean, I think Kevin, I think, has, like, he was supposed to be with, like, Paul Ryan and a few others. He was supposed to be like this new wave of Republicanism. And then Trump came and kind of stole the thunder, kind of stole the heat, and has been kind of running away with the torch. Kevin McCarthy doesn't have the experience Nancy Pelosi has. Kevin McCarthy, I don't think, has the ties and influence that Nancy Pelosi has. But I would also say Kevin McCarthy doesn't have the heat Nancy Pelosi has. He has heat. A lot of people don't like him. A lot of Republicans don't like him. But not to the same level that Americans don't like Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is very well liked in her district, but outside of that, she's not very well liked.
No, I mean, I would agree with that. Like, I think people look at McCarthy the way that they do somebody like Lindsey Graham, kind of a weasel, a sycophant, somebody who doesn't have a spine. But, besides that kind of like abstract contempt that you might have for a cockroach, Pelosi really triggers the hell out of people. The response that the right has had, to Paul Pelosi's attack, I mean, that you'd never see anything like that if God forbid, Kevin McCarthy's spouse was attacked. Like, that just, that
Could you imagine if we had like sitting Congress people, sitting Democrats, if like Mitch McConnell's wife was beaten with a fucking hammer, if they came out and was like, oh, I bet she was cheating on him. Like, could you imagine?
No, I mean, 100%. See, again, this is unfortunately, not sound like a broken record, but I think, how books have the most memorable books have like recurring themes and stuff like that. Mine, that I've been bitching about since I kind of joined this community, and every opportunity I get when I engage with other content creators, is we have to do everything in our power to break this double standard. I talked about it with David Pakman a couple of weeks ago, and he even agreed that, we should, it's great that we adhere to higher standards, because we should give some consideration to our principles and trying to make public discourse better. But, even he copped to the fact that, after a while, though, it becomes like an anchor around our neck, because we're up against an opposition that doesn't play by those rules, and they're never punished for it. A guy, I'll send you the link, but there is a progressive commentator who also goes like on MSNBC, and let me get his name, but he did this really good video where he compared. Did you ever watch? It's before your time, but I'm sure you've heard of it. Did you ever watch Full House?
I'm familiar with the show, but I've never watched it.
Okay, the commentator in question is Abdul El Said, and he's a political commentator. He's got a YouTube channel. He's really, really good. He put out this video comparing Democrats and Republicans to Full House characters, and it was a sitcom in the late 80s, early 90s. And the premise was, Bob Saget, the late comedian, played a father of many kids, and his wife dies, and so his best friend moves in with him to help raise his kids, and so does his deceased wife's brother, Uncle Jesse, who was like the cool uncle. He rode a motorcycle. He's played by John Stamos. But anyway, they're talking about how the current American political climate has set up the Republicans to be Uncle Jesse. They don't have to be responsible. They don't have to cook. They don't have to clean. They don't have to lock the door at night. They just get to be the cool uncle who says snappy shit, and then when they screw up invariably throughout the episode, it's treated as a joke because, oh, that's Uncle Jesse. Meanwhile, Democrats have to be the dad, Danny. They have to be responsible. They have to have a job. They have to tend to everybody's emotional, financial, and physical needs. And then when he drops the ball or he comes up short, it's treated like this ultimate betrayal. Like, how dare you fail to live up to your responsibility? And it's really, really frustrating because so much of this political system is designed to benefit conservatives. Like, inherently, they have the advantage because they're not trying to build anything. They're not trying to progress. They're trying to either destroy or to keep things as they are. And that is, by definition, a hell of a lot easier than any sort of policy ambition. And then when you add the disparate standards that the media puts on Democrats, not just conservative media, but CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, and commentators online as well, that's a really tall order. That's a lot of needles for Democrats to try to thread. And it's really, really frustrating. So to your point, if something were to ever happen to Leader McCarthy's wife or Leader McConnell's wife, Democrats would be expected to a T to do nothing but, give a few praise and condolences and, beat the hell out of their own side rhetorically. We need to calm down temperatures. Violence has no place. There would be no room for jokes, for memes, for conspiracy theories, because everyone who engages in them now would be freaking out about it. Tucker Carlson would bitch about it. Ben Shapiro would bitch about it. Steven Crowder, et cetera, so forth. That is going to kill us in the long term if we can't at least play by the same standards and be okay playing by the same standards. That's my spiel.
I don't know if I would say that like all Republicans just don't want to progress, or like all conservatives don't want to progress. I do think there are conservatives who want to progress in certain ways. I don't think they want to progress in all ways. I think there are conservatives who want America to economically progress. And I think we just have a different idea of what progression means. And like, for a good example of it would be the fact that Biden was able to pick up so many votes for the infrastructure bill. I think is an example of there are Republicans, even some elected, who are at least willing to concede some progress when it comes to infrastructure investment. I do think that there's certain issues, definitely social issues, where it's just going to be a heaving hoeing where they're pushing to stop there being any progress on this issue, and Democrats are constantly pushing on it. But I do think Democrats are held to a higher standard. I think if a Democrat did half of what Trump did, I do think they wouldn't have ever become president or would have ever gotten to the same position of prominence that Trump has. But I also think that Republicans are just generally more forgiving towards their politicians than we are. Remember, what was his name? Wasn't it Al Gore? Not Al Gore. What was it? Al Franken. Al Franken. Al Franken is the greatest example of this. My God. And he probably would have survived politically if he just stayed in his position.
Yeah, no, and Kristen Gillibrand, and among others, just led the charge to have him kicked out. Meanwhile, Matt Gaetz is credibly accused of sex trafficking, and he's still a Republican darling. Now, to your point about the bipartisanship, I mean, I do agree that Biden has been much more successful in terms of bipartisan accomplishments than I expected, including for Mitch McConnell, who was he was called the Grim Reaper during the Obama years because he's where legislation went to die. But look at, that was like pulling teeth, man. It really was. It was super incredibly hard fought. And those Republicans caught so much shit from their own caucus for giving Biden a political victory. Like if you go back and check, I think it was, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it was something like 13 members of the House of Representatives on the Republican caucus voted for Biden's bipartisan infrastructure bill. And they were tarred and feathered by members of the Freedom Caucus and other Republicans, I think including McCarthy, on like Tucker Carlson and other places. How dare they give the president a political victory? Like it's not a space that's really conducive for bipartisanship. Meanwhile, you say what you want about Democrats. Look at the last year of President Trump's term. We had a global pandemic that was killing hundreds of thousands of people. Trump's approval rating was never high to begin with, but he was considered responsible as the chief executive. And yet Democrats worked with him twice aggressively on 2 COVID relief bills. Nancy Pelosi whipped votes. Chuck Schumer whipped votes they didn't try to use it or exploit the circumstances for political gain, because it would have been easy to obstruct, and then point to it like, oh my God, you guys are suffering and Donald Trump isn't able to bring you relief. But instead, they gave him 2 bipartisan bills, knowing that as the sitting president, he would be the one to get the credit for it, right? And to me, it just goes to show the difference in paradigm. And I'm sorry, real quick, some of chat's calling me out about I'm not liking this rhetoric. We can't stoop to the level of Republicans. That would be a regression. I don't think we should stoop to the level of Republicans in all ways, but I do think it's perfectly reasonable, perfectly fair to engage in political self-defense. And that means adopting some Republican tactics. Like, Dylan, let me ask you, would you be okay if we had a Republican president and a Democratic Senate, and there was a Supreme Court vacancy, and the Democratic Senate said, no, we're not going to give you a hearing? I'd be cool with that.
At what point? Like what would be the point in the administration? Like at the start or at the end? Like, what are we talking about?
Well, I guess we'll just say any. Like, it could be the first year in, it could be the last 2 years in.
I think we should at least give him a hearing. I don't think we should necessarily vote him in, but we can at least give him a hearing.
Even though they denied Garland a hearing?
I think, well, the thing is, giving them a hearing does not mean giving them a seat. We can still deny the seat and give them a hearing. If anything, I would even say there's like a strategy to giving them a hearing where we can like slam the nominee and show why we're not going to vote for them and put them in.
That's
fair.
Republicans,
because it's a lot easier to be like, hey, as Democrats, we gave him a hearing, we didn't like what he said, we rejected him, compared to what Republicans did, which is not even give him a hearing. So you can't even say that they like considered whether it was a good option or not. It's just pure politics.
But what if so I think the argument was, and I think this was part of the reason why Republicans who were in the majority, the reason that they didn't give Garland a hearing was because even though they in theory could have just voted him down, he was too credentialed and too respected that, number one, that might not have happened, and number two, there was the risk of the American public seeing how credentialed and, you know, well-spoken and experienced he was, and that they would punish Republicans electorally out of pettiness. Do you buy that argument that if Democrats, in this hypothetical, if Democrats were to have a hearing like that?
I mean, it would have to be a good candidate, which I don't think the Republicans would be able to put forward. Mm-hmm. And I think if we look at the caliber of the candidates they have put forward recently, not many of them, I think, would be so good that if the Democrats denied them, that the people would be outraged at denying such an accredited, amazing candidate for office. Not for office, but for the Supreme Court.
Democrats literally just massively overperformed expectations based on the fact that they've consistently shown they actually attempt to solve problems. Ruminate desperately wants to undo that. Political saboteur. No, there's a difference between being the party in power and making efforts to legislate people's problems away. And then there's that's not mutually exclusive to punishing Republicans when and where appropriate. So again, we see what happens now with the complications because Republicans were able to keep Obama from appointing a Supreme Court justice. And then Trump, in a single 4-year term, was able to put 3 Supreme Court justices on the bench. Biden's student debt relief is in limbo because of that. The Roe v. Wade was overturned because of those 3 conservative justices that Trump appointed. Moore v. Harper, that's the big one looming on the horizon. Dylan, have you covered that at all? Or are you
I haven't covered it at all. I know people keep bringing it up. I haven't looked into it at all.
Dude, it's terrifying. And basically, it's independent state legislature doctrine. And if the Supreme Court decides in a what's considered a conservative way, it will allow state legislatures to unshackle their voting maps from state constitutions. So the state courts couldn't overrule or review those maps, and state governors couldn't veto, using executive power. It would be no checks and balances. And in theory, well, that means blue states could do it too. But Republicans control 30 out of 50 state legislatures. So no matter how you slice it, this benefits Republicans better in the end. And the fact that that's even a question is because of Supreme Court appointments. So you could make the case that it would actually be quite prudent to do everything in your power to deny the Republican Party a Supreme Court appointment until, the court is more balanced, right? So again, I don't think that that's mutually exclusive at all to what we've seen. And by the way, even though Democrats have indeed massively overperformed in this election cycle, which is phenomenal, we're still probably going to lose the House. And that's going to put, that may not outright kill Biden's legislative agenda, but it's going to set it back considerably. And we already had a hell of a hard time these past 2 years, and it's going to be an even greater challenge at best. So we've got a lot working against us. This midterm cycle did not solve any problems or all the problems. It just bought us some time.
Think so?
Yeah. Dylan and I were solving the world's problems.
Yes.
Dylan was using his terrorist experience, newly acquired.
Terrorist experience.
Dude, you said it.
I didn't say I was a terrorist. I said I knew a lot about terrorism.
That's
it's different.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Sorry, I pissed your chat off by picking on Republicans.
Too much?
I don't know. Was it too much, Dylan? Was I too mean to him?
No, Republicans deserve it, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, guys, this was fun, so I'm gonna let you all get back into it. I know.
Nah, I'm headed out. I gotta go stream anyway.
All right.
It was good talking to you, though.
It's good talking to you. And Destiny, I appreciate you setting up the Georgia thing. I'm excited to see where that goes. And are you worried at all about the baggage?
No, it should be fun. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, dude, I'm pumped. I'm looking forward to it. Let me know if you need anything. Happy to help out however I can.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful.
All right. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Bye, chat.
Wait, no shot.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Buckle up. Make sure you hit that like button, otherwise we'll punch you in the throat, and let's just jump into it. Dave Chappelle is facing controversy and backlash yet again. He hosted Saturday Night Live over the weekend, people going, oh, what's he gonna say? And the reactions to it, I will say, have been mixed. On one side, you have people saying, oh my god, Dave Chappelle just hosted a masterclass on how his fans are agreeing. Though you have the likes of Hassan Piker calling him out on that, tweeting, billionaires are so brazen about being a...
You missed it? Check the channel. There's another video? Oh. Oh, no.
Sup?
Wait, why was that video had 4,000 views? Wait, I'm so curious. Is it like a clip channel?
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show.
3 minutes
Buckle
ago.
Up. Make sure you hit that like button to let me know you love these big shows. And let's just jump into it. Massive political streamer Hassan...
Well, let me swallow my VOD.
Piker has found himself on the receiving end of accusations that he calls a ridiculous, slanderous lie, and in the middle of a controversy. So as far as any of the specifics here, it all appears to start with a Discord message from a streamer by the name of Lavloon back in September, with her saying there, I think Hassan's outrage about everything is really funny because he slept with my friend when she was 17 and he was 24. With a streamer by the name of Chud Logic featuring this message in a stream yesterday, and the clip showing the message gets around, and as of recording it has over 160,000 views. Now with this, many were pretty skeptical about the allegations because Lavloon apparently has fought with streamers in the past, and then as it started gaining traction, she changed some of the details in her story, saying in a since deleted tweet that the relationship between Hassan and her friend was legal, and saying that her comment was about Hassan allegedly partaking in an adult relationship with a woman 5 years his junior, with her going on to say on Patreon, Hassan Piker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal, but he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. I don't care about it, and she's never going to come forward, but the fact exists nonetheless, an example of hypocrisy. And adding, let me be clear, she's not coming forward because she doesn't care, because none of this was a big deal, it was legal, I barely cared. Hassan did nothing illegal, probably nothing immoral either. And so unsurprisingly, all of this makes its way back to Hassan, and he responds to the allegations in a stream. And there, saying the woman in question was 19 at the time of their relationship.
I think Hassan's outrage against everything is really funny because he slept with my friend when she was like 17 and he was 24. What she's basically saying is that I've committed a crime. And it is not only a complete fabrication, she knows what the truth is and decided to like massage it a little bit so she can slander me with a crime.
Oh,
this
no.
was such a ridiculous thing to say. Such a ridiculous, slanderous lie. I'll just say it like this. The accusations are insane, but also on top of that, given... hard for me not to talk here, But given who the person is, the accusations are so psychotic that it would make mainstream news. And this person would probably, again, get sued for a lot of money. Not by me, by the way, for making the shit up. This person makes it so that other people have an even harder time believing women when they come out on their own, okay? That's the thing. When you weaponize shit like this and lie, like so transparently lie, you're literally it up. It's already hard enough for women to come out. What the are you doing?
And so as far as where we are now, Lavaloon announced in her Patreon post that she will no longer be streaming, and her Twitter also has been private. And so with everything having played out as it has so far, I want to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with this mess? And then the fallout from the collapse of the crypto exchange.
Oh, man. What was the first domino? Forethought bans a Max fan for my subreddit? Jesus. Sheesh. Sheesh. How many fronts in this fight now? For me? Well, Max and Lav are done until Max makes his hit piece, which is going to take a while. Fnatic was supposedly making a piece. Man, I think I'm actually chilling right now. I think I'm big chilling right now. Listen to this. Be quiet. This is going to be boring.
This article is from the November 6th, 2000.
You literally got removed from the story. Why do you keep saying this? It wasn't a story about me. It was a false allegation that Lav made about Hassan. Why would they mention anything relating to like the original blog post? Also, I wouldn't want to be included in a story like that. Why the fuck would I? Like, there's no advantage whatsoever for me being mentioned in this. Like,
2022 issue of the magazine, and was written by Jim Rutenberg, read by Malcolm Hilgartner. On the night of July 28, 2016, as Hillary Clinton was accepting the Democratic presidential nomination in Philadelphia, Donald J. Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, received an urgent email from Moscow. The sender was a friend and business associate named Konstantin Kalimnik. A Russian citizen born in Soviet Ukraine, Kalimnik ran the Kyiv office of Manafort's international consulting firm, known for bringing cutting-edge American campaign tech.
Am I crazy, or is this audio quality unacceptable? Why does it always feel like the mids are boosted so fucking hard? On the night of January, wait, shit. God damn it. Why is my EQ fucked on my channel strip? Hold on. Test. Test. Hello, hello. Test. I don't know if my channel strip is fucked or my mic is fucked. Whatever. I don't, wait. Is my shit boosted now? Yeah, okay, wait. Now we're better. Okay, yeah. This voice right here on the night of July 28th, and even more, hold on. On the night of July 28th, 2016. On the night of July 28th, 2016, as Hillary Clinton was accepting the Democratic presidential nomination in Philadelphia, Donald J. Trump, like, why do people do this? It's so fucking annoying. Just test. Okay, hello? Just give me like a normal fucking human voice. You sound like you're in a pillow fort.
To clients Konstantin Kalimnik. This article is from the November 6th, 2022 of the magazine, and was written by Jim Rutenberg, read by Malcolm Hilgartner. On the night of July 28th, 2016, as Hillary Clinton was accepting the Democratic presidential nomination in Philadelphia, Donald J. Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, received an urgent email from Moscow. The sender was a friend and business associate named Konstantin Kalimnik. A Russian citizen born in Soviet Ukraine, Kalimnik ran the Kyiv office of Manafort's international consulting firm, known for bringing cutting-edge American campaign techniques to clients seeking to have their way with fragile democracies around the world. Kalimnik didn't say much, only that he needed to talk in person as soon as possible. Exactly what he wanted to talk about was apparently too sensitive, even for the tradecraft the men so fastidiously deployed. Encrypted apps, the drafts folder of a shared email account, and, when necessary, dedicated bat phones. But he had made coded reference, caviar, to an important former client, the deposed Ukrainian president Viktor Yanukovych, who had fled to Russia in 2014 after presiding over the massacre of scores of pro-democracy protesters. Manafort responded within minutes, and the plan was set for 5 days later. Kalimnik cleared customs at Kennedy Airport at 7:43 p.m., only 77 minutes before the scheduled rendezvous at the Grand Havana Room, a Trump World hangout atop 666 Fifth Avenue, the Manhattan office tower owned by the family of Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Shortly after the appointed hour, Kalimnik walked onto a perfectly put-up stage set for a caricature drama of furtive figures hatching covert schemes with questionable intent. A dark-lit cigar bar with mahogany-paneled walls and floor-to-ceiling windows columned in thick velvet drapes, its leather club chairs typically filled by large men with open collars, sipping scotch and drawing on parejos and figurados. Men, that is, like Paul Manafort, with his dyed black pompadour and penchant for pinstripes. There, with the skyline shimmering through the cigar smoke haze, Kalimnik shared a secret plan whose significance would only become clear 6 years later, as Vladimir V. Putin's invading Russian army pushed into Ukraine. Known loosely as the Mariupol Plan, after the strategically vital port city, it called for the creation of an autonomous republic in Ukraine's east, giving Putin effective control of the country's industrial heartland, where Kremlin-armed, funded, and directed separatists were waging a 2-year-old shadow war that had left nearly 10,000 dead. The new republic's leader would be none other than Yanukovych. The trade-off, peace for a broken and subservient Ukraine. The scheme cut against decades of American policy promoting a free and united Ukraine, and a President Clinton would no doubt maintain, or perhaps even harden, that stance. But Trump was already suggesting that he would upend the diplomatic status quo. If elected, Kalimnik believed, Trump could help make the Mariupol Plan a reality. First, though, he would have to win, an unlikely proposition at best. Which brought the men to the second prong of their agenda that evening. Internal campaign polling data tracing a path through battleground states to victory. Manafort's sharing of that information, the eyes-only code guiding Trump's strategy, would have been unremarkable if not for one important piece of Kalimnik's biography. He was not simply a colleague. He was, U.S. officials would later assert, a Russian agent.
Base.
Their business concluded, the men left by separate routes to avoid detection, though they continued to text deep into the night, according to federal investigators. In the weeks that followed, operatives in Moscow and St. Petersburg would intensify their hacking and disinformation campaign to damage Clinton and help turn the election toward Trump, which would form the core of the scandal known as Russiagate. The Mariupol Plan would become a footnote, all but forgotten. But what the plan offered on paper is essentially what Putin, on the dangerous defensive after a raft of strategic miscalculations and mounting battlefield losses, is now trying to seize through sham referendums and illegal annexation. And Mariupol is shorthand for the horrors of his war. An occupied city in ruins after months of siege, its hulking steelworks spectral and silenced, countless citizens buried in mass graves. Putin's assault on Ukraine and his attack on American democracy have until now been treated largely as two distinct storylines. Across the intervening years, Russia's election meddling has been viewed essentially as a closed chapter in America's political history, a perilous moment in which a foreign leader sought to set the United States against itself by exploiting and exacerbating its political divides. Yet those two narratives came together that summer night at the Grand Havana Room, and the lesson of that meeting is that Putin's American adventure might be best understood as advance payment for a geopolitical grail closer to home, a vassal Ukrainian state. Thrumming beneath the whole election saga was another story about Ukraine's efforts to establish a modern democracy and, as a result, its position as a hot zone of the new Cold War between Russia and the West, autocracy and democracy. To a remarkable degree, the long struggle for Ukraine was a bass note to the upheavals and scandals of the Trump years, from the earliest days of the 2016 campaign and then the presidential transition, through Trump's first impeachment and into the final days of the 2020 election. Even now, some influential voices in American politics, mostly but not entirely on the right, are suggesting that Ukraine make concessions of sovereignty similar to those contained in Kalimnik's plan, which the nation's leaders categorically reject. This second draft of history emerges from a review of the hundreds of pages of documents produced by investigators for the special counsel Robert S. Mueller III and for the Republican-led Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, from impeachment hearing transcripts and the recent crop of Russiagate memoirs, and from interviews with nearly 50 people in the United States and Ukraine, including 4-hour-long conversations with Manafort himself. For Trump, who today is facing legal challenges involving the cache of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort, his finances, and his role in efforts to overturn his 2020 election defeat, the Russia investigation was the original sin, the first of many politically motivated witch hunts, since repurposed into weapons in his expansive arsenal of grievance. The Russia investigation and its offshoots never did prove coordination between the Trump campaign and Moscow, though they did document numerous connections. But to view the record left behind through the blood-filtered lens of Putin's war, now in its 9th month, is to discover a trail of underappreciated signals telegraphing the depth of his Ukrainian obsession and the life-or-death stakes that America's domestic travails would have for some 45 million people nearly 5,000 miles away.
Wow.
Among the episodes that emerge is the Grand Havana Room meeting, along with the persistent, surreptitious effort to bring the Mariupol plan to life. The plan was hardly the only effort to trade peace in Ukraine for concessions to Putin. Many obstacles stood in its way, and its provenance remains unclear. Was it part of a Putin long game, or an attempt by his ally, Yanukovych, to claw back power? Either way, the prosecutors who uncovered the plan would come to view it as potential payoff for the Russian president's election meddling. The examination also brings into sharp relief the tricks of Putin's trade as he pressed his revanchist mission to cement his power by restoring the Russian Empire and weakening democracy globally. He pursued that goal through the cunning co-optation of oligarchs and power brokers in the countries in his sights, while applying ever-evolving disinformation techniques to play to the fears and hatreds of their people. No figure in the Trump era moved more adroitly through that world than Manafort, a political operative known for treating democracy as a tool as much as an idea. Though he insists that he was trying to staunch Russian influence in Ukraine, not enable it, he had achieved great riches by putting his political acumen to work for the country's Kremlin-aligned oligarchs, helping install a government that would prove pliant in the face of Putin's demands. Then he helped elect an American president whose open admiration of the Russian strongman muddied more than a half-century of policy promoting democracy. In the end, Putin would not get out of the Trump presidency what he thought he had paid for, and democracy would bend, but not yet break, in both the United States and Ukraine. But that, as much as anything, would set the Russian leader on his march to war. Long before the Trump-era investigations, Manafort had established himself in Washington and abroad as a grand master of the political dark arts. Together with Roger Stone, Manafort helped develop the slashing style of conservative politics, pushing hot buttons to rile up base voters and tar opponents. They served in Ronald Reagan's presidential campaigns and started their own firm, taking on international clients seeking favor in Reagan's Washington, The firm specialized in covering over the bloody records of dictators like Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire and Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines, with copious coats of high-gloss spin, presenting them as freedom-loving Democrats. By 2005, Manafort had emerged as a central figure in Ukraine's often snake-bit experiment in democracy. He was introduced to the country's politics by one of Russia's most powerful oligarchs, the aluminum magnate Oleg Deripaska. Oligarchs don't survive in Putin's Russia without continually proving themselves useful to the motherland. And when Putin had an urgent problem in Ukraine, Deripaska, who had various holdings there, stepped in to help. He brought in Manafort's firm, which he had hired earlier to assist in overcoming a block on his U.S. visa, based on allegations that he had gained his position through ties to organized crime, which he denies. What had Putin in a lather was a pro-Western and youth-led democracy movement that had caught fire just as Ukraine's second post-Soviet leader, the dictatorial and Kremlin-aligned Leonid Kuchma, prepared to step down. To succeed him, the reformists had lined up behind a politician named Viktor Yushchenko. Pro-American and married to a former State Department official, Yushchenko vowed to join NATO and the European Union. To the Kremlin, as one influential Russian defense analyst put it at the time, a Yushchenko victory would represent a catastrophic loss of Russian influence throughout the former Soviet Union, leading ultimately to Russia's geopolitical isolation. Putin had gone all in for Kuchma's hand-picked successor, Yanukovych, who had risen to power in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region and had the backing of the country's leading oligarchs. But working with some of Putin's top political operatives, the Yanukovych campaign had gone horribly awry. First, an assassination attempt had left Yushchenko permanently scarred, but very much alive. A culprit was never identified. Yushchenko suspected the Kremlin. Then the Yanukovych team resorted to an election heist worthy of Trump's 2020 voter fraud fantasia, with reports of ballot stuffing, disappearing ink, and bust-in voters. With thousands protesting in Kyiv's central Maidan Square, Ukraine's High Court declared Yanukovych's victory marred by systemic and massive election violations. Yushchenko then won in a new vote, a triumph of democracy known as the Orange Revolution. Now Deripaska asked Manafort if he could restore Yanukovych's political organization, the Party of Regions, to power. Manafort's prescription is contained in a June 2005 memo to Deripaska that was quoted in the Senate Intelligence Committee's report. Yanukovych and his party, he argued, should work to win elections legitimately by dressing up as Democrats in a Western mold, using the tools of the West in ways that the West believes is in concert with them, even if they weren't. By embracing the West, Yanukovych and his party would restrict their options to ferment an atmosphere that gives hope to potential advocates of a different way. In talking points that played to Putin, Manafort added, "We are now of the belief that this model can greatly benefit the Putin government if employed at the correct levels with the appropriate commitment to success." Manafort insisted throughout our interviews that Putin would come to dislike him and his strategy, and that the memo was intended as a tutorial of sorts for Deripaska. "I was basically teaching him democracy," he said. Deripaska's office did not respond to an interview request. But in a failed libel suit against the Associated Press over a 2017 article that revealed their discussions about Ukraine, Deripaska said he hired Manafort solely for his own business interests and never had any arrangement, whether contractual or otherwise, with Mr. Manafort to advance the interests of the Russian government. Regardless, with financing from Deripaska's oligarch allies in Ukraine, Manafort began to put the plan into action. He brought in international elections consultants and American strategists from both sides of the partisan aisle. For local knowledge, Manafort brought in Kalimnik, who even then was trailed by suspicions that he was a Russian mole. 5 feet tall, with a disarmingly boyish mien, Kalimnik had last worked at the International Republican Institute, a democracy promotion outfit affiliated with Senator John McCain of Arizona, who was a client of Manafort's longtime partner, Rick Davis. Kalimnik had studied at a Soviet military language academy known for minting future intelligence officers and had served as a Russian army translator. His colleagues at IRI came to suspect he was passing secrets to Russian intelligence, and he was fired when the Institute learned he was working for Yanukovych's backers. Under Manafort's tutelage, Yanukovych took on a new look, swapping out his blocky gray apparatchik apparel for custom suits Manafort style, and taming his Soviet vintage bouffant with a tighter cropped cut. Then from a new office just off Maidan Square, Manafort worked up a Party of Regions platform promising to make Ukraine a bridge between Russia and the West. By striking an economic partnership with the European Union, popular in the West, but rejecting NATO membership, popular with Russian speakers in Ukraine's east. Skeptical American diplomats titled the Manafort project Extreme Makeover. For all the talk of extending a bridge to the West, Manafort soon began plying his battle-tested and poll-driven politics of division, exploiting fissures over culture, democracy, and the very notion of nationhood to excite the Party of Regions base, the Russian-speaking voters in the East and South. Speech drafts and talking points unearthed in Manafort's criminal cases portrayed the Orange Revolution as a coup and the Orange Illusion. They attacked the Yushchenko government's harder line toward Moscow and homed in on a simmering issue in Ukrainian politics, a regional split over whether to make Russian the second official language. In U.S. politics, says Tetiana Shevchuk, a lawyer with the Anti-Corruption Action Center, a reform group based in Kyiv, it's called culture wars, when they pick some issue which is not the high priority for society right now, but can easily be made into something. He was pushing something like the idea that there are two types of Ukrainians. There are Ukrainian-speaking Ukrainians and Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Over the course of our interviews, Manafort maintained that the reformers had forced the issue by pushing the preeminence of Ukrainian in a country where many primarily spoke Russian. If anything, he argued, his strategy gave Yanukovych the credibility with ethnic Russian voters needed to unite the country while turning it westward. He says he is strongly on Ukraine's side in the war. Still, Manafort's line of attack coincided with a budding Russian intelligence operation that was engaging in manipulation of issues like the status of the Russian language to stoke a separatist rebellion in the Crimean Peninsula and prevent Ukraine's movement west into institutions like NATO and the EU, according to a leaked U.S. Embassy cable from the time. Nearly 2 decades later, Putin would employ similar messaging over language and national identity as justifications for his war and illegal annexations in the East. The Manafort strategy was a smashing success. The Party of Regions won the parliamentary elections in 2006, and 4 years later, Yanukovych reclaimed the presidency in elections that passed international muster. The Orange Revolutionaries, or at least their elected leadership, had done much of the work themselves, alienating voters through paralyzing infighting and a failure to deliver reform. But Manafort won the credit, becoming as well known in Ukrainian political circles as Karl Rove or James Carville in America. He was living the oligarch's life, collecting jackets of python and ostrich skin, Alain Couture suits and properties in Soho, the Hamptons, Trump Tower, and Brownstone, Brooklyn. He was also growing closer to Yanukovych, playing grass court tennis, always letting the client win, and soaking in the hot tub at the new president's 350-acre Maya Zahiria residence, with its petting zoo, golf course, and grotesquerie of a mansion, whose shambolic mix of architectural influences was known locally as Donetsk Rococo. It did not take long for Yanukovych to begin backsliding on his democracy pledges. He jailed his opponent, the former Orange leader Yulia Tymoshenko, ratcheted back press freedoms by criminalizing defamation and bringing trumped-up investigations of opposition media outlets, presided over the plundering of public funds, rigged the 2012 parliamentary elections, and reversed the plan to end Russia's lease on the Crimean port of Sevastopol, where its naval fleet was viewed as a stalking horse for a Putin takeover. Soon several of Manafort's democracy consultants dropped out in disappointment. For his part, Manafort expanded his role with Yanukovych, becoming something of a shadow foreign policy advisor and emissary to the West. He was also, prosecutors later charged, working as an unregistered foreign agent, running secret lobbying campaigns in Washington and Brussels to stave off sanctions over the Timoshenko jailing, while insisting that Yanukovych was still pursuing his economic deal with Europe. But that tenuous bridge to the West could not hold. Under pressure from Putin, Yanukovych abruptly reversed course in late 2013, breaking off talks with Europe and deepening his economic commitment to Russia. By the tens of thousands, protesters again streamed into Maidan Square. Weeks of standoff, punctuated by violence, came to a deadly denouement over 3 days in February 2014, when a government crackdown left dozens dead, mere yards from Manafort's office. In the backlash, with his political coalition in pieces, Yanukovych fled to Russia. Within weeks, claiming Yanukovych had been ousted not in a homegrown swell of democracy, but in a Western-backed coup, Putin moved on Crimea and the East. To this day, Manafort too maintains that Maidan was essentially a coup against a duly elected president. It was also a personal financial disaster. He had lost his cash cow. Still, he managed to find work, helping former Party of Regions members start a new party called Opposition Bloc, and consulting on mayoral races. The last one came in late 2015 in Mariupol. The port city in Ukraine's southeast was part of a potential land bridge for arms between occupied Crimea and the war-torn Donbass, and would be a commercial hub for a Potemkin republic beholden to Moscow. It was also a fief of Ukraine's richest citizen, the metals and mining magnate Rinat Akhmetov, for whom both Russia and Europe were important markets. An early political godfather to Yanukovych, Akhmetov was also an original financier of Manafort's work for the Party of Regions. With a concentration of industrial holdings in the Donbass, Akhmetov kept a tight hold over the region's politics, governance, and media. Even as Putin's proxies advanced on Mariupol and held a sham independence referendum in 2014,
Really?
Akhmetov
A sham
struck
one?
a neutral-seeming posture that gave the separatists an opening to claim they had his support. Rinat read graffiti in Kyiv's Independence Square. "Are you with Ukraine or the Kremlin?" Akhmetov ultimately came out harshly against the separatist violence, dispatching workers to patrol the streets and help repel Russia's proxies. But even then, his mixed messages continued to feed suspicion that he was hedging his bets. After separatists shelled a civilian area in early 2015, killing 30 people, the attack, it later became clear, was directed by Russian military officials. His largest news outlet, Sevodnya, stood out for articles that avoided ascribing blame. The impression was, it's not man-made shelling, but some kind of earthquake. It just happened. Yevhenia Kuznetsova, a Ukrainian media analyst who studied the coverage of the attack, told me. Jock Mendoza Wilson, a spokesman for Akhmetov, said the oligarch had never been neutral and had always supported a united Ukraine. Akhmetov is now suing Russia for destroying his largest steelworks in Mariupol, the site of Ukrainian soldiers' desperate 80-day holdout this year. But to hold the country together, he said, Akhmetov believed at the time that it would not be constructive to come out guns blazing against Russia. With the 2015 mayoral and city council elections approaching, several insurgent candidates stepped forward, pledging to turn Mariupol more decisively against Russia and its proxies. Akhmetov's chosen mayoral candidate, a former executive with his steel company, Vadim Boychenko, was a clear advocate for the neutral status quo. Manafort's hand in the campaign, revealed in an email unearthed by Senate investigators, was largely hidden. In interviews, he described his role as minor. One reformist candidate, Alexander Yaroshenko, was surprised to learn that Manafort had been involved, though, in retrospect, he did see hints of his presence. The Americans came with little counts, he told me during a video interview in May that was occasionally interrupted by his efforts to coordinate evacuations from the besieged city. They had technology, how many people we need to bring from each street, which percent. He saw it as so much window dressing, given that Akhmetov's control of the city extended to the contract to print the ballots. After Boychenko won, Yaroshenko organized a city council campaign to force him to renew a proclamation declaring Russia an aggressor country. The mayor shelved the measure. Manafort's move to the Trump campaign in March 2016 was a boon for the candidate, giving him one of the Republicans' savviest intramural strategists, just as Senator Ted Cruz was beginning to cut into his delegate lead, spurring talk of a contested convention. It was also a boon for Manafort, who was poor in cash if rich in luxury goods. He had wired a large portion of his Ukraine earnings, a total take of some $60 million, investigators found, into his real estate, automobile, and suit purchases from shell companies in Cyprus, part of what prosecutors said was a money laundering scheme. A $2.4 million bill to Akhmetov and another client remained unpaid. Financial threats loomed. He was being sued by Deripaska, who claimed that Manafort and his deputy, Rick Gates, had lost nearly $20 million in a joint business venture gone bad. Manafort went to great lengths to get the job with the Trump campaign, according to the Senate intelligence report. He lobbied Roger Stone and the fundraiser Tom Barrack, and clinched the deal, Barrack told prosecutors, by saying the magic words: he would work without pay. After all, Manafort reasoned, the job could be a way to get his back pay from Akhmetov and patch things up with Deripaska, who would no doubt see value in Manafort's association with a potential president. How do we use to get whole? Manafort wrote to Kalimnik. Manafort told me he believed he would have greater influence with Trump as a supportive volunteer than as a member of his staff. Manafort's new job also held promise for Putin. The inner circle of the leading Republican candidate for the American presidency now included an advisor who was the mastermind behind Ukraine's most successful Russia-friendly party, and was close to a man, Kalimnik, whom American officials have identified as a Russian agent. The day after the Trump campaign announced his appointment as chief convention strategist, Manafort worked with Gates and Kalimnik to send copies of the announcement to his main patrons in Ukraine, along with personal letters promising to keep them in the loop throughout the campaign. The recipients included Deripaska, Akhmetov, and another wealthy Ukrainian, a former Yanukovych chief of staff, named Sergei Lyovichkin.
Jesus,
a conduit for
names.
oligarchs' money to Manafort during the Party of Regions years, Lyovichkin also had a close working relationship with Kalimnik, according to Senate investigators. As Manafort rose to become Trump's campaign chairman, and as Russian operatives were hacking Democratic Party servers, the candidate took stances on the region that were advantageous to Putin's ambitions for Ukraine. Ahead of the Republican National Convention in Cleveland in July, Trump shocked the American foreign policy establishment by voicing only tepid support for NATO. He also told aides that he didn't believe it was worth risking World War III to defend Ukraine against Russia, according to the Senate intelligence report released in the summer of 2020. That would be followed by the only platform fight of the convention. After a Texas delegate added a plank pledging lethal defensive weapons for Ukraine, a Trump National Security Advisor, J.D. Gordon, swept in to block it. It would be downgraded to a softer pledge of appropriate assistance. The Texas delegate would tell the Senate Intelligence Committee that Gordon had told her he was acting in consultation with New York, specifically with Trump. Gordon denied that, saying he acted on his own initiative because the lethal aid pledge appeared to contradict Trump's position on Ukraine. Two other very invested players were on hand at the convention, the Ukrainian and Russian ambassadors to the United States. The Russian spoke with Gordon days after the plank was softened. In the end, investigators did not conclude that Russia was involved in the platform wrangling, nor did they find any evidence to contradict Manafort's insistence that he had been wholly removed from the process, though one campaign official later told investigators that Manafort had to mollify the upset Ukrainian ambassador. The Ukrainians would have reason to be upset, and the Russians pleased all over again a few days later, on July 27th, when Trump at a news conference said he would consider recognizing Crimea as Russian territory, effectively ending Obama administration sanctions and normalizing relations that had been strained since...
Wait, I didn't even know that. I don't remember this. Huh. Interesting.
He also, famously, invited Russia to hack Hillary Clinton's emails. The following day, Kilimnik flew to Moscow, travel records obtained by Mueller's office show. In his email to Manafort that night, he wrote that he had met with the guy who gave you your biggest black caviar jar several years ago. The guy being Yanukovych, who once gave Manafort $30,000 worth of fine caviar. Kilimnik needed to meet in person. He had a long caviar story to tell. At the Grand Havana room, Kilimnik delivered Yanukovych's urgent message. A peace plan for Ukraine was coming together that he hoped Manafort would help effect. As described by Kilimnik in messages and memos over the next several months, the envisioned autonomous republic in the east would nominally remain part of Ukraine. With Yanukovych as its leader, it would then negotiate a settlement. But what became known as the Mariupol Plan was, as Manafort later acknowledged to prosecutors, a backdoor route to Russian control of eastern Ukraine, remarkably similar to what Putin has now declared accomplished through his gun barrel annexations. The plan was based on Putin's maximalist interpretation of accords signed in the Belarusian capital Minsk in late 2014 and early 2015 that tied a ceasefire in the east to a new Ukrainian constitutional provision granting special status to the two main territories there. Russia interpreted that fuzzy term as giving the territories autonomy, under its proxies, with veto power over Ukraine's foreign policy. Ukraine viewed it as a more limited expansion of local governance. Even then, a majority of Ukrainians saw the provision as capitulation, polls showed, and it struggled to gain acceptance in parliament. For the United States, which was not a party to the Minsk talks, any plan that gave the East outsized autonomy and influence ran counter to long-standing support for what William Taylor, a former American ambassador to Ukraine, described as an independent, sovereign Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We've said that over and over and over, he told me. Now, though, Trump's rhetoric on Russia was suggesting a break from that policy. In the Russia investigation, the meeting at the Grand Havana room would become better known for the other piece of business conducted that night. The discussion of polling data that traced how Trump might achieve the position of power to make that momentous diplomatic break. Manafort and Gates had been passing that data to Kilimnik since the spring. Produced by Manafort's go-to pollster, Tony Fabrizio, it was among the campaign's more closely held assets, according to the Senate intelligence report. Manafort and Gates have insisted that the data was only of the most basic sort, some of it publicly available. But it also showed exactly what the campaign was looking at as it formed its strategy and spread its message in new ways across social media. And as Manafort told Kilimnik at the club, according to testimony from Gates and another witness briefed on the meeting, the polling was picking up something that Clinton pollsters and mainstream prognosticators were not. A path to the White House through traditionally blue states like Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Hold on.
Black talk, big T. Bitch, I'm stylish. Black talk, big T-shirt, Billy.
Why? Okay.
Of course, Manafort explained, that would require a relentless assault on Clinton's public image. By the end of summer, vicious anti-Clinton social media operations were intensifying, not only by the Trump campaign and its American allies, but also by Russian trolls posing as Americans, who spread a raft of conspiracy theories about Clinton's health and alleged criminality. The operations included the states that Manafort had identified as key, investigators found. The polling data would become a major focus of the Mueller team and Senate investigators. Neither could directly link the Russian operations to the data. They reported only that Gates believed that Kilimnik was sharing it with Deripaska and his Ukrainian counterparts, an apparent fulfillment of Manafort's pledge to keep his patrons in the loop. But last year, a Treasury Department communiqué concluded that Kilimnik had passed the data directly to Russian military intelligence, calling him a known Russian agent. The document provided no underlying evidence, and Manafort and Gates have used that to question the assessment and all that flows from it. As Gates told me, if Kilimnik is a GRU agent, show us the proof, and I'll be the first to say that's accurate. Kilimnik declined to speak with me, but in a text message, he dismissed his work on the Mariupol plan as informal discussions regarding one of 10,000 various options of peace solution. It was not the right time to discuss these matters, he told me, given the struggle of Ukrainians for their life and freedom. Last year, Kilimnik told an interviewer with Real Clear Investigations that the assessment was senseless and false, noting that he was a regular source of information for U.S. Embassy officials in Kyiv, which documents and former officials confirmed. Of course, building trust inside a rival nation's embassy is what spies are supposed to do. One very plugged-in Westerner, a fixer who interacted with Kilimnik regularly in Kyiv, told me that while he harbored doubts about the intelligence assessment, he considered the question academic. As a Russian citizen with family in Russia and a history with the military, Kilimnik would have been under pressure to do Putin's bidding, and often seemed to. For that matter, emails obtained by Mueller showed Kilimnik referring to his interactions with high-level players in Moscow, including some with clear intelligence ties. Among them was a top Deripaska aide, Viktor Boyarkin, whom the U.S. Treasury Department has described as a former ranking official with the GRU, which took the lead in Putin's meddling operation. Kilimnik's best connection to the Trump campaign would not be around as that operation came into full flower. Less than 3 weeks after the Grand Havana Room meeting, Manafort was out of a job. In mid-August, the New York Times had reported that a new Ukrainian anti-corruption agency had obtained a Party of Regions black ledger listing earmarked off-the-books payments to Ukrainian officials and to Manafort. A few days later, at a news conference in Kyiv, a former journalist turned reformist parliamentarian, Serhiy Leshenko, highlighted 22 handwritten ledger entries listing $12.7 million in payments designated for Manafort. With Clinton's campaign calling the ledger evidence of ties between the Trump campaign and Russia, Manafort resigned. The discovery of the ledger seemed to have been lifted straight from the plot of a hit sitcom, Servant of the People. A Ukrainian riff on Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, it starred the comedic actor Volodymyr Zelensky as a humble and idealistic history teacher who is unexpectedly thrust into the presidency, constantly fighting off a Manafort-esque agent of the oligarchs trying to package and manage him. In the 2015 season finale, he finds a black ledger of secret payments kept by his predecessor and vows to cleanse the off-the-book company called Ukraine of its endemic corruption. Speaking with reporters, Leshenko used similar rhetoric when discussing why he helped publicize the real-world ledger. He had another reason, too. The more exposure there is of Trump and Trump's circle, he told Tablet magazine several months later, the more difficult it will be for Trump to conclude a separate deal with Putin, thereby selling out both Ukraine and the whole of Europe. From the start of his presidential transition, Trump did appear to give Russia every indication that its political bet had paid off. He nominated as National Security Advisor a retired Lieutenant General Michael J. Flynn, who had accepted $33,750 to speak at a 2015 Moscow celebration of Russia's state-financed propaganda outlet, RT. Even before taking office, Flynn was speaking with Putin's ambassador in Washington, in apparent violation of federal law, about lifting sanctions over election meddling. Flynn twice pleaded guilty to charges of lying to the FBI about those discussions, but was pardoned by Trump. The new Secretary of State would be Rex W. Tillerson, who, as ExxonMobil's chief executive, had criticized the Obama administration's decision to sanction Russia over Crimea and the shooting down of a Malaysia Airlines flight. And in the days around the inauguration, promising signals came from across the Potomac in Virginia, where Manafort met with Kalimnik and Lyovochkin at the Westin Alexandria Old Town Hotel. The two men obtained inauguration tickets through a Manafort associate, who would later plead guilty to failing to register as a foreign agent and illegally buying the tickets, a violation of rules against foreign political donations. As most of their communications took place over encrypted messaging apps, investigators had little visibility into the agenda, but Manafort acknowledged one item to prosecutors: the Ukraine peace plan. With no official position, Manafort continued to advise the Trump camp, according to the Senate report. At the same time, Kalimnik was shuttling between Moscow and Kyiv, working out the peace plan's details. Communicating through a draft email in a shared account before the Virginia meeting, Kalimnik told Manafort that he and Yanukovych, codenamed BG for Big Guy, had met in Russia and discussed the plan. Russians at the very top level are in principle not against this plan, Kalimnik wrote, and will work with the BG to start the process. A public endorsement by Trump, he added, would overcome resistance in Kyiv. All that is required to start the process is a very minor wink or slight push from DT saying he wants peace in Ukraine and Donbass back in Ukraine, and a decision to be a special representative and manage this process, Kalimnik wrote. Trump's representative would apparently be Manafort, who, Yanukovych could guarantee, would have entree at the very top level in the Kremlin. Manafort was hardly the only figure in the Trump orbit engaging with people who knew people in Moscow. The early months of the administration brought a head-spinning procession of disclosures. Flynn, the national security advisor, was fired over his back-channel conversations with the Russian ambassador. There was the revelation that a foreign policy advisor to the campaign, named George Papadopoulos, at a bar in London, had told an Australian diplomat that Russia had dirt on Clinton, weeks before Russia's hacking of Clinton's emails was publicly known. His loose talk sparked the first meddling investigation, which evolved into the Mueller inquiry. There was the news that Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and Manafort met at Trump Tower in June 2016 with a well-connected Russian lawyer who, they were told, wanted to pass along incriminating information about Clinton as part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. By all accounts,
really?
The lawyer, more interested in the lifting of sanctions, failed to deliver. And there was the Mueller team's disclosure in court papers in the fall of 2017 that Kalimnik was assessed to have ties to a Russian intelligence service. By then, though, Manafort had emerged as a primary target of the investigation. His interactions with Kalimnik, Deripaska, and pro-Russian Ukrainians viewed as a potential link between the Kremlin and the Trump campaign. Yet even after his indictment in late October 2017, prosecutors reported, he and Kalimnik continued to seek the Trump administration's wink for the Ukraine peace plan. To that end, as late as March 2018, he and Kalimnik were working on a survey of Ukrainians. A draft of the poll asked whether Donbass should stay under the governance of Kyiv in one of two alternative arrangements: break off as an autonomous region or join Russia outright. Devised with input from the pollster Fabrizio, it also asked if Yanukovych could be accepted as a leader in the East. But as Manafort and Kalimnik worked to refine the poll, prosecutors brought new criminal charges against Manafort. He was now facing two trials, one in Virginia and one in Washington. Then came news of a new star witness, Manafort's deputy Gates, who laid out in detail how Manafort used shell companies to hide millions of dollars in earnings from the tax collectors. In August 2018,
really?
a Virginia jury found Manafort guilty of 8 of 18 counts, including tax and bank fraud. With his second trial for money laundering looming in Washington, Manafort struck a deal to plead guilty and cooperate with the government in hopes of receiving leniency at sentencing. Manafort now says he did not believe his sworn admission of guilt and entered it only because he did not think he would face a fair jury and wanted to protect family financial assets. But at the last minute, the lead prosecutor, Andrew Weissman, scuttled the deal. Manafort, he learned, had consistently lied about one issue in particular. His interactions with Kilimnik, the Russian intelligence officer, as the Senate report put it. Among those interactions, the maneuverings for the Mariupol plan. Weissman discovered the plan only after the Virginia trial, when the FBI obtained a batch of Kilimnik's emails. Confronted with that new information, Manafort told the prosecutors that he had dismissed the plan out of hand when it first came up, at the Grand Havana Room in August 2016. He stuck to that insistence, even after Weissman disclosed he was in possession of the December 2016 correspondence discussing the BG and the desired wink of support from Trump, and again when presented with the emails about the poll in March 2018. In our interviews and in his book Political Prisoner, published this August, Manafort calls the idea that he supported the plan crazy and maintains that the poll was designed to help a Ukrainian presidential candidate he would not name. Though he does not deny that Kilimnik pushed the plan, at the behest of Yanukovych, not Putin, he says, he accuses Weissman of crafting a made-up narrative from unconnected facts. For Weissman, the revelations made for an aha moment. The partition plan, he realized, was the quo Putin wanted for the quid of helping Trump's campaign. On August 2nd, if not earlier, he wrote in his 2020 memoir, Russia had clearly revealed to Manafort, and by extension to the Trump campaign, what it wanted out of the United States. A wink, a nod of approval from a President Donald Trump as it took over Ukraine's richest region. Putin has sought to justify his war in Ukraine with a barrage of propaganda. That Ukraine, with a Jewish president, is ruled by Nazis. That Russian atrocities, amply captured in photographs, videos, and witness accounts, are Ukrainian false flag attacks, staged to smear Russia. That Ukraine is preparing to detonate a dirty bomb, even as Moscow stokes global fears of a Russian nuclear attack. Putin's propaganda forces, in fact, had been employing such fictions for years to sow division and confusion in Crimea and Donbass, as he road-tested a new doctrine of hybrid warfare, a mix of weapons and words. That through-the-looking-glass messaging echoes in the fashioning and evolution of a counter-narrative to the Russia investigation that took root in Trump's campaign and ultimately bled into his first impeachment. Ukraine, not Russia, had meddled in 2016. According to the Mueller report, Kilimnik and Manafort began spinning the theory after news broke in June 2016 that a private cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike had determined that Russian hackers had been responsible for breaching the Democratic National Committee's computer systems. Gates later told investigators that Manafort had told people inside the campaign that Ukraine was actually behind the hack. In doing so, Gates reported, Manafort had parroted a narrative Kilimnik often supported, according to FBI notes quoted in the Senate report. Manafort denies Gates's account. After the disclosure of Manafort's name in the Black Ledger, Kilimnik mounted a reputational defense of his boss by surfacing a new iteration of the counter-narrative, that Clinton's Ukrainian allies had fabricated the ledger to tar Manafort and...
Does anybody remember when this ledger was discovered? I remember reading about this and it was wild, but there were a lot of people like, oh, it's fake. Like, it's obviously fake. Like, it was literally like some... was it not Yanukovych, the other guy, Lukashenko or whatever, like somebody's office was being cleaned out. And there was like literally like a little black ledger, I think, that was discovered that listed all these payments to Manafort. People were like, this is obviously fake. It's kind of funny that
it ended up like, I think that was like the big piece of evidence that cracked open a lot of the illegitimate foreign dealings that Manafort was involved in. Lushenko, I think, was the person whose office it was. He would think this is the guy he was working for. But, yeah, Jesus. But, whatever.
Like all effective disinformation, it had some thread-thin ties to reality. The view within the Ukrainian government that a Trump presidency would be potentially ruinous, and the admission that the ledger had not been fully authenticated and did not prove actual payments made to Manafort. An FBI agent who viewed the ledger told me that its hundreds of pages of handwritten entries would have been prohibitively difficult to forge and were a worthwhile investigative tool if not court-ready evidence. Manafort has denied receiving off-the-books payments and was never a subject of criminal inquiry by Ukrainian prosecutors, who were focused on investigating whether payments to Manafort and others had been improperly drawn from public funds. Kalimnik's initial foray was subtle, involving an August 2016 Financial Times article about prominent Ukrainians picking sides in the American election, breaking with traditional neutrality to oppose the pro-Putin Trump. Kalimnik had exchanged several emails with the reporter before publication, prosecutors learned, and the article included a quote from a former Yanukovych loyalist suggesting not only that the ledger had been leaked to harm Trump, but also that journalists covering the leak had been working in the interests of Hillary Clinton. Kalimnik sent the article to Gates with the hope that DT sees it. Then, after 3 phone calls with Manafort, Roger Stone posted a link to the piece on Twitter. The only interference in the U.S. election is from Hillary's friends in Ukraine, he added as punctuation. Several months later, Kalimnik helped make the case more plainly in an op-ed in U.S. News and World Report that he helped ghostwrite for his old associate, the Manafort patron Lyovochkin, now serving in Ukraine's parliament as a member of the Party of Region's successor, opposition bloc. Accusing anti-corruption officials of manufacturing a case against Manafort, the op-ed defended those proposing painful concessions in return for peace with Russia. The counter-narrative found a prominent amplifier at the Kremlin, which wasted no time using it to stoke Trump's ire against its foe. Noting how vital American sponsorship was to Ukraine's future, the Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman, Maria Zaharyeva, told reporters in Moscow during the transition, "It appears that keeping this sponsorship is a big challenge for the Kyiv authorities, who had been uncivilized and rude towards President-elect Donald Trump, and had planted information about Manafort." Putin joined the chorus in February, asserting that the Ukrainian government had adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate, Clinton. More than that, he added, without evidence, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate, to be more precise. Russia's online assets in Ukraine and America joined in. That July, CyberBerkut, a hacker group associated with Russian military intelligence and active in Russia's earlier Ukraine propaganda efforts, elaborated on Putin's theory that Ukrainian oligarchs had secretly financed Clinton. The next day, a pro-Trump Twitter account based in St. Petersburg that was later identified as an asset in the 2016 meddling at USA Gunslinger posted, "Where's the outrage over Clinton and her campaign team's collusion with Ukraine to interfere in the U.S. election?" In the months that followed,
my favorite Russian accounts were like the black people on Instagram that were saying things like Hillary Clinton doesn't seem to support BLM as much as blah 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 blah. Those were wild to know that not every single one, but that on those accounts they were all written by Russians. That was unbelievable. Holy shit. Like they have such a, when it comes to propaganda, they have like such a sophisticated understanding of like stoking tensions. It's very interesting to me.
Trump's view of the Ukrainians seemed to grow only darker, as a more outlandish version of the theory flourished in the pro-Trump corners of the internet. Its proponents claimed that the cybersecurity company CrowdStrike was owned by a Ukrainian. It wasn't. and that the physical servers were hidden somewhere in the country. They weren't. In other words, much like the Russia investigation hoax, it was all a Ukrainian campaign to frame Trump and Russia. Trump nodded at the idea in his news conference with Putin in Helsinki in July 2018, when he said he accepted Putin's word that Russia had not been involved in the hacking. "Where are those servers?" he asked. "They're missing." Trump's distrust was threatening to have deadly consequences for the Ukrainians. According to the memoir of his former national security advisor, John R. Bolton, when Russian sailors seized 3 Ukrainian naval vessels that November in a potentially escalatory move, Trump's first instinct was to suspect that Ukraine had provoked Russia. That same month, prosecutors reported to a federal judge that Manafort had breached his plea deal by lying. The judge later sentenced him to a prison term of 7.5 years to be served at the Federal Correctional Institution Loretto in Pennsylvania as inmate number 35207-016. What might have been Putin's best hope for a Trump-approved plan for a weakened and divided Ukraine seemed to have gone away with him. But in ways that played to the Russian leader's designs, Trump's festering grievance toward Ukraine would shape the next major scandal of his presidency. Manafort might have been in prison, but in search of a pardon, he still had something of value for the transactional president: his unparalleled knowledge of Ukrainian politics and government. He would effectively pass the baton to Trump's personal lawyer, the former New York Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani, who in the fall of 2018 was preparing an offensive to definitively cast the special counsel investigation as a political hit job after its final report failed to prove collusion. Central to Giuliani's mission was an effort to build out the "Ukraine did it" counter-narrative. Giuliani and Manafort did not speak directly, but through Manafort's lawyers. When I asked Manafort exactly what he had passed along, he was vague, but he noted that Giuliani was talking to some of the people in Ukraine who were my friends, and said his lawyers would have briefed Giuliani on the details of what he calls a plot to frame him. Giuliani declined to speak with me about their discussions, but he told the Washington Post in 2019 that his question for Manafort was there really a black book? And the answer came back: there wasn't a black book. What happened from there is already exhaustively litigated Trump history, as Giuliani adventured across Europe spinning that original counter-narrative into an ornate conspiracy theory that roped in the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, its ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, and Joe and Hunter Biden. In its simplest version, the impeachment case that followed was about presidential abuse of power, a scheme to condition essential military aid on a Ukrainian investigation into CrowdStrike, the hidden servers, and the Bidens' purportedly corrupt dealings with the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. What was lost on the American audience, though, was the way Trump's pressure campaign and Giuliani's freelance diplomacy were buffeting a country that, whether it knew it or not, was careening toward war. Their machinations were playing directly into a soft power contest over whether Ukraine would lay the true foundations of an independent, Western-style democracy or remain in thrall to Moscow and its proxies. That contest was hard to see through the fog of Ukrainian politics. Everyone I spoke with who had any experience in Kyiv, no matter their political persuasion, warned against seeing anything in black and white, good guys and bad. There was no telling how many seemingly contradictory agendas a major player in Ukraine might be juggling, the only reliable through lines being the pursuit of money and power. It is in that spirit that the oligarchs most often characterized in the Western press as being pro-Russian reject the label.
Wait, 10 more minutes. Let me use the rest real quick.
I was never pro-Russian, the billionaire energy broker Dmitry Firtash told NBC News this year. But you have to understand that I'm a businessman. In pre-war Kiev, pursuing money and power and serving Putin's interests could often mean the same thing. Americans were playing a basic game. Trump wants dirt on Biden, says Surya Jayanti, chief of energy policy at the American embassy in Kyiv at the time. What was actually going on in Ukraine was this crazy web of shifting alliances and oligarch pockets and horse trading and backstabbing. And in our American myopia, we had limited understanding that if a tree...
I made a few hundred fake accounts to make people think that MAGA was bad. Is the 2020 election not valid? I don't think anybody said the 2020 election or the Trump said the 2020 election was valid. Nobody said the 2016 election isn't valid. If you made any fake accounts that got over like 100,000 followers, or paid or interacted with different like activists to get them to do any type of rallies, I'd be really interested in seeing that. Or you can just like make the false equivalency between having a couple fake accounts and pretend that that's all they did.
Falls in the forest, and America is not there to hear it. It still falls. If any place provided a relatively clear view of this seething panorama, it was the embassy, through the events that led to the firing of the ambassador Yovanovitch. Something of a supporting character in Trump's first impeachment, Yovanovitch was central to the geopolitical competition playing out in Kyiv.
They literally did only have a couple hundred fake accounts. So one of the largest accounts was literally bigger than the Tennessee State GOP's Twitter account. The 10_GOP, I'm pretty sure that had over 150,000 followers. Also, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it millions of dollars that went through the Internet Research Agency, which was a Kremlin-operated operation inside the United States. I mean, like, you can pretend it was just like 12 Twitter accounts, so that makes you feel better about it. But I mean, like, these are real things.
In bottom line terms, she represented American diplomatic resistance to everything Putin and his Ukrainian proxies wanted from Trump. A straight-laced and driven career diplomat dispatched to Kyiv by Obama just months before Election Day, Yovanovitch was the daughter of immigrants whose families had fled the Soviets and the Nazis. She arrived in Ukraine at a precarious time. In the wake of the 2014 Maidan uprising, the popular will for democracy was proving irrepressible yet again. Billions of dollars flooded in from the West, but the efforts to nurture Ukraine's democracy were foundering as the new administration, like the post-Orange Revolution government, was failing to keep its promises of reform. The new president, Petro Poroshenko, left little doubt about the seriousness of his anti-Russian rhetoric as he pressed the Obama administration unsuccessfully for defensive weapons. But as an oligarch politician in the classic Ukrainian mold, he had made his fortune in the chocolate trade. He was also part of the system he was being asked to blow up. Yovanovitch immediately set out to shore up the two pillars of the American democracy agenda, freeing Ukraine's economy from the grip of the oligarchs and its justice system from the corrupting imperatives of politics. That inexorably brought her into conflict with two powerful men. One was the energy broker Firtash, the embodiment of the oligarchic system that had proved so beneficial to Putin. He had built extraordinary wealth through a partnership with Gazprom, Russia's leading energy concern. Gazprom sold deeply discounted gas to a middleman company that it owned with Firtash, which then resold it at a considerable profit.
This is why I wish you deep dive into the public takeaway from the Russian investigation and its handling by the media. It's not as bad as January 6th, but at least in my social circles at the time, the consensus was Trump is literally a Russian spy and Putin installed him. It's not worth going into. Most Democrats have dropped the Russia collusion stuff. I don't think they talk about it anymore. And most MAGA people are too brainwashed to believe any of the indictments that came out. They'll just say all of it was fake news by Mueller. So, I mean, like, there were a lot of insane indictments that came out of that investigation, but they don't want to hear any of it, so it's whatever.
To Ukraine and throughout Europe. Firtash, in turn, used some of those profits to support Russia-aligned politicians. He had been a major sponsor of the Party of Regions and, prosecutors believed, an important paymaster for Manafort. The men were also would-be business partners. A decade earlier, they discussed a deal to buy a hotel in Manhattan. Firtash did not respond to questions sent to a representative. By the time Trump took office, Ukraine had cut Firtash's middleman out of the gas deal. Firtash himself was in Austria, fighting extradition to the United States on unrelated bribery charges that he denies. But he maintained lucrative ties to Ukraine's energy industry through ownership of regional distribution companies associated with the national gas concern, Naftogaz. Now, despite what she suspected was pressure from Firtash, Yovanovitch persuaded Poroshenko to hold to his vow to enact new rules that would disrupt the Firtash business model, as the ambassador put it in her memoir. Yovanovitch at first had hopes for Ukraine's chief law enforcement official, the prosecutor general Yuri Lutsenko. But she almost immediately got crosswise with him as well. Lutsenko had been appointed in the spring of 2016 after Western allies pressed for the ouster of his predecessor, Viktor Shokin, for failing to prosecute corruption cases. One of the more egregious examples, cited frequently by the Americans, involved the energy company Burisma. It had escaped prosecution despite allegations which it denied that it embezzled public funds. As State Department officials called for an investigation into the handling of the case by the Prosecutor General's office, Joe Biden, as vice president, delivered a forceful ultimatum. $1 billion in loan guarantees would be contingent on the Prosecutor General's firing. Biden was an imperfect messenger. The year before, Burisma had given a lucrative board seat to his son Hunter, who had a famous last name, but no energy industry experience. Even State Department officials worried presciently that his board position would pose the appearance of a conflict. On paper, Lutsenko seemed the man to professionalize the justice system. Though he had no formal legal training, he had been a leader of the Orange Revolution, was then imprisoned by Yanukovych, and emerged to join the 2014 Maidan protests. The Black Ledger would be one test of whether he would succeed where Shokin had failed, and he promised to support the investigations into its contents, which extended beyond Manafort to apparent bribes to judges and elections officials. Within months, though, reformers were complaining that Lutsenko's office appeared to be slow-walking the Ledger-related investigations. One lead lawyer in the office publicly complained that the prosecutor general was prohibiting him from interviewing witnesses or issuing subpoenas in 4 cases relating to Manafort's work. At the embassy, Yovanovitch was clashing with Lutsenko over his apparent lack of zeal for a range of corruption cases. She was furious, too, that he was working to undercut, if not disempower, a core of independent anti-corruption prosecutors and investigators that the West had pushed Ukraine to create. As she lectured him about the need for a depoliticized justice system, they soon ceased regular communication. "We thought he would be different," she told me. He wasn't.
Right.
When Trump won the presidency in 2016, the Ukrainians and the Russians believed that the American-led push for change in Kyiv would subside. But Trump, convinced that Ukraine was behind the Russia hoax, showed little interest in the country, leaving Yovanovitch free to stay the course. That changed drastically as Giuliani entered the picture in late 2018. Firtash would provide a vital building block of Giuliani's case against the Bidens. A sworn affidavit from Shokin in September 2019 asserting that Biden had forced his firing as part of a corrupt scheme to protect Burisma, with his son on the board, from scrutiny. Despite ample evidence that the case against Burisma lay dormant under his watch, Shokin maintained that he had, in fact, been pursuing a wide-ranging inquiry. Firtash had secured the affidavit as part of his own legal fight. In it, Shokin suggested that Firtash's bribery case was politically motivated, and it apparently found its way to Giuliani through mutual associates. Firtash has said he never met Giuliani and did not authorize the affidavit's use in his operation. But that operation would not have been possible without Lutsenko, who carried it forward with an added twist implicating Yovanovitch in the supposed plot to help Clinton and hurt Trump.
Damn.
Though Lutsenko had his own political ambitions, he owed his current position to Poroshenko, who wanted one thing above all else from Trump.
What's that?
More anti-tank missiles.
Damn.
People inside and outside Kyiv already suspected that was at play, as the Ledger investigations remained stalled and the United States delivered a first batch of missiles.
Damn.
As one Ukrainian official told The Times in 2018, the Poroshenko government had put the Ledger inquiries in a long-term box because we shouldn't spoil relations with the administration. And in March 2019, after meeting with Giuliani at his Park Avenue office, Lutsenko appeared to give Trump at least some of what he wanted. He told the political publication The Hill that he was opening a new Ledger investigation into the allegations that anti-corruption activists and investigators had released it to help Clinton. He would then indicate that he had evidence of possible wrongdoing by the Bidens. Yet for all that intrigue, there was one force that even the most cynical Kyiv hands never doubt. The sincerity of Ukrainian protesters' calls for democracy, independent and uncorrupted. And on April 21st, Poroshenko was voted out of office in favor of Zelensky, a political neophyte who fashioned himself in the reformist mold of the character he had played on television. Suddenly, Lutsenko was reversing course, announcing that he saw no evidence of wrongdoing by the Bidens. He did not respond to attempts to reach him for comment. The scheme was at a dead end. As Trump and Giuliani worked to get it back on track under the new administration in Kyiv, Trump finally forced out Yovanovitch, casting her as a central actor in the fantasy plot to defeat him in 2016. Now the president and his lawyer were trying to force a result that embodied everything the fallen ambassador had sought to vanquish in Ukraine. The rank politicization of the justice system, openly articulated in Trump's perfect phone call asking Zelensky to trade a sham investigation for arms, which led to impeachment. Only the third in American history. In March 2021, U.S. intelligence services declassified a report detailing their consensus view that Kilimnik and others associated with Russian intelligence had used Giuliani and other Americans to promote the idea of the Bidens' corruption in Ukraine to influence the 2020 campaign. The report assessed that Russian leaders viewed Biden's potential election as disadvantageous to Russian interests, especially as it pertained to Ukraine. Early in his presidency, Zelensky showed a willingness to compromise with Russia on autonomy in the East, the question at the center of the Mariupol plan. But after thousands of protesters streamed back into Maidan in late 2019, he refused Putin's demands for concessions on Ukrainian sovereignty. Zelensky was already prioritizing efforts to join NATO and would sign legislation constraining the oligarchs. Trump pardoned Manafort before leaving the White House. Had he remained in office, the former president said in a statement earlier this year, the Ukraine desecration would not be happening. But with Biden's inauguration in January 2021, Putin was now facing a new American president who promised a tough line against his imperial designs on Ukraine, and with no obvious back channels through which to manipulate him or his policy. 13 months later, Russian tanks crossed the Ukrainian frontier.
Rip. Wow. How exciting.
I can get in front. Hi there.
Is that off? Can you turn it off?
It's just a live stream. I'm not recording a video.
Okay, yeah, if you can turn it off. So.
I can't. It's like a live stream. It's not recording. Don't worry, it's not recording or anything.
So what is it doing?
I'm just talking to my friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just exploring LA, and so they're just watching.
How was your night?
Good. How was your night?
Good. What's your name?
Caroline.
Oh, this is ISIS X, right? Or current girlfriend, I don't know. Oh, apparently this is old.
Who are you visiting?
Hello? You were looking for Caroline, right?
Yeah, where are you visiting from?
From Washington, D.C.
Oh, D.C.
Well, I live here.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Are you an Uber?
No.
Oh my god, drop me off.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
I was a misunderstanding.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. I did not.
Do people really get in the front seat in their Ubers? People are saying yes? You guys are weird. That's some fucking sociopath shit.
I think that this election was the funeral for the Republican Party. I think that this election was the funeral for the Republican Party as we know it. The Republican Party, as we have known it, is dead. And voters have made that clear. And in particular, the folks who did not vote for Republicans in this last election were independent voters, working class independent voters, folks who voted for President Obama once upon a time, folks who then voted for President Trump but stayed home this time. We are not a majority party unless we can appeal to those voters.
Wow. Games to I have the I don't want to say like the intelligence, but you have like the wherewithal to delegate responsibilities to other people, to understand what's the important part of like running a team, to basically be like a successful business owner. Like it's really hard for people to step back from their very narrow, like I can do this one thing good, to I can run an organization. What, did you have like, did you go to like, you said you didn't go to school or anything for business, like how did you develop those skills? I guess is like my broad question.
Yeah, I just got lucky. There's like a politically correct way to answer that, and there's like the honest way to answer that.
Let's hit us up with the honest way.
Yeah, I'm the only one that loses because it makes me sound like a dick.
Go for it.
Like basically, I was born smart, and I don't think it's something anybody should brag about because it's not something you have any control over.
I didn't know we were on this. Okay.
You're just born with the processor you have, and then you just optimize within that, right? So like, if I was like 15% dumber and I made the same
video games to I have the I don't want to say like the
What are they? Okay.
Yeah, hello. This that why that.
What's that, babe? You think someone's following you? Here, let me look out the window. Oh yeah, one behind? No, two behind? Two behind? They're pushing? They're pushing? They've got a gun? Oh, he tapped you twice. Oh my god, you're knocked? You're knocked? They're going for a finisher? Oh my god, you're dog shit.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Does anybody else make an inside-out bagel?
Look, I'm Jewish, and I hate everything that Kanye said and what Kyrie did, but this is worse.
Does anybody...
You're not allowed to use that word. Why would you say that? You can't say that. I'm racist. Okay? I'm a racist.
Is Destiny talking about the missing in Poland? Yeah, I've heard about it. Okay, is Trump making an announcement at 9 o'clock? Is that happening? Is that like, that's confirmed? Okay. I probably want to cover that. I'm gonna take a short nap. I'm fucking tired. True. Who's the oh god, there's a red pill debate. Bro, why did my default Google account get changed to this fucking stupid shit? Oh my god, switch. How do is there a way to make a Google account I'm signed in with the default without having to sign out of all of my fucking accounts and then sign back in? Is that possible? Oh my god. No, I have to sign out of every... Ugh. Great. Look at the profile icon in the top right corner. Step 2, choose sign out of all account. Oh yeah, okay. Based. Fuck me.
Can we please talk about how this type of thinking that lady just used in those comments is the exact same type of thinking that white people used to discriminate against black people because they quote unquote commit more crime? Look, every woman I've met has had a negative experience with a man, 99 times out of 100. However, most of them, you know, just say, hey, like that person was just a piece of shit, you know, whatever, no harm, no foul. I'll continue moving forward as a normal human being. However, there's this like weird trend that I'm noticing lately where people will use their trauma as some...
True. Okay, based and cuck-pilled. Okay. All right. I'll be back in a bit. We'll cover the Trump shit tonight. I love you guys. Be careful. Huh.